Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm gonna start a new series, What If Deku Destroyed His Multiversal Variants, Part 1. If you enjoy this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
In an instant, a bunch of people were kicking and screaming in a strange, dark room with a big TV and several couches and pillows. Ow! Get off me! Whose hand is that? Watch it. Sorry, everyone, we must remain calm and kindly. Get the fuck off me, owie. The new occupants of the room stood up after 10 minutes of getting off one another. Let's give them a listen. Denki, Bakugo, Tenya, Momo, Mineta, Sato, Koda, Jiro, Mina, Toru, Tsuyu, Kirishima, Yuga, Ojiro, Shoji, Shoto, Shiro, and Tokiyami are all members of Class 1A. Kendo, Labara, Tetsu, and Pony are in Class 1B. Najire and Miro are seniors. Present Mike, Midnight, Blood King, Eraserhead, Cementos, Ectoplasm, Recovery Girl, Mountain Lady, All Might, and the Pussycats are examples of teachers and professional heroes. Extra. Eri, Koda, Inko, Endeavor, and Best Jeanist. Once everyone had stood up and collected themselves, they started searching for their location. They were genuinely alarmed that after spending a considerable amount of time putting an end to a furious Bakugo, they would no longer be able to utilize their quirks. Aizawa spoke to the group in a bored tone, saying, "All right, we have no idea where we are, and don't know why." Many of them were startled when a voice in the far corner of the room said, "I can explain that." The man was of average height, wearing a loose gray jacket and very baggy gray sweatpants. Only a small part of his mouth is visible at the moment because the hood has obscured the majority of his face. They all immediately turned to face the voice in their own battle stances, prepared to engage in combat if needed. A few men lowered their stances as the man said, "Oh, relax, what makes you think you can take on the guy that both brought you here and negated all your quirks?" Shoto said icily, "You know, saying that doesn't really help our mood." "Well, I'm sorry, okay, what do you want me to do?" he asked, raising his arms. "Could you please tell us why you brought us here?" Tenya asked, gesturing with his arms in a robotic manner. With the rest of the class laughing at the flushed class president, the man asked, "Are you having a seizure or something?" The man pulled down his hood and said, "Anyway, let me introduce myself before I explain my reason for bringing you here." The group was shocked to see that, despite the outline, there were two large white dots and a portion of the face pointing upward. He casually said, "My name is Z, and I'm what you may call a god," which effectively startled the group. Bakugo yelled in the god's face, "Bullshit, you expect us to believe you're a god? I doubt it." "Well, let's see, you're in a new places, can't use your quirks, and believe me when I say that trying to harm me will only hurt yourself," Z said with a smile. "By the way, I'm surprised you all haven't noticed yet," Z said to the now confounded group as Bakugo snarled, poised to attack. Jiro asked, "What do you mean?" Z replied, "Look around and let me know if anyone is missing," and they all did. A girl who was crushing on him and a frail mother did see, but most of them did. Inko and Uraraka both exclaimed, "Where's Deku, Izuku?" Z responded, "Don't worry, he's fast asleep back on your world," while projecting a tiny image of the dozing teenager. "Why did you bring all of us, but not him?" All Might asked, stepping forward as the two women exhaled in relief. Z began, easily confusing them, "Well, what I wanted to do was show you glimpses of other worlds." Shiro asked, perplexed, "And why would you want to?" Z replied simply, "Because the worlds are alternate futures and lives for Deku." Kendo asked, "Why would you show us that?" And many people agreed, even for a god, for such an arbitrary reason. The group was chatting among themselves when Z said, "Imagine this, alternate scenarios where Deku said never wanted to be a hero, had grown without any help, or became a hero without having met any of you." They could all agree that meeting Izuku, Deku was an experience they would never regret. "But wait, there's more," Z said, while the others worried. "Like what?" Jiro inquired, feeling uneasy around the odd teenager. "What if you saw a reality where Izuku had a different quirk, or multiple, or even the darkest reality of all? Instead of being a hero, Deku became a villain," Z said, causing many to gasp. Everyone in that place can agree that Deku, Izuku Midoriya, was destined to be a hero from birth. Z snapped his fingers and said, "All right, everyone sit down and get some snacks if you're hungry." A drink descender, lines of food and candy, dozens of couches, and a TV screen big enough for everyone to see all at once. Although there were disagreements about where to sit, particularly because Mineta is a pervert, the group all went to find seats and get food. After everyone had found a seat, Z said, "All right, let me lay down some ground rules and what to expect." Z looked at the explosive teenager, who growled, and said, "I took away your quirks to make sure that when the universes get you riled up, you don't go berserk. There will be no questions about the different universes since I'm not fitting to explain more than needs to be known. As far as the universes go, there are nearly infinite possibilities, but I don't intend to keep you here for so long. There will be AM rating, but I don't plan on showing you all worlds where private affairs are seen," Z stated. Despite Kaminari and Mineta's dejected groans at missing the juicy scenes, the group of heroes understood. Also, this isn't meant to be for fun or to torture any of you. Maybe, seeing these worlds are supposed to teach you all a bit more about your friend. He's been through so much and I have reason to believe most of you don't believe in him, or his intentions. While young, he shows great promise to not help just other people, but his entire world, Z said with a seriousness that surprised many, and All Might laughed joyfully. Z handed a small book to Ochako after reaching into his hood and saying, "Oh right, almost forgot." The vivacious girl asked, "What is this?" As she examined it and noticed the words, "Don't panic," written in large red letters on the back. "That's the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Multiverse. If you have any questions regarding anything you see, just open the book, ask the question, and it'll answer," Z went on to say. "Does it really do that?" Shoto asked, unsure, as the rest of the large group marveled at how much information could be found in such a small book. Z said, "Try it out Uraraka," which made the girl jump since she realized that everyone was focusing on her in the book. "All right, it knows everything, so what am I supposed to ask?" As she considered what she could ask, Ochako thought. She thought for 2 more minutes, making a few people impatient, mainly Katsuki. "Got it," Ochako yelled, causing a few people to jump. She cleared her throat and opened the small book, only to be perplexed by the blank screen before posing her query. "Who is this Z?" Beep, beep. A tiny stick abruptly emerged from the book's top, and a blue light emanated from it, indicating a projection. At the question, Z himself furrowed his brow. Z is an immortal being with extraordinary power, capable of destroying and rewriting the entire multiverse as he sees fit. Though with such power, he mainly uses his abilities to help people across space and time. His reputation is one of respect and his friendship to the greatest hero in the multiverse. Knowing that they were in the presence of such a strong entity, everyone was taken aback, and Bakugo somewhat regretted his attempt to challenge him. "Oh well," Z shrugged, "usually they mention him after, huh?" "Who was it talking about?" All Might inquired. "My best friend, Zyke, known him since I became a god, and as the oldest mortal in the multiverse," Z stated simply. Don't worry about it, I may bring him here but that all depends as to what happens," Z said, scratching his head as many stared at each other, unsure of what that meant. With everyone shaking their heads, Z said, "Anyway, everyone clear as to what's happening, nothing more to ask." Z repeated, receiving nods, "Okay, these won't be going in any order of story, length, or anything else, all will be random, both good and bad, understood?" With a snap of his fingers, Z disappeared, leaving a mixed group alone. "Okay, have fun," he said. The statement, "All right everyone, whatever we see, we keep to ourselves," was made solemnly after a brief period of calm. They all nodded as a blank screen came up, and they all looked forward to seeing what their hero, friend, student, crush, or idol would do. As the first world started to play, everyone in the group settled into their seats. "A speeding bullet plays faster than that," Jiro remarked. "Nice music, enjoying the laid-back background tune." A young man in a red shirt is crouching next to other people wearing the same color scheme as the warehouse doors in Well Rise. Many people agreed when Ochako exclaimed, "Hey, it's Deku." With excitement at finally seeing their friend, Tenya was shocked to see his friend carrying a weapon. "Is he holding a gun?" he exclaimed. "Well, everyone else is carrying a weapon," Kaminari added. Mina, who had seen the green teen's body and knew he was much more muscular than this version, questioned, "Why's he so skinny? Where'd all his muscle go?" Kirishima added, "Lack of training." All Might remarked, "In any case, he looks ready for battle," questioning how different Izuku is in this situation. The man observes a number of blue team members positioned around the center point, including a soldier juggling rockets, a smoking spy, and an engineer diligently preparing for defense. With stars in her eyes, May called out, "What, a sentry gun with twin-mounted Gatling guns, how's that possible?" As she rose from her chair, Kendo questioned, "Is that guy just juggling rockets?" Not sure if the man was being foolish or not. Red rushes out to attack the point as he pumps his scattergun. He swiftly surpasses all of his teammates as he charges into a fierce battle on Well. He dodges everything the blue throws at him as he runs toward the center of the map. He then outruns and crosses a passing train, which crushes Pyro and a blue soldier. When they saw the two men crushed by a moving train, everyone shrank in horror, but they were astounded by Izuku's abilities. Analyzing his interdimensional pupil, Aizawa remarked, "I must say, he's surprisingly fast, not many can easily dodge automatic gunfire so casually." Mineta screamed in shock, "Am I the only one who saw him jump off of this air?" Present Mike asked, "What quirk do you think he has?" Before long, the screen switched to a blue backdrop with the words, "and a cartoon baseball bat." Get to know the scout now. Everyone was perplexed as to why the title card had appeared, and they couldn't stop thinking about it. Who is the scout? Scout eagerly rubs his hands as he approaches the Meet the Scout text from off frame. With a Boston accent, he pointed to the screen that represented him and said, I don't even know where to start with you. I mean, do you even know who you're talking to?" His new accent caused some people to laugh. Why is he talking like that? A giggling Momo asked, but no one responded because everyone else was still laughing. Mandalay rubbed her bewildered head and remarked, "I'm guessing he's the scout it mentioned." An enthusiastic mountain lady exclaimed, "Please tell me he talks more, his voice is hilarious." In Granary, a moderately muscular man named Nomu is sitting close to the third control point and about to bite into a sandwich when a dented metal bat pierces his head. Staring at a crouching scout with his bat ready, the Nomu looks over, perplexed. With casualness, Scout said, "Yo, what's up?" Many Class A students and pro heroes exclaimed, "Nomu." Upon seeing the genetic monster, Zero yelled, "How's he talking so calmly to that thing?" Midnight asked aloud, "Was it eating a sandwich?" Sandwich. The sudden voice startled everyone. Who said that? Endeavor questioned angrily. The Nomu was eating a sandwich, just sandwich with a V. Jiro inquired, "What's the difference?" A sandwich gives those who eat it momentary increased strength and heals all their wounds. Plus, it's pretty tasty. They exchanged glances, wondering what was in it to provide such a boost, but also why it was worth mentioning. Returns to Scout before the text. With his face contorted in bewilderment, Scout asks the camera, do you have any idea who I am?" An agitated Katsuki complained, "We already know, you're the damn Deku with a dumbass red shirt." Back to the fistfight between Nomu and Scout, where Nomu is primarily attempting to hit his victim as he continues to dodge while they both scream aloud. "What the?" exclaimed Cementos. Returns to Scout. "Basically, kind of a big deal," he exclaimed, emphasizing with a wave of his arms. Katsuki crossed his arms and said, "Doubt it." Ochako, fed up with his incessant whining, particularly about Deku, asked, "Can you lighten up for once?" He screamed, "Shut up round face, I'll say whatever I want." His incessant shouting caused annoyance or anger in everyone in the theater. It's time to fight again. Scout is on Nomu's back, using all of his strength to strangle it by pressing his bat against its neck. "Now that's manly right there," exclaimed Kirishima and Tetsu, while Nedzu's perspiration fell. "More like barbaric." "Oh man, that's beautiful, hey," Scout exclaimed, admiring his arm's weakness and scrawniness. Shoto remarked, "Very prideful isn't he?" Sato remarked, "A lot different than our Deku. The Deku they know and this one are completely different." Nomu has Scout in a headlock as they cut back to battle, with the shorter man finding it difficult to escape the bigger opponent. "Common Midoriya, don't give up," Miro exclaimed, and Eri reciprocated by waving her little arms like his. Returns to Scout. Scout's face is against the screen as he says, "Y'all, listenin'." "Okay," and then he backs up and says, "Grass grows, birds fly, sun shines, and brava, I hurt people," as he counts his fingers and moves forward. He jabbed the camera with the final line, leaving a tiny smudge on the lens. Momo remarked, "Very different indeed." All Might agreed, saying, "It's a good phrase to have though." "Is there a smudge on the lens?" Aizawa asked, unsure if it was actually there or if it was just his dry eyes. The scout retreats to battle and uses his bat to strike the Nomu in the stomach, causing the big animal to hunch forward in agony. "Boink!" shouted Scout joyfully. So that's why there was a baseball bat, Ojiro exclaimed, the small picture finally becoming apparent. Return to Scout. With a proud pat on his chest, he declared, I'm a force of nature. The hell you are, cried Katsuki, returning to the battle. With a shout of, bonk, Scout strikes the Nomu in the chin, causing the giant to fall backward. As she adjusted her glasses, Recovery Girl remarked, he can really hold his own for such a small frame. Returns to Scout. If you were from where I was from, you'd be FK and dead, said Scout, looking frustratedly off-screen and toward the camera. Concerned for her son, Inko inquired, did he not grow up in a good neighborhood? He's still her son, so give her a break, regardless of the universe. Cuts back to engage in combat. The Scout runs up the side of a shipping container, jumps off, and slams his bat into the Nomu's head as he collapses on the ground while attempting to reach for his sandwich. Miro covered Eri's eyes and exclaimed, whoa! The Pussycats did the same for Koda so they wouldn't see it. Damn, that was brutal, Dark Shadow uttered in terror. And his host concurred after witnessing their friend kill someone with ease. And to top it all off, with a baseball bat. Returns to Scout. Scout shouts, woo, and raises his arms in triumph. The music for Team Fortress 2's final flourish plays. Scout and 8 other red-clad men's mercenaries are then depicted, each with their own weapons and fashion sense. Suyu questioned, are those his teammates? Ectoplasm tilted his head and replied, an odd bunch, I'll say that much. While eating the Nomu's sandwich on its squirmy body, Scout listens to a nearby seagull's cries. Even if it was on a deadly monster, many people shudder when they witness their friend's cruelty and callousness. The fact that their Deku is the exact opposite of the one they just witnessed simply made them all happy. All anyone wanted was a pleasant, serene, and joyful reality to watch after the madness of the last one. I don't know, but if it's Midoriya, it's bound to be good, smiled Miro when Najire asked her senior, what do you suppose the next reality is? Like everything he has done for her and in this world, Eri herself hoped to see her hero accomplish something extraordinary. When the screen restarted, all conversation ceased. When the screen opens, it shows a typical-looking home with a moderately sized kitchen as the camera pans inside. Koda questioned, you think Izuku lives there? Toru clapped her hands and said, ooh, what a nice house, I'd live there. All Might said, it's most likely. Mina pointed to the screen and said, hey, Mrs. Midoriya, do you live there? When all eyes were on her, Inko shook and said, and no, me and Izuku L live in an apartment T. Given the mother-son resemblance, many people assumed that's where he gets it from. It displayed a tall, muscular man in the kitchen, facing away, wearing a skin-tight shirt, loose-fitting pants, and black socks. His long, bushy, black and green hair that defied gravity was what caught the eye. As he prepared eggs and bacon on the side while a kettle burned, he was humming softly to himself. Katsuki yelled, hey, I'd recognize that hair, it's Deku's. His reply was largely disregarded. All of the girls, with the exception of Eri and Inko, flushed when they saw the man's muscular body, especially Ochako, who was actively crushing on the greenette. My, what a body, Midnight purred to herself, referring to the fans, but the others, such as Mei and Suyu, are still pending. As his terrified arms arranged the food on tiny plates and placed them on a table, a soft, deep voice said, all right, that should do it. Now that the audience could see his face, they could see how muscular he has grown, pushing an all-MT shirt to its breaking point. His jaw had straightened and become more defined, and the majority of his baby fat had disappeared from his face. His eyes, which are still bright with the strength of his will to be a hero, have not changed. The young man's older appearance will make the girls flush profusely, and some guys, I mean Kaminari and Mineta, will even give Izuku a jealous look. You lucky bastard, Midoriya. Girls are swooning over you without you having to say a word, angrily, he thought. All Might grinned broadly and looked proudly at his successor, who looked experienced and doing well. Izuku said to himself as he walked out of the room and onto the second floor, all right, better wake my little princess before it gets cold. He grinned at the lump beneath the tiny bed and pink blankets in the new bedroom. Present Mike questioned, who's that? Kirishima questioned, his wife, as all the girls gazed at him with wide eyes. Kinda of a small bed for his wife, don't you think? Aizawa asked in a bored tone as they all considered what would happen if they were his wife. All of the girls' ideas that they were in the photo were instantly destroyed by that. Izuku gently shook the bed and said, Eri, it's time to get up. The sheets revealed the person underneath, and he received a groan in return. A golden horn protrudes from the right side of the forehead of a teenage girl with silver white hair. The girl's eyes slowly opened and closed as she adapted to seeing Izuku grinning in front of her. She said, "Hi Papa," with a tiny smile. One half screamed, "Eri," or, "Papa," in shock at seeing an older version of the young girl. Regardless of how cute it was, half of them were shocked to hear her refer to Izuku as Papa. Eri laughed when she heard her say, "He already is my hero, he's a great dad," even though she was shocked to see herself. Miro exclaimed, "Man Eri, look at you." He was thrilled to see the girl growing up content and receiving care from her personal hero. As he assisted Eri in standing up, Izuku said, "Hey Eri, it's time to get up or your breakfast will get cold." As Izuku left the room to leave her alone, she said wearily, "Okay, I'll be down in a bit." After 10 minutes, Izuku was eating her breakfast with great anticipation as Eri sat at the table, now fully dressed. She now sports a yellow backpack to store all of her school supplies in a UA girl's uniform. Mina exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, she's so cute." Najire exclaimed, "That's a UA uniform. That means she's going to UA." Eri exclaimed, "Awesome," with her arms raised, incredulous that she would be attending the same school as Izuku. She is so adorable that everyone around her blushed or smiled. As he and Eri finished their meal and he started to put them away, Izuku asked, "So Eri, you excited for your first day at UA?" Eri gave an air fist bump and exclaimed, "Yep, I can't believe I'm gonna be in the hero course, I'm so proud of myself." Izuku patted her back and grinned, saying, "I'm proud of you too, I always knew you'd make it." Miro exclaimed with delight, "The hero course. Way to go Eri," as the young girl waved her hands in agreement. Recovery Girl grinned broadly as she said, "You'll be a great addition to the hero course." Ochako exclaimed, "Nice work, Eri," with joy for the young girl, who was flushed from all the attention. Izuku grinned broadly when Eri said, "Yeah, I'm gonna be a great hero, just like you." Izuku shocked the teenage girl by saying, "I'm sure you will. But understand, the road to being a hero is tough, even I had struggles." She nodded and said, "You had trouble." Eri said dramatically, "How? You're Deku, the greatest hero to ever live, the #1 hero in the world." Izuku simply chuckled and said, "Yes, I am aware of that, but keep in mind, Eri, that no hero's journey is simple, especially for the #1. To tell the world I am here," Izuku said proudly, "I had to train harder than anyone else, show the world that I have what it takes to protect it, and finally believe that I can do it." A silhouette of All Might can be seen standing tall and proud if you look closely. Never having felt so proud of his protege, All Might's face would almost split with his uncontrollable smile. "I'm so proud of you, my boy, you made it." He became his dream, proved himself to the world, and took his words carefully. Happily, he thought. Katsuki said angrily, "What, Deku's the #1?" After realizing his opponent had outperformed him. Kirishima exclaimed, "That's manly." Sato exclaimed, "All right Midoriya." Kirishima was thrilled that anyone was a hero. The calm Nedzu remarked, "I guess Ua made another #1. The words, "My Izuku reached his dream," brought tears of happiness to Inko's eyes as she saw her son accomplish his life's ambition. Miro exclaimed, "Awesome," Kota smirked, knowing full well that Idol would make it. "Of course, would you think any less?" Kota said. Eri's admiration grew when she learned that her father, Hiro, had experienced as many hardships as others, and she had little stars in her eyes as she watched him stand tall and proud. Eri exclaimed, "That's so cool. Yeah, now take those words to heart, but not as a way to tell you to reach that high." Izuku responded, receiving a firm nod, "You don't need to be #1 hero to be admired, all you have to be is yourself." When Eri nodded and leapt from her seat, Izuku said, "Good, now Kamen, we have to go now if you don't want to miss class." The professional heroes grinned, pleased to see how much their student had matured intellectually and physically. Especially physically, Midnight remarked, admiring Izuku's physique even more. "He's really learned a lot," All Might said, his joy evident in his voice. UA Gates, after 10 minutes. Displaying a broad perspective of Japan's most prestigious hero school, which appears to be as immaculate as a recently constructed structure. A gust of wind gathered at the gates, and Izuku Midoriya's hefty figure emerged, hunched over, Eri firmly grasped. "That was awesome," exclaimed Eri, humming around, as Izuku set her down after they touched down. Pony exclaimed, "The most epic piggyback ride ever." Inko, concerned for her son and young daughter, questioned, "Is that even safe?" All Might smiled broadly and asked, Do you honestly expect him to drop her? As a way to calm the anxious mother. I already did that when he saved me, Eri exclaimed, recalling the comfort and security of the Emerald Teen's embrace. Momo acknowledged, that does look fun, as she wondered how it would feel. Izuku pointed to the open gates and said, indeed it was. So Eri, you ready? The shorter girl nodded enthusiastically. Eri leaned in expectantly as Izuku reached into his back pocket and said, oh, one more thing. The young girl drooled when Izuku held out his hand and showed her a huge red apple the size of his palm. Eri does love apples, Miro said with a joyful smile as Eri in the audience drooled the same. With his usual arm chopping, Lita declared, it is wise for an inspiring hero to get the right nutrients and be on time for school. His exaggerated portrayal of Izuku giving Eri the fruit caused some perspiration to fall. Eri jumped on Izuku and gave him a hug after stealing the apple, and the older man returned the embrace. Eri's sincere statement, I love you, Papa, caused Izuku to tighten his grip. I love you too, he replied, shedding a few tears. All of the girls and a few guys exclaimed, ah, in admiration of the incredibly adorable moment between what is essentially a father-daughter exchange. Cementos smiled and said, he's going to be a great dad someday. Mountain Lady wiped away her tears and replied, indeed. When their embrace was over, Eri sprinted to the main building and the gates. As Izuku watched this, he reflected on his first day and his happiness at having made it at last. Izuku's shout, hey Eri, caused the girl to pause and turn to face her father, who saw a reflection of himself from his time there years prior. You look really cool, Izuku exclaimed, grinning broadly and giving a thumbs up. Yeah, Eri exclaimed with delight, grinning and giving herself the thumbs up. Izuku was grinning broadly and repeating what his mother had said to him on his first day of high school. Even though the journey was difficult, drawn out, and filled with villains, it was worthwhile, and he will ensure that his abilities are not wasted. Many people applauded the lovely video as it concluded, and Izuku and Eri's future appeared bright. Present Mike exclaimed with delight, that was so great, he really is going to do great things. Nedzu added, and what he said afterward really took the show. Izuku remembered what she had said, even after all this time, and it made Inko very happy to say it to his daughter. Inko shed tears of happiness. Happy to have a father and to be a great heroine herself, Eri sobbed. As the next world loaded, everyone waited, anticipating whatever might happen next. Z surprised everyone by returning before the video could begin. Hey, sorry to interrupt, but I gotta shield Eri and Kota from this world, he said coolly. The youngest member of the group had their seats turned away, blindfolded, and given headphones with a snap of his fingers. Why'd you do that? Replied Tomoka. I'll be doing this for a few universes that are unsafe for a younger audience. This certain universe has footage that is considered gory or disgusting, Z responded with simplicity. Aizawa questioned, unsure, if it's that disturbing, why are we seeing it? As the group looked at one another in confusion. It can show you a scenario that may happen in some point in time, and I always shield those who can't handle it before we start. This will happen with any universe that is too much for anyone, Z said with a smirk. How bad is this world? A terrified Toru asked, and they all nodded, though they were concerned about what would be shown. Very, Z said as the video began to play and he vanished. As it zoomed in on a big camera held up near a face, the sound of a helicopter's spinning blades could be heard. When it was pulled away, an older Izuku with short hair, likely made of gel, was visible. He was dressed in dark brown jeans, black boots, a white shirt, a black suit jacket, and a tiny pair of sunglasses. Ochako remarked, wow, Izuku looks great here. Mina acknowledged, he kind of looks like a bouncer to a nightclub. Ms. Joke questioned, why does he have a camera? Ectoplasm replied, there are a lot of reasons, but I'm sure it'll explain it. A random man piloting it was staring back at Izuku and said, say buddy, you mentioned something about a story? Izuku took more photos and said, that's right, I got a tip that something big's happening. The pilot questioned, in a nowhere little town like that? They sure didn't mention anything like about it on TV, he continued. Izuku moved closer to listen and said, yeah, well, I'm a freelance pal, I don't make my living waiting for the TV to tell me what to cover. Kendo exclaimed, oh, so he's a reporter. Katsuki, now disinterested in the universe, responded, TCH, lame-ass job. Kaminari asked, what does it mean to be a freelancer? It means that they don't follow the rules of a regular reporter. They just follow their target and study as much as they can. All Might's explanation surprised some professionals. Endeavor questioned, "How the hell do you know that?" The former number 1 replied, "Had to shake off a few from time to time," which inexplicably infuriated the irascible hero. The pilot chuckled for a moment before steering the aircraft back on course and spotting a small town. As Izuku removed his glasses to get a better look, the pilot began, "Here she is. Willamette, Colorado. Popular 53,594, distinguishing characteristics. Jack shit," he exclaimed, laughing at the end as Izuku peered out the open door. Present Mike exclaimed, "Wait, Colorado, he's in the US. Momo responded, somewhat irate, "Very rude description of a town." Endeavor questioned, "How do you know that?" All Might said, perplexed, "Willamette isn't a city in Colorado, it's a city in Oregon." The explanation from All Might that, "I went there once, very nice place," further perplexed everyone. As Izuku watched the city closely, the pilot remarked, "I think the only thing to do in this town is kill time at the shopping mall." He grabbed his camera and zoomed in, observing the military guards and blocked city exits. A now frightened pilot exclaimed, "What was that?" "The army." Izuku responded, "Looks like taking the helicopter was the way to go." Izuku clarified, "I bet they have blocked off all the roads by now." Tenya exclaimed, "He's calm about admitting he's trespassing on military business?" With a mixture of fear and confusion. Inko questioned, "What good reason would be going against the nation's federal force?" Zero defended, "Maybe there's a good reason he's there." Slightly irritated by the frequent interruptions, Aizawa remarked, "Calm down, everyone. I'm sure they'll explain it." Izuku stood up and said, "All right, listen. I want to get shots of the entire town before the National Guard finishes roping it off. Take me to Main Street." The pilot nodded as Izuku positioned himself and prepared his camera for photography. A small cut shows several close-ups of the town during a riot, with some residents fighting with dozens of others. A gas station blowing up, dozens of people crashing into a bus, 3 more people falling backwards on a roof, and a woman on a car batting off a group gathered around the car. Even people who had been set on fire were leaving. Who said, "Oh my God," was unknown, but the horrifying sights in front of them left everyone stunned. Everyone felt terrible, but nobody knew how to react to the brutality of people dying one after another. The path of the hero is not an easy one, and you never forget someone who has died or when you did nothing to prevent it. Their worst nightmares were right here. Despite being a little startled by what he saw, Izuku maintained his composure and focused on the areas with the highest concentration of people. Thousands of people were attempting to enter the Willamette Mall, the city's largest structure, located at the far end of town. Izuku had to know what this was when he saw it, and he saw the ideal entrance because there was a helicopter landing pad on the roof. Mina said, "Whoa, why do you think they're going in there?" Kaminari said, "Maybe it's Black Friday." However, Abara's statement that still doesn't explain what we saw in the rest of the town though, made everyone feel awful once more. Izuku called out to the pilot, "Hey," and pointed to the landing pad. "Can you get me on the rooftop of that mall?" Izuku asked. The reporter gave him a stern look as the man exclaimed, "You gotta be kidding me," while staring at Izuku as though he were insane. As Izuku checked a briefcase next to him and went back outside, the pilot remarked, "Man, you are nuts." "Ready to go," Izuku exclaimed. "Okay. Listen, remember to come back for me." The pilot, who was piloting the helicopter, responded, "As long as you're not dead, Fred." "It's Frank West. Remember that name, because the whole world is going to know it in 3 days when I get the scoop," Izuku said, turning to face him. "His name's Frank?" everyone asked, taken aback by this perplexing and frightening world. With a hint of sadness, Inko inquired, "Why is his name different?" Midnight responded, "Well, think about it, it's a different world. That probably means he'll have a different name in a few." Remembering the odd man, Tetsu grinned and said, "Yeah, like the one with the scout." With a startled, "All right," the pilot turned around and jumped at the approaching military helicopter. Pilot audience. "Whoa." The pilot yelled, "Shit," as he swiftly swung to the left to avoid the other helicopter, causing Frank to falter and drop his briefcase out the window. As he passed over the landing pad, the pilot noticed 2 more helicopters before he could relax. As he removed the headset, Frank shouted into his microphone, "Get us back down to that rooftop." "I know I'm going to get my butt chewed out for this one," the pilot remarked, turning to face Frank. The pilot declared, "We're going down," as fast as he could, hoping to land just over 20 feet above the landing pad. Frank grabbed his camera and leapt out before things got out of hand. "Wahoo!" he exclaimed, rolling as he hit the ground. With a fist pump, Kirishima exclaimed, "Whoa, that was epic." Present Mike questioned, "Has he done this before?" "Hello there," was said by a male voice, and Frank turned around as he saw his friend take off, followed closely by the other three. A Latino man wearing a brown boot, black pants, and a white open shirt was standing close to the roof's entrance. As Frank approached, he said, "You're a reporter, aren't you?" "Yeah, Frank replied, uncertain of what to do. Frank gripped his camera and said, "You came alone?" The man said, "Yeah, I'm freelance, you know. Go into the battlefield alone. No crew." "That's really risky in this situation, to be honest," Mountain Lady said. "Yeah, it's a miracle he made it there, with those riots and the military," Endeavor remarked, crossing his arms. Mina praised the man's outfit and said, "Anyone else think that guy's dressed like a salsa dancer?" Frank looked around and said, "So, what's going on around here anyway?" Frank asked the man, "You came by helicopter, didn't you?" The man stood up straight and walked over to Frank, asking, "What did you see from the sky?" Suyu remarked, "So he answers his question with others' questions, that's not nice." Cementos, wearing a suit, replied, "Yeah, something doesn't seem right about that guy." The stranger and Frank started circling each other. "Well," Frank said, backing away from the man who was closer, "I doubt the military would quarantine the entire area if it were just a riot. The moratorium on information getting out is a little extreme, in my opinion." Frank stared at the man's turned back and scratched his head, saying, "There's something else I can't put my finger on." "What's that?" inquired Nejira. As the man chuckled lightly, Frank remarked, "It doesn't sound like civil disobedience, it's too quiet." The man turned to face Frank gravely and began, almost as if, "Everyone's already dead?" he asked. Frank said, "Yeah, so why don't you just tell me already, what's going on?" As his anxiety increased and he began to seek clarification. As he started to leave, the man said, "I think you'd better see for yourself. This, my friend," he began, pausing to speak to Frank, "is hell," he said solemnly as he left, Frank observing him. "He certainly knows something," All Might said solemnly. "Yes, he does," everyone thought in unison. Frank moved around a little and ended up in the main plaza, nearly running into someone. While some were sitting everywhere, others were blocking the front doors with hundreds of objects at the entrance. Frank glanced around and noticed a woman standing against the wall, her face fixed intently on the wall. He chose to approach her since he noticed that she was dressed similarly to the man he had met on the roof. Mina exclaimed, "Hey, she's dressed the same as the other guy." Jiro nodded when he asked, "Anyone else notice she's been pointing out everyone's clothing in this?" With a hand on his chin, Blood King concluded, "Perhaps they're related." "Well, related or not, she seems to calm about this, just like him," Recovery Girl remarked. An older man blocked Frank's path before he could approach any further. "Hey, this is no time to ogle pretty girl's son," he said, threatening to get too close. When the girl saw him, she left, but Frank was not paying attention as he tried to glance over and find her. Frank stopped when the man asked, "You looking to get yourself eaten alive by zombies?" Everyone shouted in terror, bewilderment, and rage, "Zombies! Katsuki!" Frank hoped the man was kidding when he asked, "What did you say, zombies?" The man pointed to the barricade and exclaimed, "Take a look out there." Demonstrating that it was, in fact, that hundreds, if not thousands, of the Walking Dead were attempting to enter the mall outside while dressed like citizens of the town. This indicates that 90% of the population was transformed into zombies by a virus that was so powerful. All Might exclaimed in horror, "Good God, that has to be the entire population." Ochako exclaimed in terror, "All those poor people." Tokiyami, who loves all things dark, asked, "What caused all that?" and acknowledged that he was also afraid. "That's probably why the military quarantined the entire town, to keep the virus in," Nedzu stated. Using her arms to emphasize her point, Inko exclaimed, "But why not alert the public? They need to know about this." Izuku's presence is likely intended to spread the word, Best Jeanist stated solemnly. Knowing that Izuku will finish it no matter what, that helped some people relax. "Besides, I doubt they're getting through that anytime soon," Kaminari remarked smugly. At the freelance reporter, the man asked rhetorically, "If those ain't zombies, what would you call them?" "The Walking Dead, nightmares. Undead, unwrapped mummies, moving corpses. The dead rising," almost as if it was a perfect fit, so good that it scared them all, that gave everyone chills for some reason. As Frank took a few pictures and worriedly watched the zombies, the man said, "There's been more and more of them since last night. Now, they're all that's out there." The man slapped Frank's stomach and exclaimed, "Hey, look at the bright side. Zombies are slow and stupid," he said, spitting on the ground. After reading about the undead and how some of them are stronger and faster than others, some people thought, sometimes. The man told Frank, "We should be safe in here," and Frank attempted to take more photos until the man passed in front of him. He said, "All right then, feel like making yourself useful." As Frank, irritated, put his camera away, the man waved his arm toward the rest of the mall and said, "Look around the mall and bring anything we can use for the barricade back here." Before leaving, Frank took a few more photos. The man said, "Andal, come on pronto," as Frank walked away to follow his instructions. As he proceeded down a blocked hallway, he observed some survivors sobbing at the circumstances, while others were searching for a weapon. Finding a weapon on his own in case they got in was the best course of action, given that he was unarmed. Kirishima replied, "Yeah, like in any zombie movie, always get a weapon." Sato questioned, "Unsure, yeah, but what kind of weapon?" "Well, in the zombie apocalypse, anything you find can be turned into a weapon, as long as you can keep using it," All Might replied. TNK. He saw that he almost tripped over a baseball bat when he looked down. It'll do until I find something else," Frank said, holding on to the deadwood bat he had picked up. Katsuki exclaimed, "Really, a baseball bat, against zombies?" Shoto responded, "Hey, at least it's something." Frank took another look around and picked up a can of soda and an apple that was close by, putting them away until he was hungry. Bam! Startled, Frank sprinted past the other survivors to the front gate after turning around from the gate. He was shocked by what he saw. Somehow, the barricade had been broken, and now zombies were congregating and devouring the people who had blocked it. Ochako screamed in terror, "Oh good lord, Deku, run!" Fearfully, Frank took a step back and ran back to the other survivors, who had yet to realize the danger that was approaching. "Everyone, we have to move, they've broken in, quick, run to a safe place," said Frank. As they ran in separate groups, either in Frank's direction or toward any nearby store, they all nodded. Frank shouted, "To the stairs!" to the zombies approaching him as well as to those who ran in his direction. All Might exclaimed, "He's warning the survivors." Miro exclaimed, "I knew he wouldn't leave them to die," and was relieved that his friend would assist those in need. Frank prepared his bat and swung away, hitting numerous zombies in the head as he led those who followed him. After a few more steps and a lot of zombie deaths, Frank and his small group reached the stairs without incident. Let's go," asked Frank, who remained behind to ensure their arrival. He ran with the group, but in hindsight, he fled from the hundreds of zombies pursuing him. Frank and the others eventually arrived at a remote area of the shopping center, a security room equipped with monitors. Frank asked the group, "All right, is everyone okay? No got bit?" With 6 people in a cramped space, Frank sighed with relief as they all shook their heads. "That's good," he said, pointing to a blowtorch. Everyone was also relieved to learn that no one had been bitten and that they had survived. "Getting bit and not telling the group is the worst thing that could happen," Shoji stated gravely. Frank asked the group, "Can any of you weld this door?" "I can," a terrified teen male replied. "Okay, get on it," Frank said, passing him the torch. Frank glanced around as he was doing so and noticed that everyone was terrified and that they didn't appear to have many supplies. "Looking at the footage of the mall, I see a lot of zombies, but there's also something else." Frank observed other survivors hiding or battling zombies in various locations. The audience watched with concern for everyone stranded by zombie hordes everywhere. As he turned around, he noticed that the room had an air duct. He opened the hatch and peered inside. A woman standing next to him asked, "What are you doing?" "This leads right back into the mall, I'll be back," Frank replied. "You're going back there?" they all exclaimed, shocked by the self-destructive mission he had undertaken. "Is he insane? He could die." Everyone in the audience was yelling in terror for their friend who was going against the zombies who had taken over the entire population. For one man alone, it was extremely dangerous, even if it was for a worthy cause. Another woman exclaimed, "You'll die." Frank pointed to the cameras and responded, "So will they if we don't do something." A man tried to talk sense into the resolute man's head, saying, "You'll never make it, we'll be fine in here. We won't survive in here with what we got for long, so we'll need supplies as well," Frank told the group. The same woman from earlier asked, "What if you don't make it back?" Which caused Frank to pause. "Here," he said, grabbing one of the walkie-talkies he saw on the desk and handing the other to the woman. Frank told the group, which became a little more relaxed, "You can use this to talk to me and tell me where there are survivors nearby with the monitors." "He's got a plan. That's smart," Nedzu said. "Take that to heart, students. It's foolish to go into a new situation unprepared and without warning your teammates beforehand." With complete comprehension of the message and its significance for their missions, they all nodded. As he entered the duct and returned to the mall, Frank said, "Okay, stay calm, stay safe, and stay together, I'll be back." Primary access. With his bat in hand and hundreds of zombies in front of him, Frank stood at the top of the stairs. Frank shouted, "Let's go," as he dashed in the direction of the group in the black screen. Everyone applauded Frank's heroic efforts to help those in need and his courage in facing those beasts alone. Hiroshima exclaimed with pride, "Yeah, but that's what makes him so awesome." Recovery Girl sighed and said, "Leave it to Midoriya to be so reckless." Inko prayed that he saved those people and survived. "I really hoped he made it out okay," she thought anxiously. Ochako cheered and said, "Don't worry, Mrs. Midoriya. I'm sure he did, and he's gotten out of worse." Eri and Kota were uncovered and sat there, perplexed, while the mother nodded. "What did we miss?" As Kota and Eri were given a quick rundown of what had transpired in the previous reality, Kota exclaimed, "Whoa, he fought zombies, why'd we miss that?" Quote. Kota was upset that he couldn't see his hero bash zombie heads in, while Eri was understandably terrified. "Now Kota, the god said it was too much for you to see, please understand that," Mandalay replied. As the others perspired, the child pouted, "It's still unfair. Why would anyone voluntarily witness a massacre that took place throughout the entire city?" The next world started playing after that. A big, heavy, older Izuku with a buzz cut, a shadow at 5 o'clock, and a black and rest vest appeared. He took a seat himself and placed the big black painted Gatling gun he was holding on a cardboard box. With a low whistle, Midnight remarked, "Yikes, someone got a haircut." Hiroshima rubbed his head and remarked, "Man, it's weird seeing Midoriya without any hair." Ochako asked the mother, "Say, does he ever get a haircut?" Inko replied plainly, "No, he's never needed a haircut." "Duh. Shitty Deku's hair has stayed the same since we were kids," Katsuki said angrily, further perplexing everyone. He said, lovingly caressing his gun, "I am a heavy weapons guy. And this is my weapon." Like any proud gun owner who takes good care of their weapons, Heavy said, "She weighs 150 kilograms and fires $200 custom-tooled cartridges at 10,000 rounds per minute, as if it were ingrained in his memory." Heavy addressed the camera solemnly, saying, "It cost $400,000 to fire this weapon, for 12 seconds. May nodded proudly and exclaimed, "Holy crap, now that's a gun." Powerloader questioned, "God damn, who's rich enough to afford giving a guy that pricey ammunition?" Blood King remarked, "Well, whatever it is, he seems to know a lot about it." Cut to Heavy laughing heartily. Aizawa stared at M's joke blankly as she asked in mild annoyance, "What, did we miss a joke?" "Oh my god, who touched May? Who touched my gun?" Heavy yelled off screen, daring anyone to tamper with something so important to him, after he started examining his gun and noticed something that greatly infuriated him. May exclaimed joyfully, "Hey, it's named after me," despite the deathly aura emanating from an enraged Ochako. May yelled, "Like anyone should." Ojiro scratched his cheek and said, "He must really care about it to give it a name." Shoto grunted and remarked, "Given his size, I pity those who did damage it. Some people think they can outsmart me. Maybe. Sniffs maybe," Heavy said, looking a little dejected as he stared off into space. Then, with a serious tone, he held up one of his bullets and remarked, "I haven't yet met one that can outsmart Bullet." Momo questioned, "What is he not as smart here?" All Might responded, "He has to be, especially with what he knows about that gun." Tetsu praised that final line and remarked, "Nice phrase though." Cuts to Heavy yelling as he shoots May at dozens of Nomus in all directions. Then he started laughing uncontrollably. As he keeps shooting, he exclaims, "Cry some more." Miro covered Eri's eyes and exclaimed, "Oh my." Kota shouted, "Awesome," as he managed to avoid being covered by his guardian's gaze. Lita remarked, "Kinda reminds me of that world with the scout." "Hey. Cry some more," was said by a relieved Heavy as the scene abruptly cut to black. "Hey everyone, listen up," Z said, frightening the group with his sudden appearance. "God, don't do that," Mina screamed. I already planned out what you'll see, but other gods have been suggesting what they want you to see, Z said, causing them to perspire. Anyway, I should tell you stuff about these worlds and what you'll be watching, Z explained. Z pulled out a list and said, yeah, it's confusing, but they want you to see stuff. Wait, other people are watching us watching these? Aizawa asked. Endeavor questioned bewilderedly, what purpose does that have? Z replied, mostly entertainment, but also boredom, we get that a lot, as he quickly went over his list. The group went pale at the name. Z said, so this and the next world are suggested by the same person named Psychokiller Death. As he put the board away, Z remarked, calm down, it's just a title, don't worry, all they want to see is your friend be and do stuff, which you'll understand later. Inko asked, a little afraid, has this god made any worlds? Z replied, not that I know of, but they do enjoy watching a select few with the same theme. Best Jeanist asked, what are they? Z replied plainly, mainly stories about made-up killers, original character pairing, and a bunch of other stuff. You have to understand we see things differently. What you see is a regular world. We see it as a story, movie, or even TV show, so don't be quick to judge, Z said sternly, leaving the group largely perplexed as to what he meant. Good, well enjoy, Z said as the world began and he departed, and the group retreated, nodding quickly in terror. Just a quick note. I couldn't find a really good clip of this character, so please be patient as I try to explain as much as I can. I'm only using the footage I found on the guy on YouTube, which is the easiest way to find it, so I apologize if you're confused. Psychokiller Death. I hope you enjoy this if you're reading it. A close-up of an older, well-groomed Izuku wearing a silver suit and purple tie while clutching an odd gadget in his raised left hand. A big clock with numerous designs behind him seemed significant in some way. As he positioned the gadget on his belt that clicked, Izuku declared in a deep, commanding voice, I am the president. Click here to go. Tomoko grinned and said, damn, he's looking good. Tenya asked bewilderedly, president, of what? Power Loader had never seen a device like that before, so he asked, what is that thing in his hand? Even though he was only a second in, Shoto said, maybe they'll explain, not knowing what to make of this world yet. Turning a small green digital keycard upward, Izuku said, and judgment has now arrived. Click here. With a few dings, the clock's hands now set on noon. Izuku then pressed a tiny button on the gadget, which gave off a green glow. The Chronicle of Kamen Rider, Mineta said, Kamen Rider, what's that? Blood King concluded, something important maybe? As they watched the screen, All Might remarked, for the time being, let's watch. We can ask about it later. Izuku flashed the red button on the gadget on his belt, and the key abruptly left his hand and briefly floats in midair. After that, the key etched itself onto the apparatus. Click to load. The audience froze at the authority in Izuku's deep voice as he said, transform. The screen glowed a vivid emerald green as he pressed two buttons on the top and bottom of the belt. A big green rectangle that flew directly above Izuku's head is soon revealed by the belt. Bugging it up, Katsuki angrily exclaimed, alright, can someone please tell me what the fuck is going on? Kendo rubbed her head and remarked, yeah, I'm with a short fuse over there, this is very confusing. Everyone, including her, was deeply perplexed by what the world was doing, particularly the strange machines and the deep voice that was saying strange things. And what did bug mean? They all pondered. O Kamen Rider, to the heavens, write the chronology. The enormous clock behind him broke in two, displaying the same green energy the gadget possessed. Izuku was surrounded by the Roman numerals 1 through 12, which moved in a clock-like pattern around him. Time is on your side now. As green lighting hit the ground above him, the same green rectangle with an odd symbol inside was visible. Izuku's attire was drastically altered when the rectangle slammed down with a powerful lightning strike. Everyone shouted, Izuku, Deku, Midoriya, as they watched their friend get struck by that ominous-looking lightning. Ochako shouted, hey look, and gestured toward the screen. A tall, menacing figure with an aura that shouted respect and fear stood where Izuku was. Wearing a spiked helmet, gauntlets, heavy armor pads, and a piece that resembled a cloak around his waist. Except for the gadget on his belt, which remained the same, the new clothes had metallic electric green lines mixed in with black all over. Unsure of what to say about the new person or clothes, they all exclaimed, whoa. The only question they were unable to answer was whether or not this new creature was a good man. A ridiculous-looking man wearing pink armor with a bouquet of flowers protruding from his right shoulder asked, How How was he able to transform with the Budweiser too? Beside him was another red and blue-colored armored creature that gazed bewilderedly at an Izuku. Approaching a sizable assemblage of armored beings, they all gazed in wonder at the newcomer. With his sparkles fading, Yuga questioned, "What's with that dude's flower shoulder?" Kirishima responded, "Yeesh, how many of those guys are there?" When it panned back to Izuku, whose robe fluttered in the wind, someone said, "The legendary warrior." When they saw Izuku in his green armor, many people thought, "Badass." As several shots panned over the new creature, the last one a close-up of the face, the same person uttered in terror, "Kamen Rider." Cronus. Present Mike made sure he heard correctly before asking, "Wait, Cronus, the Greek god of time?" All Might said, "They should explain it." Ms. Joke retorted, "Yeah, like they did with the other stuff." With a rabbit, Suyu remarked, "It's ironic that Midoriya still wears green even in a different reality." "Yeah, wearing your favorite color is only natural," Shoji said. "Izuku's favorite color isn't green," Inko said abruptly. "What?" exclaimed everyone, and the mother trembled in terror. "Green isn't his favorite color?" inquired Ochako, who was astonished overall. Inko, who was equally perplexed but for different reasons, said, "Yes, I thought you knew." Toru waved her hands and exclaimed, "How would we know? He wears green with everything." Inko replied simply, "That's because it's our family color." "Family color?" inquired All Might. "Yes, each member of our family has a unique color palette." To the group's mild surprise, Inko explained, "The Midoriyas are emerald green." "So wait, the fact that his hair, eyes, hero suit, casual clothes, and his quirk are all green is just a coincidence?" Najire inquired. Inko's, "Yup," caused them to fall into anime. Cronus started to descend the stairs slowly as he spoke. Maximum Mighty X gasped in what sounded like shock as Cronus remarked, "The first in the world to be infected with the Bugster virus was not only you, Maximum Mighty X." Cronus stood in front of the group and declared, "I infected myself with the Bugster virus 16 years ago and developed complete immunity to it." Everyone asked, still, if not more, perplexed, "The what?" MMX shook it off after they all gasped. "The director's life is at stake here," he said gravely, drawing a sword. Another person with a bull theme pulled out a sword and said, "Don't interrupt the operation." Sailor Type 1 said, "Get out of our way." "Don't," said a black and white one, charging in as well. Aizawa sighed and remarked, "Charging at someone known as the legendary warrior is not a good plan." Katsuki screamed, "I bet Deku won't do anything." Until he pressed the two buttons on the front of the belt machine, Cronus simply stood motionless as the group charged him. Pause. The clock abruptly stops ticking, and all of the attackers and attacks halt in their tracks. The only one who was not impacted by the time stop was Cronus, who strolled idly past the attacks and their owners. With wide eyes, everyone watched as someone literally froze time. Complete control over time, just like the Greek god himself, Present Mike declared, crossing his arms. Cronus grunted and stood next to a frozen man wearing red and blue armor, saying, "Disobedient children." He removed his gadget and placed it on his left wrist. "Click here to go." Nedzu scowled and said, "Kinda rude, aren't you?" Kaminari questioned, "Why'd I feel like all those announcements are gonna get annoying?" "You irritate me," he said, pointing his gun at the airborne man as he stood beneath him and fired. When he did, the creature moved momentarily, indicating that he had been struck, but remained motionless. Everyone winced at how carelessly he hit the motionless man. His actions blur the boundaries between hero and villain. He put the gadget on his right wrist and walked away, exposing a tiny blade. "Click here to go." Before long, he was standing behind another person, and he quickly slashed his blade at him, sending him flying, until he froze. Koda exclaimed, "Whoa!" with a mixture of excitement and fear that the Izuku might be a villain. "Click here to get close." Now holding his device in his left hand, he approached the last individual and prepared his last blow. Cronus put the gadget back on his belt and pressed the blue button, saying bluntly, "I'm afraid you no longer have any value as a product." "Is that an insult to him or that weird armor he's wearing?" Miro inquired. "Click here to go." The last step. Before the screen split with him and the clock, whose hands started to turn as Cronus' eyes glowed, his device flashed a variety of colors. Despite the notion that Izuku was bad, Kirishima exclaimed, "Ooh, finishing move," with excitement. Aid for critical cruise. A huge, transparent clock with both hands beneath the frozen warrior stood beneath Cronus and the last combatant. Cronus started to turn with the large hand, preparing to kick the warrior with great force. Tetsu exclaimed, "Cool, just like a fighting game," Jiro said, "a very one-sided one," and Momo added, "They did attack first." Finishing the line, Katsuki yelled, "Just shut up already," because she was sick of hearing that voice. Cronus said carelessly, "Tokimeki Crisis is no longer in stock." Resuming time, he simultaneously pressed the blue and red buttons. Kaminari questioned, "A what? Is that some kind of game?" "Go away." All of Cronus' attacks caused the targets to burst into flames as time resumed its motion, startling anyone in the vicinity. The world came to an end with that. All Might exclaimed in disbelief, "Yikes, he's really powerful." Endeavor added, "The time stopping didn't help either." With a, "Okay, here we go," Ochako took out the guide that Z had given her. Tell the truth, didn't you forget about that? What is Kamen Rider? Beat manga artist Shitaro Ishinomori is the creator of the weekly science fiction manga and tokusatsu superhero television series Kamen Rider, Kamen Rider, Masked Rider. It was broadcast on Net TV, now TV Asahi, and the Mainichi Broadcasting System from April 3, 1971, until February 10, 1973. Katsuki shouted angrily, "Wait, so we just saw some dumb-ass TV show?" Recovery Girl responded, "That would explain those outfits." Shinso said, "Ask it about that virus thing," and the vivacious girl nodded. What was the Bugster virus? Beep. When the Bugster virus first infected humans, it was a tiny virus. Infected Bugsters may exhibit symptoms similar to those of common human diseases, or they may not exhibit any symptoms at all. As an infected person starts to feel stressed, the Bugster virus starts to grow inside of them. Eventually, the virus physically takes over and covers the person, turning them into a massive Bugster union that resembles the virus. When a level 1 Kamen Rider defeats the union and removes the virus from its human host, the human host is freed, and the extracted virus transforms into a person-sized Bugster monster with a few Bugster virus foot soldiers. Until the human host is treated. By eliminating the Bugster monster and the Bugster viruses, the body will progressively turn transparent. The human host will vanish entirely if the riders are unable to defeat the Bugster monster and the Bugster viruses quickly enough, as demonstrated by Sake Momo's when Taiga is unable to defeat Graphite. A hollow beating in the heart. Putting the host under more stress can speed up this process. In a similar vein, if the riders are unable to defeat the Bugsters at level 30 or higher, the Bugsters will destroy their hosts' minds in addition to taking over their bodies. The deadly infection made many shudder, but then they recalled Izuku's advice to develop immunity to it. Astounded that someone could possess such a powerful immunity, Recovery Girl remarked, "He must be really strong to overcome that." Inko grinned and remarked, "Izuku rarely got sick, it's surprising that he would be in another world." With his trademark smile, All Might remarked, "Too stubborn to be kept down." Even though there was obviously more to the story, the group was all acknowledging that the world was strange but still quite pleasant to see. After they had recovered from the last world, Mina asked the group, "Think we'll get a better universe this time?" "Maybe, but remember that this one was suggested by the same god that suggested that one we just saw," said the mighty. The group gave this a mixed response, questioning whether this world is superior to the other. Z abruptly appeared and said, "I can tell you now that it isn't." Endeavor asked, a little irate, "What is it this time?" As the youngest remained where they had been, Z remarked, "To begin with, this world is extremely dark and as such, Eri and Kota are to look away." "How dark?" inquired Mountain Lady. "Well, I don't think Inko should see this," Z said, with Inko's expression astonished. Inko exclaimed in terror, "WWY? Well, this world mentions abortion," Z said gravely, causing everyone to freeze. As is normal for a mother, Inko's eyes widened and began to well up with tears. Z said glumly, "Yeah, that's why, though I don't know about the rest of you and if you want to see it." Many regarded others with trepidation and doubt, questioning whether it was worthwhile to observe. Ochako asked tearfully, "Will Izuku do something about it?" This was a question that many people had. When they heard it, they all turned to face God and silently questioned whether he would take action. "I can't say much about it, but please understand that it all depends on you," Z said solemnly, glancing at the group and the ground. "For those who are okay watching it and those who aren't are free to look away if you are uncomfortable. Whatever happens is up to you," Z said. Although everyone was unsure, the presence of Izuku suggested that a positive outcome was possible. Z nodded when Aizawa said, "We'll watch it," and he asked the bewildered mother, Inko. After giving this some thought, Inko realized that she was a sensitive woman who couldn't handle much, particularly when raising a child by herself. It almost broke her heart to see her baby in pain when Izuku started training and injuring himself. And she killed herself inside because she believed the child would not have a chance at life. Furthermore, it's impossible to predict what can be said or how her son might be involved in a different universe. The fact that her Izuku would take action was something she was certain of. With a trembling breath, Inko said, I will watch, while some people looked at her respectfully and worriedly. As the video began, Z nodded and said, just let me know if it becomes too much for any of you and you'll turn away at the second notice. Some events in human history are unforgivable and ought to never be forgotten. For example, the story of Jack the Ripper's birth. The voice and the legend of Jack the Ripper made the teachers and students shudder. Even after his case was solved more than a century ago, a murderer from the 1500s continues to frighten people. Even though you may be familiar with the story, you were mistaken to believe it was that easy. Contrary to what you may already know, this story is darker and more malevolent. What, is this not the same story? Kendo inquired. It is a whole new universe, there's no saying that everything in our world and theirs are the same, Momo replied. At the start of this story, money and employment were as scarce as a sunny day in hell in London, England. Jobs and other necessities became scarce when the number of immigrants from Scotland exceeded the nation's capacity to accommodate them. As a result, people had to take on new jobs that were necessary in those days but would be banned today. Everyone in the group wanted to know what he meant, but they also wanted to know if what happened here also happened in their world. A curious Kaminari asked, say, did this happen in our world? 13 replied, yes, it did, though I don't know if it's different here. When new businesses opened, men had little trouble finding new employment. However, that doesn't address women who needed a job, for whom there was only one choice. Prostitution increased during this period, and both young and old women sold their bodies to make ends meet. The men, including Mineta, gazed in disgust as all the women shivered. Considering that women are only motivated to work by their sexual desires, they live in a society where men and women are highly respected. The words, how awful, left Midnight with a bad taste in her mouth. This might sound good, but that was before the women got pregnant, which made the main problem obvious. More than anything else, the woman was aware that the country was already overcrowded. They did the only thing they didn't want to do because they understood that money came before family. While many of the others were prepared to cry themselves, Inko was already in tears. The words, those poor people, came out of All Might's heavy voice as his soul ached from the necessary actions. And it was finished. Every single sex worker in the nation has told me this at least once. They were sent up the river with the unborn child. Inko had waterfalls for her eyes, Recovery Girl had completely passed out, Midnight was ill, and Mountain Lady clutched her stomach. Like the others, the younger girls had been ill and depressed over what they believed to be right. The men were unable to express the sense of loss and hurt experienced by those who were never given a chance and whose bodies' fate simply killed them on the inside. It forced them all to swear that they would never, ever consider that option if they ever had children. That was the case for many years. The last count of unborn children was over 10,000, and the number was continuously increasing. Oh God! Mina exclaimed, her eyes welling with tears, unsure if she even wanted to see the rest of the world. Z told the sobbing group, it's just the beginning, there is still more, as they turned to face him. With a small stutter, Aizawa uttered, what's the point? This world is already awful, there really isn't much left to see. The group was taken aback when Z remarked, because you haven't seen what this world has to offer, and Izuku. Izuku had completely slipped their minds. Inko asked, her shirt now smeared with tears, what does he do in this world? He'll be seen soon, but if you want to stop, that's okay, no one's forcing you, Z said quietly as he continued to stare. All Might said, almost demandingly, you have to do something for us if we do continue. Z questioned, what? Tell us what Midoriya does here, he added. Many people nodded and turned to face God. All I can say without spoiling is that he has a very important role here, just believe me and trust your friend will do what he does best, Z said with seriousness. What's that? Ochako asked. Be a hero, Z concluded, causing everyone in the group, aside from Katsuki, to smile briefly. They all sighed with relief when Z said, and don't worry, it gets somewhat easier to watch from now on. The real evil has now arrived, and that is where our story begins. As a result, A demon was created using the hatred and rage of everyone who was denied the opportunity to live. This new creature wants to punish humanity for everything they have done to those who were never given a chance. The origin of such evil and how insane they are made all professionals shudder. At that point, everyone recalled the initial name. This led to the creation of the innocent murderer. Innocent, the group thought, as the next screen eventually showed the individual in question. A 4 feet 3 inches individual with green eyes and white hair with slit pupils emerged from the shadows. They wore a black top with a tiny opening over their chest that cut off just over the belly button. Their lower parts were barely covered by a thin piece of cloth. They had wrappings all over their hands and purple circles under their bare shoulders. They had 6 sword holsters, 2 of which were in their hands in a backward slash, and they wore black leggings and black heels. They had 2 scars on their face, one on their right cheek and one over their left eye. I am aware that many people have differing opinions about whether Jack the Ripper is a boy or a girl, so I am using gender-neutral pronouns to be fair to both sides. It is unclear whether Jack the Ripper is a boy or a girl, which probably doesn't help that they are made from thousands of unborn children whose genders haven't been revealed yet. When they saw such an unexpected person with such a notorious name, everyone's faces were shocked and their eyes were wide. Instead of this, they were expecting an old man with a knife and altered robes who was a psycho killer. Katsuki exclaimed, "It's a fucking kid," with a mix of bewilderment and rage. Endeavor shouted, "That's what we were afraid of. You'd think they'd look more deadly with a name and origin like that," Aizawa thought to himself. "Is that a boy or girl?" Mineta inquired, unsure about either based on the appearance and background. Momo guessed that their name was Jack. "But their clothes say another story," Mina added, enjoying the fashion. If it weren't on an actual murderer, she would prefer it more. Kaminari asked, "You think their appearance has to do with that nickname?" Zero replied, "Yeah, I'd think they'd be a regular kid too if I saw that." With a head tilt, Tsuyu questioned, "How dangerous do you think they are?" As implied by their name, it was earned for a string of murders committed by evil men against defenseless women throughout England. Clips of the previous girl, grinning maniacally as they used their knives on countless people. Either the 4 for throwing and or stabbing, or the 2 in her hands for fighting. Demonstrating how JTR even tortured a man wearing a brown coat by piercing his shoulder and chest with her 4 knives. Even a scene in which they engaged in combat with a knight in armor, barely putting up a fight. Tenya gulped and said, "Okay, now I see why they're called that," to which the others nodded. Tsuyu compared her to the Psycho from the League of Villains, saying, "She's like a smaller, scarier version of that toga girl." Toru said, "I'm afraid for Midoriya," while Ochako responded, "He'll be fine," with a smile. On the inside, though, she was also afraid for her crush, particularly with this unstable individual. Jack the Ripper is a vicious murderer who should not be underestimated in combat. When the face is unreadable, it doesn't matter if you manage to escape. You see, even if you look them in the eye, no one can recognize them because they are composed of innumerable infants with various faces. 13 said aloud in concern, "Imagine that kind of villain in our world. A person with that kind of quirk would never be easily apprehended if they were unidentifiable. No one has been able to stop this murderer. This demonic summons cannot be accepted by anyone. Maybe one, though." Knowing exactly who they were referring to, their emerald-haired friend and future hero, the group smiled. Inko said, "Izuku," with a hint of concern. Cut to a giddy Jack the Ripper, who smiled broadly as he skipped out a dark ally. At the end, they laughed and said in a feminine voice, "Man, that guy can really take pain. Oh, well, used to." The ramifications of what they meant made them all shudder, and the earlier clips made it worse. Mineta said frightfully, "I don't know what they did or that I don't know if it's a boy or girl." The perverted midget sank in his seat when Kendo angrily said, "What they did obviously." They continued to skip until they came to a nearby lake, which caused them to halt. Even though they had never seen it before, they knew it existed because they had seen it in spirit thousands of times. Even though they have never seen it, they could feel the water splashing all over them. Those unfortunate people went to this lake. Everyone, including Katsuki, bowed in remembrance of the deceased. This individual should never have to go through that, even if they were deemed evil. JTR, who had never before had an excuse to display emotion, gazed blankly at the rushing water. Even though they had killed people with their bare hands, they were at a loss for what to do when discussing this type of death. What could be done? What could be said about this? Nothing. That's what the murderer thought as they started to move away, following the course of the water. The group's extreme heartbreak demonstrated that they shared the sorrow of the numerous fatalities. The violent killer was created by people who were only seeking retribution and didn't care about starting a new life. Nobody knew how to respond to the conflicting questions about their problems. Given how much they hate the river, JTR wasn't entirely sure why they were following it. This is why they were made, but they don't want to remember their birth. It wasn't fair to take thousands to make one, and they didn't deserve it either. As their feet crunched the leaves beneath them, JTR repeatedly thought the word, why? With a sad expression on her face, Inko remarked, that poor child, her maternal instincts taking over for the upset child. Please do help them, Izu, Inko thought, practically praying that her son would be as considerate as he was. Splash. JTR looked up to see a man with a lot of clothing jump into the water and make his way to the center. What is he doing? As the large man reached into the water, seemingly in search of something, they pondered. A worried pony shivered and said, I don't like where this is going. Miro squinted his eyes and asked, what is that guy doing? The man quickly caught something and yanked it out of the water, causing JTR to enlarge their eyes upon seeing what it was. From a distance, the murderer saw a pair of legs and a small, red hand protruding from his gloved hands. Exclamation mark. The whole group exclaimed, is that a baby? In surprise, Mountain Lady yelled angrily, what sick bastard would search for that? Kendo shouted, get him Jack. At the screen. The sight of another unborn child in a strange man's arm made Jack the Ripper look shocked. For some reason, they felt a burning desire to kill the man, but they were unsure of why. They ran after him, swords drawn, as he emerged from the water and went through the woods. But inexplicably, they lost him in the woods, which infuriated the wanted murderer even more. Everyone was now upset about what that man had done to a baby's body. It's not a pleasant thought. Ochako shouted, where is Izuku? Maybe he'll stop him. In the hopes that the man would be stopped. Hell yes, and, do it, were yelled among them. After 10 minutes, where the F and $K is he? Exclaimed JTR, who had been searching the dense forest for quite some time. They grew more and more irate every minute that they were unable to apprehend the man who had stolen the baby's body. Inko prayed for the baby's body's destiny, saying, please God, don't let it be an evil reason. Kota acknowledged, I feel strange supporting that killer. Zero frowned and remarked, it's either that or the other guy. JTR exclaimed, aha, as they soon discovered a path out of the forest and arrived at the man's destination. There, she noticed the same man as before, his back to her, and she could hear hammering. Gotcha. As they prepared to throw it, JTR thought as they reached for one of her throwing knives. Everyone leaned to see what would happen, expecting the man to either show what he was doing or die. The hammering ceased as JTR was about to throw the knife, and the man swiveled to the side. He was holding a small wooden box, which he examined carefully, causing JTR to halt in mid-launch. What the? They considered. Then, with the killer's eyes on him, the man moved aside and took the box with him. What is he doing? Everyone stared at the man, wondering what he was doing, thinking the same thing as JTR. JTR started to follow the man before he could disappear, being careful not to be heard or seen. They saw hundreds of nameless gravestones with a cross symbol on them as they followed. What are those? They thought as they noticed an empty one in front of which the man was standing. You would think the man had done this before because he knelt forward and carefully inserted the box into the group's hole. A close-up of the box he was holding revealed that it was a tiny coffin, and then there was a tiny flower on it. The sight of the graves and the way the man positioned a new one caused everyone to gasp. Did he do all that? Cementos asked, his voice faltering. Maybe, but who is that guy? Mandalay asked. Was the baby in that box? Inko asked, hoping it was. That random man gave that baby a proper grave after JTR almost passed out when he saw that it was a casket. Did he do all of this? The other graves were most likely those of the various kids who were dumped into the river, they considered. The man and their location were shown in a panned view, which also revealed a man-made cemetery. Similar to the one JTR saw, thousands of graves with crossed gravestones could be found for miles. The fact that this man alone had created graves and dignified burials for the thousands of unborn children astounded everyone. They had to respect this man and go above and beyond for people who were never given the opportunity. Kirishima said in a deep voice, this man is manly. Tetsu added, Amen. When JTR finished filling the grave, he made a small sound in the dirt, alerting the man, and they dropped their knives in shock. He turned to see the petty kid with the knives staring at the cemetery he had constructed. Though he doubted they realized they were crying, JTR's face was shocked. At the sight, Inko shed tears and expressed her sincere gratitude to the man for his thoughtful act of providing the bodies of the deceased. All Might nodded firmly and remarked, "He really is a kind man." Najire asked, "Who do you think it is?" Having never had anyone else come here but himself, the man put down his shovel and approached the newcomer. They jumped when he put a hand on their shoulder while he was just next to them. JTR was taken aback when they felt touched, especially by this new man. They noticed that his face was covered, most likely due to the cold. As they retreated, JTR yelled, "WW, who are you?" in an attempt to identify the man. The man recognized the child's look of bewilderment and fear and knew what was wrong. JTR watched in horror as he slowly started to unwrap his scarf by reaching behind his head. The audience was diverse, including curious, scared, and perplexed, for the man's appearance. Ochako prayed, "Please God, let him be nice." As everyone watched the man's revelation, the camera finally panned up to reveal the man's face as the scarf was now on the group. Green eyes, curly emerald hair, freckled cheeks, a strong jaw, and a broad smile as he gazed at the small child. Everyone exclaimed, "Deku, Midoriya, Izuku," with astonishment and joy at finally seeing their friend. "He's the kind man," exclaimed Mina, with tears in her eyes. "That's our Deku," exclaimed Miro. Inko exclaimed, "I knew my Izuku would do the right thing." She was thrilled to see her son perform a wonderful deed for all those bodies. Seeing that his successor had done all of that, All Might grinned brightly. No matter what, Midoriya is always the hero, he thought with delight. At the sight of their friend, Kirishima and Tetsu exclaimed, "Manly!" with manly tears in their eyes. They shouted at the man, "Why the hell are you here? Did you do all this?" With a bewildered expression on JTR's face, Izuku nodded and leaned down to meet the young murderer's eye level, his smile unwavering. JTR was perplexed by the emergence of feelings they were unaware they could experience and were unsure of. Uncertain of what to do, the tears they had previously shed returned with a vengeance. When Izuku saw this, he took the only action that seemed sensible. They jumped in surprise as he gave them a hug. Somehow, more tears fell when they felt the warmth of the man's coat and his soft hands caressing their back. They mimicked his actions by putting their hands on his back and giving him a tighter hug. JTR and Izuku hugged as they left the scene at the end of the video. As Inko watched her son tend to the visibly distressed child, she shed fresh, happy tears. She exclaimed joyfully, "That's my boy," as the others applauded their on-screen companion. "I'm happy to see that Midoriya was the hero in the end, even though it did have a dark start," Aizawa said with a charming smile. Present Mike exclaimed, "Yeah, that was awesome," which caused the shaggy teacher to exhale in exasperation. Kaminari said, "Please tell me this isn't as sad as the other one." Ochako smiled and added, "I still liked it, even with that depressing opening." "He was a great man there," All Might said with a broad smile, echoing the young girl's statement. Eri and Kota were perplexed, but they smiled and understood when they learned that he was still a hero. Tavish de Groot's armory is the setting for this interview. It is accompanied by a film showing Tavish using special cunning to engage a superior enemy force. He had his reliable grenade launcher in his hands, a string of grenades across his chest, and his black vest and red trousers on. He had a small goatee on his chin, a black cloth over his head, and a black eye patch on his face. "Whoa, cool explosions," Kirishima exclaimed, ignoring Katsuki's hateful, searing glare as he gazed at the screen. "Maybe, or what if he's doing it to be cool?" exclaimed Inko. "Did he lose an eye?" Mina said with a broad smile. Present Mike said, "I'd do the same," while some people stared at him bewildered. The demo man yelled at the camera, "What makes me a good demo man? If I were a bad demo man, I wouldn't be sitting here, discussing it with you, now would I?" He sat in a tiny room with a bottle of brandy close by and his explosives. Toru exclaimed with delight, "Hey, he has a new accent." Ectoplasm remarked, "He sounds Scottish here." Kota questioned, "Was he serious about the bad demo man thing?" Aizawa responded, "Maybe, it all depends on what type of demo man he is." Mineta smugly remarked, "Hear that, Bakugo? It looks like you got some competition." Katsuki screamed, "I dare you to say that again, great boy." and was about to blow up the midget if Kirishima and Tetsu didn't stop him. The demo man shouted, "Let's do it," as he and his group charged into combat, where they were bombarded by rockets that seemed to indicate there were many soldiers. When he said, "Not one of y'all's gonna survive this," he grinned. "Bring him back to his desk." He waved his bottle aside and shouted, "One crossed wire, one stray pinch of potassium chloride, one errant twitch, and kablooey." Endeavor remarked, "He must have had experience with the bad to know what that means." Katsuki grunted and added, "Probably how he lost that eye." As scenes show him killing the blue pyro from behind and destroying a level 3 sentry with the red scout dying beside him, the demo man then starts to take a long drink from his bottle. While some people shuddered when they saw the deaths, Eri and Kota were fortunately spared. Midnight exclaimed, "What kind of explosives are those?" Jiro teased, "Perhaps our explosive expert knows." Katsuki simply grunted. He was aware of their existence but didn't want to disappoint the extras. His mood drops after consuming a large amount of scrumpy, and I got a monkey eye. I'm a Japanese, Scottish Cyclops. They've got more beep than they've got the likes o' me, he said with sorrow. Ojiro questioned, "Yeesh, what did he say that needed to be censored?" Aizawa responded, "Probably something not for everyone. Hey, if Bakugo can do it while mad, he'll be fine," Kaminari joked in response to All Might's question about whether it was acceptable for him to drink while handling explosives. This segment of the interview alternates with a cinematic showing the demo man laying a trap for a sizable gang of enemies. He shouted, "So," at the screen. Ike saw, Ninninger starts to play in the distance. Very classical music, Jiro said, enjoying the tune, which in some ways complemented his persona. As a group of Nomu approached him, Demo Man exclaimed, "To all you fine dandies so proud, so cocksure, prance in a boot with your heads full of eyeballs." While the explosive expert fled to set his trap, the largest in the front somehow managed to smile. "Whoa, language!" exclaimed Tomoko as she, Mandalay, and Miro shielded the youngest group member's ears. "Anyone see a similarity between this one and the ones with the heavy and scout?" Ciro inquired. Given that they were all dressed in red, the group noticed how similar they all looked. Behind the scenes, Demo Man screamed, "Come and get me, I say. I'll be waiting on ya with a whiff of the OL brimstone. I'm a grim bloody fable, with an unhappy bloody end." Present Mike asked, "What does that mean?" Shoji said carelessly, "No clue, maybe he's drunk." All Might sighed and remarked, "Understandable with how much he's drinking." The Nomu who were pursuing Demo Man are destroyed when he sets off the trap. Several pieces of the detonated corpses are falling from the sky as the red Demo Man approaches, giggling, and stoops to gaze at his enemy's remains. At the end of the video, he screams at the bodies, "Oh, they're going to have to glue you back together. In hell." "Well, that was," Kaminari began, "I'll kill you if you say explosive," but Katsuki cut him off. Momo asked bewilderedly, "In fact, what happened to him to make him so crazy?" Toru exclaimed, "But still, is he crazy or what?" Ochako worriedly added, "Or why he's a drunk." Hiroshima responded, We don't have to worry, he seems to have a handle on what he's doing." Inko remained concerned as they all nodded. Z asked the group, "All right, I'm starting the next world, you guys ready?" And they all nodded. Ochako asked, "What's this world like?" While the god gazed at her. "Very deep," Z replied, perplexing them. "I haven't seen much of this world, though many agree that it is a great world and some their favorite," Z stated. Kaminari asked, "What, like a TV show?" Z remarked nonchalantly, "That's how all us gods view you mortals, very entertaining to watch." "That's kind of rude, don't you think?" Jiro responded. "It wasn't an insult, it was a statement of fact. We gods are capable of doing anything we want, so seeing you mortals do stuff is the only thing we didn't do ourselves. Again, not to sound rude, but we are all bored, and seeing you is all we got going for us," Z replied. Unbelieving that an immortal being with boundless power could become bored, they all exchanged confused glances. As Z walked away and the screen loaded, he said, "So yeah, let that soak in as you watch this next one." When the screen opens, a serene area featuring a Yonagong, built into the hillside and entirely white, is shown. The audience marveled at the serene palace in a place that didn't seem to have ever experienced evil or subpar crops. The others at the magnificent palace agreed with Inko's breathless statement, "That place is beautiful." Long ago, in the distant past, Aku, the shapeshifting master of darkness, unleashed an unspeakable evil. Over a fresh image of an unidentified entity as tall as a mountain, an old voice spoke. It had 4 horns, green lips, pointing teeth, red flaming beard and eyebrows, and a completely black body. It then cut to a new scene in which a beast that resembled Aku destroyed the previously serene area. The sight of such a creature sent shivers down everyone's spines. It brought evil and unfathomable power. Dear God, All Might uttered in terror. They all gasped as the serene location was destroyed, the ground and air covered in rubble and flames. I'm afraid, Ares said, and Nero held her close. I'm afraid of the demon too, Kota said, trembling. But a foolish samurai warrior, wielding a magic sword, stepped forth to oppose me. A painted image of a samurai wearing white, mounted on a white horse, and brandishing a katana was featured in a recent image. The katana was displayed up close, gleaming a brilliant silver that might be unbreakable. The white silhouette of the samurai stood in front of Aku's own tall silhouette in another image. They all shouted, Deku, Izuku, at the well-known face with the short hair pulled back in a tiny tail. Kota exclaimed, awesome, he's a samurai. Ochako exclaimed, he's really gonna fight that. With concern. Kaminari exclaimed, he has a magical sword, how cool is that? Endeavor exclaimed, kid's gonna get himself killed. Show him who's boss Midoriya. Kirishima screamed, bumping her fist at the screen. Izuku repeatedly slashed Aku in quick shots, dealing significant damage. Man, look at him go! Exclaimed Tetsu. Hell yeah, that's how it's done. Ectoplasm exclaimed in astonishment. Before the final blow was struck, I tore open a portal in time, and flung him into the future, where my evil is law. Now the fool seeks to return to the past, and undo the future that is Aku. Izuku is about to hit Aku in a scene when he is thrown back into an open spiral portal that is black and white. Izuku was seen screaming repeatedly in a close-up as his attire alternated between black and white. Mina angrily yelled, dick move. And Kota angrily yelled, that's cheating. To see his hero being used. Momo asked, will he be okay? Shoto responded angrily, upset at the weak demon being shady. He will be, she said. With a faint memory of being abducted by villains, Katsuki muttered to himself, cheap-ass motherfucking demon bitch. An abridged version of Izuku arriving in the future, interacting with new people, and fending off numerous creatures. Most famously, he has been observed using a ferocious war cry to sever robots of various shapes. In the last image, he is seen approaching the camera and pausing at his eyes to display the title of the world. Jack the Samurai, Jiro, who enjoyed the gentle melody and sparse lyrics, remarked, whoa, he has his own opening theme song. Toru waved her arms and said, I don't think so, he's still a samurai. Inko asked, his name's Jack. Mineta responded, kinda lame. A younger Midnight wearing a skin-tight black one-piece is shown when the screen opens. She had a slender figure and her hair was cropped and pointed upward. She was riding in a blimp and had a gloomy view of the countryside. Everyone exclaimed, Midnight, in surprise at the sight of the R-rated hero in a younger age. The woman's face was astonished when she saw her new haircut, clothes, and body. How could I possibly get a haircut at all? She clutched her hair and thought in terror. She's so sex. Mineta began, but an enraged Suyu slapped her unconscious. Ectoplasm questioned, perplexed as to why his friend appeared depressed, why does she look sad? 2 hooded figures were seen speaking in low tones in a shot behind Midnight. Is that her? One person asked. As they approached her in silence, the other replied, one of Aku's assassins. Mina exclaimed, she's a villain. And Mountain Lady exclaimed, oh no, she works with Aku. When the heroine learned that she would be related to such an unholy creature, she was shocked. Midnight noticed as the two drew closer and, just as they were ready to strike, she leapt to the side, causing them to collide. The hooded men's covered faces gazed at her angrily as Midnight touched down. One of them angrily exclaimed, we will not allow you to harm the samurai. As Midnight was taken aback, her voice was broken as she said, what? I'm not going to hurt him. I think he's in danger, and I'm trying to help him. With relief, Midnight exclaimed, oh thank God. All Might, with narrowed eyes, added, I think those two know him. Nedzu tilted his head and remarked, probably explains why they wanted to protect him. Kota exclaimed in terror, but what's wrong with Deku? He's in danger. One of the men pressed in on Midnight's face and asked, you're his friend? I think so, she said unsurely. We're his friends, they both declared, taking off their hoods to reveal an odd scene. Both of them had shaggy gray fur, 2 big teeth, and a baboon-like face that Midnight was unable to identify. The words, "What the?" and "That was far from what I was expecting," were uttered by Tenya and Shoto, respectively, with a hint of surprise. With a slight smile, Eri remarked, "They look cute," and Ochako added, "They have soft voices." A flashback. We were prisoners, forced to work against our will. It displayed another of the creatures, but this time he was glum and on his hands and knees. A short, slender creature with a frown was on his back, and he screamed, "Common, move you stupid animal." Then he started jabbing the woolly's back with a metal pitchfork, causing him to scream in agony. As it played out, hundreds of woolies and those nefarious employees were seen making them work tirelessly. The abuse of such helpless animals made many audience members frown, and Kota appeared surprisingly irate. The normally quiet boy surprised everyone by growling, "Those bastards." We were miserable, until Jack came. Samurai Jack was shown in a slow full-body shot, sternly observing the forced labor. Jack appeared unconcerned as the small enforcers from earlier all charged at him brandishing their weapons. Jack kicked, slapped, punched, and even backhanded every employee with little effort. Mina exclaimed, "Bitch slap," as several others laughed at the humorous moment. Aizawa sighed and said, "So immature." Eri and Kota yelled, "Go Deku." Together. The wooly from earlier grinned broadly and said, "He freed us," while Midnight looked shocked. In all honesty, she doesn't know much about him, even after spending so much time with him. As she returned her attention to the open view, she asked herself, "What else have you done?" Kendo asked, "You think you two are a couple here?" Midnight asked, "Time spent together." The pro-hero blushed a little, finding it difficult to concentrate due to the mental image of the older Izuku. Mineta screamed, "Midoriya you bast," before taking another slap, this time knocking her out. After an hour, Midnight stepped out of the blimp and resumed her search, arriving in a forest of clams. She heard nearby battle sounds in the trees and rushed in, but she stopped when she saw what was happening. A few battered and bruised beetle-like robots covered in red arrows were lying on the ground. Before another arrow pierced its head, one was still Alice, barely, and attempting to crawl away. Startled, Midnight hid behind a tree and peered over its side to see what was there. 3 tall men with bows and arrows were standing behind a little cloud of smoke not far away. Shink! A red arrow pierced the tree she was hiding behind, just above her head, and Midnight ducked. The damaged robots and Midnight's near-death experience made many flinch. Midnight exclaimed, "Oh God, that was close." May remarked, "Those are some strong arrows to easily go through that tree." Momo asked, "Really, that's your takeaway from that?" and received a hearty nod in response. Zero asked, "Really, not even those identical dudes?" and received the same response. One of the archers said in a deep, commanding voice, "If you are one of AKU's men, go away. If you are a friend, come forward." With her hands raised in surrender, Midnight stepped out and declared, "I'm looking for the samurai. Please, I'm his friend. I'm trying to help him." Midnight uttered in terror as the archers glared more intensely and drew their bows farther back. One of the archers calmed down and led a helping hand, saying, "Anyone that is a friend of Samurai Jack is a friend of ours. Come, let's us show you." Midnight accepted it and silently followed the 3 through the forest. "With this world, I'm not surprised there are a large amount of good people," Cementos hummed, adding, "He's made many allies in this world." All Might agreed. Midnight is guided by the archers to a stunning view of hundreds of similar stone homes perched atop a mountain. With a more upbeat tone, the leader stated, "This is our home. Without him, none of this would be possible." Breathless, he led Midnight to the edge of the village, where something significant stood. A 20-foot statue of Samurai Jack, complete with sword, stood there. The statue had aged, with vibrant butterflies circling it and plant life growing on various parts of it. Even though they didn't yet know what Izuku had done for them, everyone was in awe of the immense honor bestowed upon him. Few heroes ever achieve enough to merit a statue in their honor, which is the highest honor they can resurrect. With Inko crying happily over the gift from these people, All Might grinned broadly and proudly. Unaware that Katsuki was furious, Miro grinned and said, "He really is a great her." Eri nodded. A flashback. We were cursed, forced to guard a magical portal. A new scene featured a small brick tower in the middle of a snowy landscape. 3 wolf-like black creatures were standing at the top, ready with their bows drawn. Jack, wearing only his underwear and wearing a blindfold, ran towards it at the bottom. With the exception of Inko, Recovery Girl, and Eri, all of the girls flushed when they saw the slender samurai. "Amen," was said by Mountain Lady with a heartbroken expression, while Midnight purred with a sly smile. My, what a body," Endeavor questioned, perplexed, does that cold just not bother him or something? Dogging more arrows, Jack dashed forward and quickly reached the summit of the tower. There, Jack dodged just in time as the three aimed their arrows at his head. The three arrows all struck the three shooters in the chest as they flew in a different direction. The curse that changed them vanished when they were defeated, leaving the archers stunned and taken aback. The samurai was able to defeat us, but instead of using it to complete his quest, he freed us. Jack, his face struggling, lifted his sword high and plunged it into the well, destroying it as he stood in front of the portal. Lita proudly remarked, "He always prioritizes the safety of others over his own, just like our own Midoriya. You always do the right thing, no matter where you go," Ochako concurred, and All Might grinned. As it cut back to where he and Midnight were, the archer remarked, "An act of unmeasurable sacrifice." With a close-up of the statue's face, he angrily remarked, "Later, we learned the curse was of Aku's doing. Have you seen him? Has he passed through here?" Worried Midnight as she watched for her friend. "No, we haven't seen him since that day," he said with a hint of sadness. The man looked at Midnight and grinned proudly, saying, "Now we stand against Aku. If he is ever in need, we will be there." With a determined expression on her face, she nodded as she walked away after giving the statue one final glance. In remembrance of their hero and their readiness to assist him, the archers first grinned at her and then at the statue. This reminds me of one of my favorite quotes: "Heroes always get remembered, but legends never die. I have a feeling young Midoriya is much more than that here," Nedzu said with an upbeat voice. The others grinned as they realized how much their friend, classmate, hero, or crush had accomplished. Soon it was getting dark, and Midnight was lost, just aimlessly searching for any clues. She was shocked to find a small rave going on at the random place before she realized it. "Wonder what music they're playing?" Jiro asked, bobbing her head in time with the beat. "Ooh, a rave is going on, awesome," exclaimed Mina. As Midnight entered, he saw a lot of strangely dressed individuals of all ages, sizes, species, and shapes. She approached the first astronaut she came across and started asking questions. She said, "Have you seen the samurai come through here?" As the dancing abruptly ceased. Soon, she was the center of attention, and everyone was staring at her face on the big screen. Mina pouted and said, The party ended." Present Mike said, "Do you think it's another friend of Jack?" Recovery Girl adjusted her glasses and asked, "What's with all those weird clothes they're wearing?" She was informed by Kirishima that it's a rave, which means dancing and wearing everything random. That's one of the many things he's heard Mina say a lot over the years of their friendship. The DJ in front of the screen asked, "What do you want with the samurai?" As if he were prepared to harm him. Midnight's voice reverberated from the big speakers as she said, "I think he's in danger, he needs my help." Kota, angry and afraid for his hero, said, "Seriously, what's going on? Where's Deku and how in danger is he?" In an attempt to assist, Honi said calmly, "I'm sure Midnight Sensei will find and help him." Kota complained until he straightened up and yelled, "You better." At midnight, shocking the expert. "Don't worry, I will," she said reassuringly, although she was surprised to learn that this child held her student in high regard. An older, roughly Recovery Girl's age, Jiro was depicted in close-up with a composed expression. Then she raised her hands in the air and made a S with her fingers. As many were shocked to see Jiro getting older, Toru remarked, "Whoa, damn girl, time is not your friend." Jiro uttered the words, "Oh man," because she didn't like the way she would appear after a long time. With a fist bump, Mina exclaimed, "Hey, see the bright side, at least you're a DJ to an endless rave." "What's the S mean?" inquired Kaminari. As soon as every other raver raised their hands and displayed the same symbol, Midnight was still completely perplexed. "Samurai drop," Mina exclaimed, "Ooh, some new music playing." With delight, Midnight focused on a close-up of the older Jiro after staring at the big screen while numerous lights flashed quickly. When Jiro started singing, nobody but the ravers could have predicted what would happen next. "Until the day we die, we will always remember you. SS Samurai, Samurai." With the earphone jack girl blushing and trying to hide from the rest of the audience's stares, Sato exclaimed, "Holy crap, Jiro can't sing." Najire cheerily remarked, "Hey, Don't feel embarrassed, singing is a great skill to have. Katsuki snapped, I can't believe he gets not one, but two songs made for him. With jealous rage. Many of the dancers were then highlighted, with Midnight watching with interest. It soon followed a group of 5, their eyes turning red and their bodies forming black silhouettes. Aku enslaved the children with his beats from hell. The teenage shadows formed a miniature Aku, complete with horns, as they danced into a center. But then he came and fought all the evil away. When a new shadow forced Jack to swing his sword, he vanquished the Aku demon and triumphantly raised his sword. Everyone groaned a little at Aku's callousness in enslaving children, but they all grinned when Jack intervened. With a head bob, Kendo declared, I'm loving this music, and many people agreed. With obvious confusion, All Might questioned, so they were forced to a demonic rave and then are still doing it, despite what happened to them. The ravers either kept their S's up or performed an odd dance as Jiro sang on. It was more karate-style punching and kicking in the air than it was dancing. They performed this dance in remembrance of the samurai who saved them many years ago. Mina exclaimed with delight, Niece, he made an entire dance set that are basically fighting. Inko worriedly asked, don't you think that's a little dangerous? Mina responded, nope, look at them, they've obviously done it before. Even Midnight chose to join in because the dancing was so impressive, effortlessly imitating the moves. Before long, she was dancing organically to the music without even attempting to imitate them. She got so caught up in it that she started to smile and only stopped when she was the subject of another spotlight. A mocking, ha ha, nice moves, was said by Mountain Lady, which caused the other pro to glare at her. Ectoplasm remarked, dude, I had no idea she could dance. Cementos responded, neither did I. Just like we thought Kyoka didn't sing, Aizawa continued, sounding exhausted and eager to go to sleep. Midnight gazed at the cheering audience, who all grinned and wished for their hero's safety. As the screen turned black, she turned away and said, thank you. I will find him, she added. I was expecting more, was Tetsu's comment after everyone applauded the video. What are you able to do? Kirishima asked. All Might grinned and remarked, still great nonetheless. Toru questioned, why do I feel like we've been jinxed? Ojiro replied, yes, I am curious and excited for what is next. They all noticed Z's slightly happier tone as he asked, okay, y'all ready for the next one? Najire said, you seem happier. Kirishima replied, yeah, what's up? While the others nodded, Z grinned broadly and said, ah, you heard that, well, honestly, this is my favorite universe of all time. When they learned that he had a favorite universe to watch, they were all taken aback. Aside from the reboot, that was awful, Z said gravely. Wait, a universe can be rebooted? Nedzu inquired. They are done so all the time, usually not ones we gods wanted. When we see the original for a long time, the new one does everything differently and that makes us dislike it. This one in particular is now in charge of a different god, one who wanted to start with a horrible fresh, Z responded with some rage. The information shocked the audience, but what shocked them even more was how much their host enjoyed it. Lita hummed, you seem very attached to this world. Z grinned broadly and remarked, oh, I'm nothing compared to my friend. He loves this world the most, and man was he pissed when it rebooted, Z said, laughing as Midnight questioned, why? You're damn right I was. When they noticed a figure emerging from the shadows to the side of the room, everyone jumped. After being taken aback, Z grinned broadly upon seeing his friend. Knew he'd be here for this, Z thought. Z simply smiled as he emerged into the light, and the audience's reactions were conflicted. Some were taken aback by the man's appearance, while others were simply perplexed. The original artwork was created by me and can be found on my Wattpad. The man grinned and said, what up bitches? Z grinned and added, should have known you'd be here for this. The man laughed loudly and said, you bet your faceless ass I would be. Z then followed. The sudden appearance of this guy and his colorful language simply confused everyone else. Inko's began to draw the two's attention. Who is this? She said softly. Oh, my apologies Inko, name's Zyke, I'm Z's best bud. When I heard he'd be showing this one, I just had to be here, so here I is, Zyke beaming. Kirishima nodded when Kaminari whispered, I like his voice. What's with the clothes? Asked Recovery Girl. Well Chio, I wear this to match my totally insane personality, as well as blend in with the crazy shit of the multiverse, said Zyke. With a drop of perspiration, All Might remarked, you have colorful words to use for a casual conversation. Zyke pointed to Katsuki and remarked, "Hey, at least I'm not as bad as Swamp Palms over there. You got something to say to me?" The young man with the explosive temper screamed while standing in his chair. The words, "Nothing that can be mentioned with children in the room," were spoken quietly by Zyke. In an attempt to diffuse the tension, Z remarked, Now, everyone calms down, we got a world to watch." Fine, make room," Zyke exclaimed as he sat down next to Miro, Najire, and Eri, who gave him a perplexed look. Zyke said amiably, "Hey there little Eri, you enjoying these different versions of Deku?" Zyke smiled and said, "Hey, I have a question Zyke." The girl nodded. "Cool, you'll like this one," Zyke said. Zyke leaned back in his chair and said, "Shoot Uravity. Why do you call Bakugo swamp hands?" she inquired. Zyke grinned and ignored the teen's intense glare, saying, "His quirk makes him secrete nitrogen sweat in his hands, and with how often he uses it, I'm not getting close to his hands. Quirk or no quirk, that's gross." When the new world began, everyone remained silent despite their disgust. It closes in on a specific area, a small cave, in the middle of nowhere, a rocky desert. There, a red hue appeared through the shadows, encroaching on a big machine. Red blobs floating in the center of the clear glass main body all emitted an odd power. Zyke exclaimed, "Ooh, a secret base, that means there's a villain there." With delight, drawing few glances. While the others were worried, All Might questioned, "Why are you excited to see a villain's lair?" With startled eyes, Zyke exclaimed, "Because whenever a villain's lair is shown, it means the hero will show up." Some recognized the look, while Kutra and Eri shared it. However, the others were perplexed as to whether his logic was sound. The actual lair was crammed with weapons, sporadic sci-fi computers, and much more. Another, nearly identical voice asked, "How are the operations going?" A nasal voice emerged from the shadows, adding, "Well, we should be able to continue our work here. Though we haven't received work from our other stations." As they entered the light, the first voice said, "Then we continue until we get work from them or the hybrid." They were odd beings, with a hunched posture and average height. With a fearsome face, gills on their sides, black hands and feet, and badge skin. They had purple tentacles, a side-facing eye, a small mouth, and no necks that showed their brains. They had 3 fingers, 3 toes, and an intestine that swirled on their chest. The sight of such a monstrous and terrifying creature of unknown origin made the audience shudder. Eri comforted Miro by holding his arm, but the older one was equally alarmed. What is that?" Inko exclaimed. When Zyke said, "That's a Denalian," everyone froze. "Did you say alien?" exclaimed Mountain Lady. Zyke grinned and said, "As in the one from Space U." Endeavor exclaimed, "What's an alien doing there on Earth?" With everyone now terrified, Zyke explained nonchalantly, "Their species is dying over interbreeding and they decide to take over the universe, mainly with a parasite that takes control of its host. They would have succeeded, if not for one thing." Kaminari exclaimed, "Holy shit, 80s horror movies were right." Zyke responded, "Amen Sparky." Ectoplasm questioned, "Wait, what stopped them?" Zyke rubbed his hands eagerly and added, "They should show." As they started to type on their computers, all of a sudden, whack, they swiftly turned around to witness one of their own being flung to the ground. They squealed in terror as they looked up and saw what had caused it. 3 people stood tall in front of them, and if one had to guess, they were all teenagers. Wondering who they were, everyone leaned in. A well-built male teenager with a square jaw, short black hair, gray jeans, and a plain black shirt was on the left. His forearms and hands were covered in a gleaming metal that stole the show. He said sarcastically, "Hello there ugly, don't mind if we crash here for a bit." A slender teenage girl wearing a blue shirt, black leggings, white undershirt, and red blouse was on the far right. She had a pointed chin, orange hair in an upward ponytail, and red lip gloss. Tiny pink bubbles covered her hands, releasing a hue of dangerous energy. The girl looked at him and asked, "Is now really the time to make jokes, Kevin?" A tall, lanky teenager wearing a dark, long-sleeved green jacket with a white stripe and the number 10 on the left pec was in the center. He wore black and blue shoes, blue jeans, and an enigmatic watch on his left wrist. He had green eyes, short black hair with green highlights, and a face that looked ordinary. The man remarked nonchalantly, "I don't know Gwen, looks like a normal base." Everyone yelled, "Tenya Kendo." In disbelief, especially considering the abilities they possessed. Given that his hands were made of metal, Libero remarked nonchalantly, "Whoa, looks like we got another Tetsu." Both Kirishima and Tetsu simultaneously exclaimed, "What, another one?" with a hint of annoyance at the other metal power user. Observing her friend's strength, Pony questioned, "What's with your hands, Itsuka?" "I don't know, do you know Mr. Zyke?" the girl with orange hair inquired. "Please no formalities, just call me Zyke. Anyway, that's mana, a representation of the world's energy source transformed into a hard light form. Here, you can use it in magic, cast spells, and use it as protection and levitation," Zyke responded. Although Kendo was taken aback by her abilities, he was also interested in her relationship with Lita and Midoriya. "There, you're Daku's cousin and Lita's girlfriend," she said, asking, "What's with me and Midoriya and Tenya?" Zyke grinned. At that, both Lita and Kendo flushed, Lita from shame and Kendo from shyness. "What does that feel like?" "Incorrect." With her hand over her heart, she pondered in her mind. With a sparkle in his eye, Yuga remarked, "That's a beautiful jacket." Screech. When the alien shouted, dozens of others appeared throughout the cave in random locations. The three were suddenly encircled by the same extraterrestrial, each armed with a weapon. Gwen covered herself and the others with a pink bubble, a tiny shield, before they could fire. Parts of it cracked, straining Gwen as she held her hands to the shield inside. Aizawa noted, "That shield won't hold for long." Cementos added, "They better act fast if they want to defeat them." Recalling what those aliens had said, Present Mike exclaimed, "Hey, don't worry, they've done this before." Izuku calmly said, "Okay, Kevin, go to that console and get anything you can on their other operations," as he tinkled with his watch. Kevin touched the group, his whole body covered in cement, and said, "You got it." Ochako remarked, "Whoa, what, I thought he could make himself metal." Zyke responded, "When he wants to." Tenya asked, "What do you mean?" "You are an Osmosian, a rare alien breed, in this world. They can manipulate forms of energy, just like Kendo does here, but in a different way. Tenya can touch any solid material with his hands and coat himself in it as armor or a weapon." Zyke exclaimed joyfully, "It can be solid rock or even crystals." Tenya appeared astonished by his abilities. Momo said, "Wait, what can Midoriya do?" Zyke replied menacingly, "Oh, they'll show you." Izuku said, "Gwen, try to destroy any weapons you can when the shield drops," as a tiny green figure appeared on his watch. Kevin turned his hands into basketball-sized maces and asked, "What will you be doing?" Izuku said, "Me, well, after settling on a slender figure. It's hero time." Flash, slam. Zyke leapt into the air and exclaimed, "Yes, he said it." Eri and Kutra raised their hands in celebration. Kirishima exclaimed, "That's an epic line." Inko worriedly inquired, "But what did that do?" A sequence of pictures showing a skeleton growing into vines and DNA strands breaking and rearranging. At last, a new figure emerged, a little taller than Izuku but otherwise very different. They had 4 fingers, red spikes on the shoulders, and green swap vines all over their body. They had a head with red and yellow spikes and a black face with tiny outlines over the eyes. There was a green hourglass-shaped metal symbol with black sides on their chest. Swampfire. The new creature that had an appropriate name for his appearance and was standing where Izuku was startled everyone. Blood King inquired, "Where's Midoriya?" Zyke responded, "That's as Deku," perplexing them all. Shoto asked, "What do you mean?" Zyke replied, wanting to keep watching, "That's a lot to explain now, I'll say when this world ends." Break. Now that the shield was broken, the teens and the Denalians got into a heated argument. Before long, Kevin had reached the console and was typing furiously while swinging away, aliens flying. Gwen was standing behind him, snatching the gun or the aliens themselves with pink beams and tiny pink discs. The focal point of the action was Swampfire, who was being fired at while flinging punches everywhere. One thing is that Swampfire was unharmed by the high-tech weapons, the holes they made immediately healed. Kutra exclaimed, "Ah yeah, villain fight," with such excitement that the pussycats started to perspire. Nedzu remarked, "That's some impressive healing." Zyke remarked, "Like with all plant life, they always come back." Gwen exclaimed, "This isn't going well." As she became overwhelmed, "I got it," stated Swampfire, who slapped the symbol on his chest. Blash. Immediately, Swampfire was replaced by a new, much larger figure. It had large arms, hoof-like feet, a straight tail, and light brown scales. The same symbol from earlier was in the middle of his chest, and their face was small and wrinkled. Homungosaur. Many had to cover their ears as everyone recoiled at the abrupt change in the louder voice yelling out. With his ears hurting, Katsuki screamed, "What the fuck is that thing?" Zyke responded, "He just said it, dumbass." The fiery teenager complained that he wanted to fight but was unable to do so because of his quirk. A lot of the aliens flew or scattered as Homungosaur slammed the group, adding a new alien to the mix. With the numbers on their side, they swiftly occupied the entire base and surrounded the aliens. They had one last problem as they stood outside with the aliens and the information they needed. Examining the cave and its contents, Gwen questioned, "How do we take it down?" Izuku suggested that I could go alien again and simply knock it over. "All right, I took out any good equipment so they won't come back looking for it," Kevin grinned. He questioned defensively, "What?" as the other two simply stared at him deadpan. "Here, you're a bit of a known crook and illegal traitor," Zyke said in response to Lita's question, "Why did they give me that look?" This prompted Lita to launch into one of his typical rants about laws, regulations, and the foundations of heroism. Tenya started to say, "Calm down, you're a good guy now, that's all that matters," but Zyke interrupted. Izuku slammed down the button after glancing at his watch and then scrolling through his aliens. "Ah, he should do," he said. Blash, a smaller, pale gray alien with a big mouth, simple design, and headphones was present. He was bald, covered in lines, and had tiny green dots on his wrists and joints. He abruptly divided into a dozen different versions of himself, with squinted black and green eyes. "Echo echo," Zero exclaimed, "he can clone himself." Zyke responded, "That ain't all he can do," and got to his feet. As a rack of headphones similar to his own appeared, Zyke said, "Which reminds me, everyone line up and take a headphone." Jiro held one and asked, "Why do we need these?" While the others grabbed theirs. "Because it has to do with Echo Echo's other power, which it will show soon, which can hurt your ears," Zyke said. The dozens of clones circled the tall cave and rock stance, standing in a wide circle. One of them said, "Get ready, guys. This'll be loud," and the other two covered their ears. Each of them inhaled deeply and prepared their most destructive force. Fa. The sheer force and volume of their sound blasts caused the audience to tremble even with headphones on. Before long, a tiny dust cloud formed as the tower of rock fell to the ground, causing the ground to tremble. "Sorry about that, guys," Izuku said as he turned around and came out after it had cleared. As the three of them departed in a car with black and green stripes, Gwen said softly, "It's okay, Ben. We had to do it." The screen went black as the car drove away in an otter shot. Everyone in the world removed their headphones, and Mona remarked, "Man, that world was crazy." Miro exclaimed with delight, "Yeah, but awesome." Zyke responded with equal zeal, "Hell yeah, man." "Now, Zyke, what was that symbol?" All Might inquired, seeking clarification on that peculiar gadget. "Oh, that's the Omnitrix, the most powerful device in that universe, allowing the wearer to transform into thousands of different alien life forms. It's so freaking dangerous, it has the potential to make the person wearing it conquer everything," Zyke exclaimed. The fact that Izuku held it and that such a small device can accomplish so much astounded everyone. Mei sat up in her seat and exclaimed, "Where can I get one? There's only one like it in the multiverse." With many shivering, Zyke added, "Plus, it's bound to his DNA, so the only way to get that is to saw his arm off." Zyke screamed, "Well, nothing big, except save the freaking universe." All Might asked, "What has he done with this watch?" They caused everyone to freeze, including the pro heroes at that point. They save a block of streets or a small building, but a hero who saved the entire world. That was unprecedented, but with Izuku, it did appear feasible, which made Inko and All Might happy. After saying, "Okay, I was here for this world, so I'll be going, be seeing ya." Zyke got up and left. Mina said, "Wait, will we see you again?" Zyke responded carelessly, "Maybe, I don't know." Z gave his friend a bro hug before he vanished, saying, "Well, it was nice having you here, man." Izuku Henry, Ochako, Linda, Joey all for one. Hiroshima Wally, Sato Thomas, Najire Suzy, Sammy Momona, Aizawa Jack, May Lacey, Norman Present Mike, Cementos Bertram, Kaminari Sean. After he and the others were returned, Kamurai questioned, "So it was just another one of those weird worlds with those guys in red?" "Yes," Momo replied plainly. Why did the god not want us to see it? Inko inquired. Those who witnessed it appeared uneasy because they didn't want to offend Katsuki, who was already agitated, or worse, discussed him. Just believe us when we say that it would make you all uncomfortable and just move on, Nedzu said. Well said, Z said as he abruptly appeared, but they chose to accept it despite their confusion. Mina questioned, why do you do that? Z responded, it's a comfort thing, which further perplexed everyone about this strange creature. Z glanced at his clipboard and said, now, heads up, this next world will be the longest one yet, so expect a lot of stuff happening. Midnight questioned, why is it so long? The chapters were where this world was set up. I thought it wouldn't matter if I showed you all 5 chapters at once because each chapter told a different part of the story, but the drawback is that it was told over 2 years, Z explained. Everyone was taken aback by the lengthy wait time and the fact that they would be watching 5 entire chapters at once. Having discovered the worlds that he and others were blind to, Kota asked, will any of us have to turn away for this? With the audience nodding in agreement that they could all enjoy this world, Z stated, no, it is staged in a way that I don't think it's that violent or too obscene to show. Though if you do get scared, you may look away. Very mysterious and old, Z remarked as he departed and the world began. What's this world like? All Might inquired. The camera hovered over a small, shabby letter that had been held in a rough hand. To Henry, we haven't worked on cartoons together for what seems like forever. 30 years flies by, don't they? Stop by the old workshop if you're in town. I've got to show you something. Joey Drew, your best friend. Ciro remarked, whoa, that's some old paper. Do you believe Henry owns that hand? Maybe, said Sato, but who is Henry? Ochako inquired. Chapter 1. Motion Pictures. After putting the paper in his pocket, he grabbed the door handle in front of him, opened it, and entered, noting the building's overall toonish design. As he entered, he closed the door behind him, allowing the camera to capture a full-body view. A man with short green and black hair, a 5 o'clock shadow, a firm jaw with a pointed chin, a red vest, a white undershirt, a black tie, black pants, and black boots, with his shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing a toned and tan arm, stood at an average height. His eyes were a deep emerald green that scanned the old building around him. All right, Joey, I'm here, let's see if I can find what you wanted me to see. It's Midoriya. Whoa, Present Mike remarked, what's up with the pace? It looks like one of those old cartoons in 3D. Kaminari exclaimed, my, what old clothes he has on, as Yuga pointed out. Observing that his successor was a little different, All Might remarked, he's somewhat toned, yet not overly buff. The fact that he had no scars on his arms or hands, indicating that he did not have OFA, was what truly caught his attention. Henry noticed as he moved deeper inside how packed it was and how there were no windows. Soon he was passing a few desks for sketching, one of which caught his attention in the far corner. He thought to himself, hey, my old work desk, man, I wasted so much time working here. A drawing of a tiny, cartoonish demon with horns, white gloves, a bow tie, and a broad smile was on the desk next to it. That's the studio's mascot, Bendy the dancing demon. Ectoplasm noticed a similar setup at an animation studio and said, wait, he was a cartoonist. Katsuki questioned, what, so he's an animator? Kota and Eri exclaimed, awesome. With delight, Suyu croaked, I'll say this, that's a cute tune, and Midnight remarked, it's kind of weird for a demon to be a cartoon mascot. Henry discovered additional rooms as he was leaving, including a brand new drawing room that wasn't there at the time. He hummed as he said, huh, they took down a few walls, guess it took a few people to replace me. After that, I discovered a new break room with a dartboard on the wall's far side. Every time he got a bullseye in a brief game, he grinned and walked away. Kirishima smiled and said, he's good. Shoto remarked, he's kind of arrogant if he thinks that. Maybe he was a hard animator and that him leaving made it harder to do work, Inko thought. Everyone could understand this, even in a different universe, Deku was a diligent individual. Although seeing his old creation again makes Henry happy, Bendy's cheerful demeanor didn't help much with the eerie atmosphere permeating the abandoned workshop and the uneasy feeling in his stomach. He came upon a small Bendy plush doll sitting alone in a chair as he was walking down a nearby hallway. Ignoring it, he went on. Unsurprisingly, Henry noticed that there were ink messes everywhere. It's true that Joey's ink machine produced a bit more ink than was necessary. In order to supply an ink flow for the machine, Joey actually put pipes throughout the space. When he noticed a note written in new ink on the wall, he abruptly stopped. Dreams come true. Present Mike said in a sing-along voice, red flags are flying. Yeah, that's a little concerning, Aizawa replied. It became tense as the others all agreed in silence. Henry was now becoming perplexed and somewhat dubious about what had been happening in this area. He proceeded straight down the lengthy hallway to the ink machine entrance, passing a door with a light beneath it. From inside, Henry could hear ragtime music. Was he accompanied by anyone else? Since the location has been deserted for years, it is not feasible. Henry reached the corridor that led to the ink machine. The ink output schedule, which displayed the quantity of ink for each day of the week, was displayed to him on a dry erase board. At the end of the week, there was exactly 423 ink in total. The audience yelled, "That's a lot of ink for one studio." Thus, Henry turned left down the corridor, crossing a pipe that cut across the floor with a "Watch your step" sign on it, and arrived at the balcony that overlooked a huge room that resembled the interior of a warehouse, with chains dangling inside a shadowy pit beneath them. This so-called ink machine was where? They put in here, but where? It might have been dangling from those chains, and there must have been a means of raising it into the open. However, the cells needed to power the power box were missing. Shoto inquired, "How big is this thing?" Inquiring as to what would need to be lifted. Before he grabbed a power cell from the shelf and discovered one inside a chest next to another Bendy cutout, he said, "This lift could use a few dry cells." After Henry inserted the two cells into the power box and turned on the switch, the chains began to function. Jiro uttered the words, "I wonder how big it is." Henry used rhetoric to say, "Let's see what you're hiding down there, old friend," as the chains shook and they managed to raise a big, heavy device in all its splendor. The big, mysterious ink machine itself, unaltered by the passage of time. Henry was never able to see it up close. Actually, though, no one did. Joey was worried that anyone who was close to it would mess it up, so he didn't trust them. By itself, however, the machine was already a clumsy contraction. A black tube, particularly one underneath the area where the ink spills out, was attached to the bottom of it. Kaminari exclaimed the words, "Holy crap, the thing's the size of a small house." Shocked. "So this is the ink machine, huh? Wonder how you turn it on." Henry replied. Aizawa remarked, "Wow, not the reaction I was expecting." In search of a switch to turn it on, he went down another hallway. Turning left, another Bendy cutout appeared, just inches from the desk of another animator. When a wooden board dropped from the ceiling to the floor, Henry yelled and jumped as he continued down the hall. He was momentarily startled, but he dismissed it, feeling foolish for being alarmed. He continued and turned left, entering the power room where the main power switch was located, which was operating on low pressure. Incredulously, he rubbed his head and asked himself, "All right, how do I get this to work?" Kirishima joked, "Yeah, where are the instructions to this strange machine?" He glanced at the 6 pedestals, 3 on each side, that surrounded the room when he turned around. Behind each one was a picture frame that displayed the necessary items. A book, a wrench, a gear, a music note, a Bendy doll, and an ink jar were all present. Momo theorized, "Ah, I get it, one from each department." He had no idea what this might be, so he chose to comply since he needed to know why he was here. The Bendy cutout appeared out of nowhere in the center of the hallway as he turned the corner after leaving the room. Startled, he gasped and froze, then sighed. Before, that wasn't there. "Who put this here?" he exclaimed, scanning the area to see if anyone else was present and teasing him. The jump scare shook a few, with the exception of Katsuki, who snarled. He thought angrily, "It takes more than that to surprise me. It couldn't have put itself there by itself, surely." Abruptly, he saw another room with an odd figure behind the cutout. He entered the cutout out of curiosity, but as soon as he saw what appeared to be Boris the wolf's lifeless body, a wave of fear and nausea overcame him. He had a large, open, Y-shaped incision in his chest that exposed his rib cage and left no guts visible, and he was strapped to some kind of surgical table. His eyes resembled the cartoon symbol for death, an X. "Oh, my God, Joey, what were you doing?" Henry questioned, horrified and disgusted by the idea that his longtime friend would do something so horrible. While others shuddered, Eri and Koda were protected by the terrifying scene. Henry was thinking that Joey was dissecting and vivisecting his cartoon characters at the time. Unfortunately, though, how can a cartoon character be killed? They are nothing more than figments of your imagination, drawings you make on paper. The arrangement of the candles in front of the body made Henry think of a ritual. He turned to look at another ink message on the wall to his right. Now WHO is laughing. Ochako's face turned green as he said, "That's a bit messed up to put that there." Henry left and went in a different direction, passing a 3-boarded shelf and coming across a tape cassette because he wasn't going to let anything like this get to him. When he hit the play button, his coworker Wally Frank's voice could be heard. "I don't understand Joey's strategy for this business at this point. The animations aren't being completed on time anymore, and I don't see why we need this machine. It's messy, noisy, and who needs that much ink anyway? Get this as well. In order to keep things going, Joey asked each of us to donate something from our workstations, which we then placed on these little pedestals in the break room. I think he's crazy, but hey, he writes the checks, but I'll tell you what. I'm leaving if any more of these pipes burst." Kirishima's voice, with its peculiar accent, startled everyone. He found it numerous and laughed at it. Henry reasoned that this would likely explain the pedestals in the power room. So he started looking for the pieces he wanted. His brief search led him to the break room, which was adjacent to the ink machine room. He was reminded of the dart games he and his coworkers used to play during their lunch break by the target on the wall. He was caught off guard when the light beneath the door abruptly went out as he passed it. There was nobody inside when he entered. Who turned out that light if the room was empty? Already, this was strange. He rummaged through the entire workshop, gathering the Bendy doll he had seen earlier, a gramophone record next to the desk in the room where the light had been on earlier, a jar of ink in the animation room, a gear in the power cell box, a wrench inside Boris's open chest, and, last but not least, a book that read, The Illusion of Living written by Joey Drew. Henry said, "All right, that's them. Now I just got to get the ink flowing somehow. There must be a main switch around here somewhere. Then I can start up the main power," he thought to himself. Amazing how he maintains his composure in spite of everything that's happening, Tokiyami remarked. He still hasn't checked one room. He turned right and proceeded down a corridor toward the projection room, passing the shelf and the tape recorder he had discovered by accident. Along the way, though, he caught a glimpse of what he thought was the Bendy cutout peeking around the corner ahead, apparently glancing at him before retreating behind it. Henry saw this and instantly stopped in his tracks, gasping. The fact that he saw that cutout move on its own astounded him. Something strange is undoubtedly happening here. Everyone was in agreement. The cutout was just standing there against the wall when the anxious Henry carefully made his way down there and turned around. At first, Henry didn't understand how it moved. He then lightly tapped the cutout with his index finger forward, causing it to wiggle slightly. Thinking it was all in his head, he let out a sigh of relief. He hasn't been here for a very long time. No paranormal activity could be taking place here. However, as soon as he had calmed down, the room's projector activated and a Bendy episode appeared on the screen. Kota exclaimed, "Ooh, will we see a cartoon?" He was surprised, but he watched the little devil figure dance. But at the moment, none of this mattered. He then proceeded to find a switch labeled, "Ink Pressure," behind the projector and around the chairs. When Henry pushed it, he could hear the ink rushing around the wall pipes. After giving a nod, he returned to the power room. During the journey, Henry heard an odd noise. There was a banging noise coming from the walls in front of them, like something was rattling in the ink pipes. The main power was turned on when Henry went to the power room and pulled the lever. There were some lights on, but not many. After finishing that, he heard the machine whirring to life as he marched across the room housing the ink machine. He noticed that the room seemed to be boarded up for some strange reason. Of all, this was the most perplexing. What caused it to board off? Who was capable of this? He walked over to the barred door and peered through the narrow opening, looking inside. However, as soon as he did, someone or something appeared out of nowhere, attempting to grab Henry. The ink the machine was producing undoubtedly caused the creature to be completely covered in ink from head to toe. It was humanoid in size and shape, and it definitely resembled Bendy in appearance, albeit in a darker, more ink-splattered manner. It still had Bendy's smile, but the horns were melted and warped to resemble more realistic demon horns. Ink was streaming down its face, hiding its eyes. The bow tie was identical, but stained from the ink, and it wore the same opera gloves, which were shaped into sharp, knife-like claws. The lanky beast of ink sent everyone reeling back in terror. The terror in Henry's eyes, the pounding of his heart, and the growing sense of dread in his stomach were all beyond words. In all his life, he has never been more terrified. It was simply unbelievable to him. As the creature swung its claws at Henry, attempting to grab him, lights flickered inside the room and ink patterns spread across the walls. Henry fled down the hallway, running full speed away from the ink-covered monster and back toward the exit. Ochako cried out in terror, "Run, Deku!" as the others cheered. "I'm getting the hell out of here!" he cried in complete panic as ink started to pour onto the floor beneath his feet. He noticed the creature had vanished when he turned to look behind him. However, Henry's only thought at the moment was to leave the workshop as soon as possible, return to his apartment with Linda, and act as though nothing had happened. As the area around him began to crumble and spill ink all over the floor, he dashed down the hallway, returning to the entrance as the ink was filling up past his ankles. However, the floor beneath his feet gave way when he was only a few inches from it, causing Henry to fall down a deep hole and eventually land in a room below that was so saturated with ink that it reached up below his shoulders. A splash. There was enough ink to drown him, so it was difficult to get up until he came to an ink pipe and turned a valve, letting the ink run out. He discovered another cassette on the shelf before he left. When he played it, a man who sounded tough was speaking. Thomas Connor was his name, as Henry recalled. The worst part of all of this is the noises the system makes. It's dark, cold, and stuck behind every single wall now. In some places, I swear this godforsaken ink is clear up to my knees. Whoever thought that these shoddy pipes could withstand this kind of strain either knows something about pressure I don't, or he's some kind of idiot. Similar to a dying dog near death. This place, this machine, this whole damn thing, don't get me wrong. It's not natural. You can be sure that I will no longer be performing any repairs for Mr. Joey Drew. Sato wondered who else would be heard, but he was shocked to hear himself. Henry's mind replayed what had just happened as he drained more of the ocean of ink that had flooded the stairwell as he went down. It was simply inconceivable that Henry's greatest creation, Bendy, the well-known, lovable, happy devil character, had changed into a monstrous, carnivorous, deformed, ink-covered monster. Born of pure evil, a real-life demon. Henry whispered to himself, "What's happened to him?" He started to question why Joey had asked him to come here in the first place and what he was actually trying to show him. He needed to get out here as soon as possible, so he didn't care about what he needed to see right now. He then left the room where he had fallen and proceeded down the hallway to a stairwell that led to another area with a boarded-up entrance. Another note with the words, "The Creator lied to us," was written on the wall. What might that signify? For what reason did they lie? This will definitely come in handy, Henry thought to himself as he picked up an axe that was lying on a table and began using his new weapon. In order to make room for himself, he started by cutting up the boards. He found himself in a different room as he sliced his way through the wooden board hallway. And he was deeply disturbed by what he saw. There were 2 coffins on the wall and a massive pentagram symbol on the floor, surrounded by lit candles. His eyes somehow gave him the impression that the front of them had secret writing on it. "What was that?" inquired Endeavor. It took a moment for Henry to realize that an Antichrist cult and other groups had been coordinating satanic rites in the old workshop. His mind is plagued by eerie visions as the room starts to tremble. The evil bendy creature he came across was called the Ink Machine. Joey was most likely performing some kind of ritual to make cartoon characters come to life. However, that was just a theory. Subsequently, Henry experienced a sudden weakness and blurred vision, collapsing onto the floor and fainting until he was unconscious. Inko cried out in terror, "Izuku." Z reassured him quietly, "Don't worry, there's still more to see." After calming down, everyone waited for the video to finish. Henry moaned as he began to recover. Oh, my head, what happened?" He heard ringing in his ears and his vision was all hazy. He opened his eyes to find himself in the pentagram room, lying on the floor. The events that transpired across the room where he now lies, turning on the ink machine, running into Bendy's ink-splattered monster form, and losing consciousness, started to replay in his mind. He got up with a scurry. He told himself, "Well, I guess there's only one thing to do. Keep going. See if I can figure out a way out," he said confidently. Lita sent a silent prayer to his friend, "Good luck, Midoriya." After recovering his axe, which he had set against one of the coffins, Henry proceeded to cut down the boards that were obstructing the door beside them. He entered through the door, descended a flight of stairs, and entered what was known as Utility Shaft 9. The inscription, He will set us free, was displayed on the wall in front of him, along with a small picture of Bendy, some lit candles, and bowls filled with something that appeared to be a peace offering given during a ritual. Henry started to feel uneasy about the entire circumstance he had been thrust into. Has Joey truly lost his mind in the studio during the last few years? Has his involvement in the occult been genuine? Henry will have a lot of explaining to do if and when he finds Joey. 2 more coffins were leaning against the wall when Henry turned to look around the room. His question was, how did this place get so big? Without naming anyone, Mina rolled her eyes and said, yeah, a bit much for one place. This area of the studio is definitely not something Henry remembers. However, he hasn't had much opportunity to explore the area while working here. He chose to listen after finding another cassette. The studio's music director, Sammy Lawrence, recorded this. I see you, my savior. I pray you hear me. Yes, I still sing those old songs. I know you are coming to save me, and I will be swept into your final loving embrace. But love demands a sacrifice. He emerges from the shadows to shower me with his sweet blessings. The figure of ink that shines in the darkness. May I have an amen? I said, can I get an amen? When the recorder stopped playing, Henry heard what he thought was a voice behind him, but there was nobody there. The words, "Oh crap, that's creepy," made Kaminari shudder. Lead composer and head of the studio's music department is Sammy Lawrence. He contributed to the songwriting for the performances. Henry walked down the hallway to a Bendy cutout set up against another pentagram on the wall after passing a poster that read, "Train Trouble," on the wall. He continued until he came upon a hallway that was ankle-deep in ink, which was both unsettling and eerie, ignoring the liquidy substance's moist, wet feel as it stained his feet. A black figure suddenly passed by up ahead of Henry as he was walking down the flooded hallway, carrying another Bendy cutout. He seemed to be wearing a mask of some sort and white overalls. In the hopes that he could assist him, this gave Henry a little more confidence. He called, but got no response, saying, "Hello. Excuse me. Can you help me? Hello." He could practically hear him muttering something like a hymn under his breath. The man was nowhere to be seen when Henry hurried through the inked hallway and into the room where he saw him. He appeared to have vanished in some way, but that isn't possible. He questioned the wall. Where the hell did he go? Everyone was perplexed by this and wondered how he managed to vanish so fast. Another pentagram, similar to the one he had seen before, had the cutout on it. There were cans of bacon soup on the shelf next to it. He leaned closer to the wall and looked for a clue as to how he disappeared, but he couldn't find one. A set of flickering buttons that appeared to operate a gate was visible when turning around. Somehow, I need to get power to this gate, Henry said, looking around. There should be a couple switches nearby, then maybe I can open it, he added. To locate the first switch, he returned to the shelf. He pushed the cans to one side until he found one. To find more, he pressed it and returned to the first room he had entered. He went back into the room where he had discovered the recorder and started looking across the ink-streaked hallway. He pressed a switch that was curiously located on the wall near the coffins. He quickly located the third and last switch beneath the level on which the recorder was set up. He can now raise the gate since he has located and turned on all 3 switches. He went back to the power box and pulled the lever that caused the gate to slowly rise after passing the Bendy in front of the first pentagram and crossing the corridor that was flooded with ink. Another doorway entrance was boarded off. From inside, a light was switched on, and Henry believed he heard a low moaning sound. The sound itself made many shiver. As stated on the wall with Sammy's name at the bottom, he used his trusty axe to cut down the planks and made his way into the music department. Henry looked around the room to find anything or anyone that might have produced that noise. No one was there, but at the moment, that didn't matter to him. Henry remarked quietly, "It's really dark in here," before recalling that there was a stairwell leading to an exit close by. He entered the stairwell through the door, but he stopped when he realized that it was also flooded with ink, making it impossible for him to leave at this pace. "Looks like the stairwell's flooded," said the man. "If I'm going to get out of here, I'll need to find a way to drain it," he continued. He had to activate this, as indicated by the power lever that was positioned sideways to his right. He pulled it out of instinct, and the department sign was illuminated by the lights. There were some blobby ink messes all over the room when he got close, and to his surprise, they turned into humanoid ink creatures that crawled toward him because they were legless. When they saw the strange, inky creature that looked like Bendy from earlier, everyone froze. They all melted away when Henry used his axe to keep them at bay, his breath coming in short pants and his heart thumping in his chest. Then, next to the sign, there was another recorder. When he hit play, Sammy's voice resurfaced. After Joey installed this ink machine over our heads, it started to leak. 3 times last month, the ink flooded the stairwell, making it impossible for us to leave the department. Joey's solution was to install an ink pump to periodically empty the machine, and now I have this unsightly pump switch in my office where people come and go all day. More distractions, exactly what I needed, thanks, Joey. You know, these dumb cartoon tunes don't write themselves. Compared to his previous recording, Sammy sounded more natural. Although he was never particularly religious, Sammy sounded like he was a member of a cult and worshipped a deity in the last one. In any case, a gate had opened and Henry strode down the corridor. He entered a room with a piano that resembled a pipe organ. After pressing a few keys, he heard the sound of agonized screams behind the wall, muffled. He continued down the hallway until he came to another room with a desk. He discovered a photograph there that depicted Bendy's facial expressions. However, Bendy always smiles regardless of the emotion, whether it be anger, sadness, or disgust. Henry then regained his bearings and reached the end of the corridor leading to Sammy's former office. Outside his door, another Bendy cutout was standing there, also soaked with ink. Wally's voice was heard once more on a different recording. The other day, I went to retrieve my dustpan from the hall closet, but guess what? I can't find my stupid keys. They seem to have vanished into thin air or something, and my only theory is that they must have fallen into one of the trash cans while I was going around last week. I just hope Sammy doesn't find out. Because I'm leaving if he discovers that I've misplaced my keys once more. Mina excitedly exclaimed, "Cool, another one from Wally." For her friend. Wally, the studio's janitor, had a terrible habit of losing his keys. He wouldn't have recorded his words on a cassette and left it in the hallway for someone to find if he truly didn't want Sammy to know that he had misplaced his keys. Henry discovered the large pump switch control when he peered into Sammy's office through the window. Another note with the words, "It's time to believe," was written on the wall from inside. Henry recalled the leak and said, "Well, there's the big pump switch, okay. But that's one hell of a leak blocking the door, though. If I could just stop that ink from flowing, maybe I can get in," he told himself. As Wally mentioned, Henry recalled seeing some keys in a trash can and headed back toward the department's front lobby. After retracing his steps, he discovered them inside the trash can and a poster featuring Alice Angel, another character, on the wall. "She's a cartoon cardboard cutout," Jiro remarked in disgust, while Mineta said in a pervy tone, "She's hot." He grinned because it reminded him of the voice actor for the cartoon, his old friend Susie Campbell. He briefly forgot his fear as he recalled Susie's voice acting as Alice. She sang really well and had a wonderful voice. Henry pocketed the keys so he could use them for a little while. After climbing the stairs to the projection booth, he peered into the recording studio, which was filled with chairs, conductor stands, and instruments where a chorus of singers performed the songs. A second recorder and the film projector were seated there. Norman Polk, who ran the projector, was heard speaking. "Every day, the same weird thing occurs. The band is playing in my booth when Sammy Lawrence just walks in and shuts everything down. He tells us to wait in the hallway. Then I hear him turn on my projector and run down to the recording studio like the little devil himself is chasing after him. A few seconds later, the projector shuts off. However, Sammy doesn't come out for a long time. I'm considering talking to Mr. Drew about all of this because this man is so strange. However, I must acknowledge that Mr. Drew has his own quirks." Miro remarked, weirdly cryptic. The empty recording booth was close by when Henry left the booth and went into the recording studio below. As he played the tape recorder next to the piano, he could hear Susie's voice. "Even though I've only been working for Joey Drew for 2 months, I can already tell that I'm going to love it here. People seem to like my Alice Angel voice, and Sammy says she might one day be as well known as Bendy. Over the past few weeks, I've voiced everything from dancing chickens to talking chairs. However, this is the first character with whom I truly identify, as if she were a part of me. I'm going places with Alice." Hearing her voice, Najire leapt with delight, happy to be included at last. Hearing his old friend's voice gave Henry a reassuring smile. From her very first day of work, she was always enthusiastic about her character. He could recall Susie's statement that she and Alice, were going places, and her desire to become a well-known actor in the future. From the beginning, the girl had dreamed of becoming a Hollywood star. She and Joey fell in love at one point and started dating for a while. Henry walked out of the room to return to Wally's unresolved task. In order to locate another tape recorder, he went back to Sammy's office and unlocked the supply closet next door. Joey, Drew and I both have our own havens. To get in, all you have to know is my favorite song. The bass fiddle sings with deep articulation, the piano calls softly, the piano returns in a beautiful harmony, and the bass fiddle returns and sings out loud. Sammy's voice said, "Sing my song, and my sanctuary will open to you." Aizawa hummed, taking pleasure in the song as well. After listening to Sammy's favorite song, Henry had an idea and recalled what Norman had said. He went back to the projection booth, switched on the projector, and a clip from a Bendy cartoon called Tombstone Picnic played. Then, he hurried back down to the recording studio and started strumming a bass note. He then ran over to play the piano twice and then ran back over to play the bass once more. The projector turned off, and a gate opened, allowing Sammy to enter the so-called sanctuary. The ink flow valve was inside, along with a desk, an oddly disorganized toilet, and another pentagram on the floor. That rhyme must have been written by Sammy on the wall. How in the hell could the phrase, "Sing a happy song, whistle a merry tune, wait for his arrival, he's coming very soon," mean anything? A disgusted Midnight exclaimed, "Gross, who would want to see what when going to the bathroom?" Henry turned the valve, not having time to think about this now. Henry turned the valve and said, "One down." He turned to leave, but not before catching a fleeting glimpse of a Bendy cutout peeking around the corner of the entrance. Despite gasping, he remained strong. He encountered more ink creatures after leaving the so-called sanctuary. In a panic, he killed them all by hacking them with his axe before he gasped and fled the studio. After he regained his composure, he headed for the hallway and turned left to go downstairs to the infirmary. The sign read, "Verified. Notice. Anyone caught pretending to be ill will have their entire week's pay withheld. Not paid, not sick. That's criminal," yelled Recovery Girl angrily. "Isn't that disappointing, then?" Another Bendy cutout was sitting next to a hospital bed in the deserted infirmary when Henry eventually made his way inside. He axed it just in time to avoid another ink creature that spawned nearby. But there was no valve handle when he got to the ink pipe next to a utility access switch. Henry exclaimed, "Oh, no, there's no valve. Where did it go?" as he checked to see if it had simply fallen off. "What was it doing? Have you just grown up and moved on? It must be somewhere around here." Then he saw that the lower level was reached by stairs. Maybe someone accidentally left it down there. At least checking wouldn't hurt. "Down here, where all sinners," was written in ink on the wall, and Henry discovered what appeared to be the sewer system when he descended there. On his left, however, he noticed another ink creature seated behind two boards after hearing a low moan. This one was not like the others. When it saw Henry, it was simply standing there without bothering to attack, sporting a light-colored derby hat. It was either scared or it was because of the boards in front of it, though there were only two of them, hardly enough to stop him from trying to get to Henry. Additionally, the pipe valve was in its grasp. Henry approached the creature cautiously at first, but as he did, it plunged into the ink and disappeared from view using the valve. Henry asked no one in particular, "Was that thing holding my valve?" "Nice hat." Najire grinned. Ignoring the faint smell in the air, Henry sliced through the two boards and scuttled down the sewer passageway to retrieve that valve from that thing. Another message that said, "The sheep will come to slaughter," appeared along the way. In addition, he happened to stumble upon a small workstation off to the side. It was oddly strange. In a place like this, who in the hell would be working down here? The smell would annoy them, wouldn't it? Henry listened to the voice of Jack Fane, Sammy's lyricist, after playing the cassette that was on the desk. "Yes, it may smell like hell down here, but it's just perfect for an old lyricist like me. Sammy's songs always have some bounce, but if I didn't get away once in a while, they'd never have any words to go with them. I love the quiet, which is hard to come by these busy times. I will therefore keep my nose shut and my mind a-singin'." Hearing himself, Aizawa hummed and wholeheartedly agreed. It took Henry a while to recall, but at last he realized that Jack always wore a derby hat, which made it clear that the ink creature with the valve was Jack. The creature, who was identified as a reformed Jack Fane, was standing next to a wooden box on a platform on chains in front of the jotting, sing with me, as Henry hurried down the hall to a section of the sewer with 2 power engines. Henry walked slowly up to the ink Jack and said, "Hey, there, Jack. Could I please have that?" He hoped this would work. However, Jack vanished into the ink once more and reappeared in a different area of the room as he extended his hand for the valve. Henry made several more unsuccessful attempts to catch up to the evasive Jack. He tried the switch on one of the ink valves to see what it could do, shaking his head in frustration. As expected, it raised the box on the platform, and when Henry pressed the switch on the second one, the box fell suddenly to the floor, which was covered in ink. As he prayed that Izuku wouldn't kill him over a valve, Aizawa grew icy. It caused Henry to ponder. He thought, no, and turned to leave, if he could just entice Jack over that stop. He told himself, I can't just hurt him, as Jack paused in a corner and gave Henry a shaky look. Henry said in a quiet voice, "Jack, please understand that I need that valve to get out of here." "It's okay, he's an ink creature stuck here, he needs help," Henry thought frowningly as Jack simply backed away in complete terror. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, relieved that he would not kill him. In the hopes that the introduction would be helpful, Henry said, "Look, I remember your name, you're Jack Fane, a lyricist, my name is Henry." Lifting his hunched face, mostly an inky mess with red eyes, to Henry, Jack stopped trembling. Some were startled by the abrupt voice, but they couldn't understand how he knew his name. The man said quietly, "Yeah, that's it, Henry," but he was taken aback when Jack materialized directly in front of him. More unexpectedly, the inky creature thrust the valve into Henry's chest by extending his arms upward. Though perplexed, he accepted it. "Thanks, but why?" Henry inquired, curious as to why he felt the need to assist him at that moment. Though he wasn't sure if it was feasible, Henry might have been able to see the odd creature grinning. "Friend, set us free," Mountain Lady said. "Didn't that Sammy guy say that?" After Jack vanished into the ink, Henry remarked, "Well, that was strange, nice hat, though," and walked out of the room without noticing a shadowy figure observing him. Henry went back to the infirmary above and replaced the valve on the ink pipe, turning it to stop the flow of ink. The former animator said, "Okay, that should do it," before he arrived at Sammy's office to discover that the ink had stopped flowing, allowing him to enter. Henry discovered an old radio and some ink machine blueprints on Sammy's desk inside the office. When he switched it on, the instrumental version of the nowadays popular song, "Build Our Machine," began to play. Henry pressed the large switch. Henry can finally leave this haunted workshop and put this whole nightmare behind him now that the stairwell has been drained. He moved toward the stairwell, but before he could take advantage of his opportunity to be free, he felt a hand strike him over the head from behind. Bam! The blow made him woozy, and he collapsed to the ground. The black figure he had seen earlier was standing over him, holding a dustpan, which he used to hit him with, as his vision became blurry. He wore a smudged Bendy mask, white overalls, and a black body. Before Henry passed out, the figure reassured him in a quiet, enigmatic, yet menacing voice, "Rest your head. It's time for bed." Kendo said the words, "Oh shit," with concern. Afterwards, when Henry finally woke up, he moaned to see that the enigmatic man was standing in front of him, holding his axe, and that he was gagged and tied to a pole. He sounded exactly like Sammy. The shadowy figure was actually Sammy himself. How this happened to him was a mystery to Henry. They were in a new room with intercom speakers, Henry noticed as he looked around. Mina remarked, "He's like, weirdly fit," and several other girls agreed. With a somber tone, Sammy uttered, "There we go now, nice and tight. We wouldn't want our sheep roaming away now, would we?" "No, we wouldn't. I must admit I am honored you came all the way down here to visit me. It almost makes what I'm about to do seem cruel. But the believers must honor their savior. I must have him notice me," he said in a cheerful voice. He put the axe on a nearby board and moved aside. He abruptly jumped up as he was making his way back to Henry. "Wait, you look familiar to me. That face," he said, pressing his mask against Henry's face. "That's because we were acquainted, you crazy person." As he fought against the ropes, Henry thought angrily. "Not right now. The time of sacrifice is approaching, my little sheep, and our Lord is calling to us." He looked at his inky palms and yelled angrily, "And then, I will finally be freed from this prison. This inky, dark abyss I call a body." When Sammy started talking again, Henry stopped trying to wriggle out the ropes or remove the gag, grunting. Shish. Quiet. Listen. They both listened intently to the thuds that came from above the ceiling. That inky monster from earlier was definitely scuttling through the pipes. While the others braced themselves for the worst, many shivered. He said softly, "I can hear him," Sammy added. "Crawling above. Crawling. Let's begin. The ritual must be finished. Soon he will hear me. He will set us free." "He's crazy," Toru stated categorically. Then, leaving Henry struggling in his restraints and attempting to break free, Sammy left him and left out the door to his right. Then he recalled that he had discovered Wally's keys in the trash can. He reached into his pocket and took out the keys with his hands, which Sammy hadn't even considered tying up, and then started cutting the ropes with the serrated end of the keys. The sound of Sammy's icy voice came through the speakers. "Sheep, sheep, sheep. It's time for sleep. Rest your head. It's time for bed. In the morning, you may wake. Or in the morning, you'll be dead." Jiro declared, "Worst lullaby ever." Then, as the gate in front of Henry started to rise open and Henry was making a greater effort to cut himself free, the ground shook and Sammy frantically urged his God to help him. "Hear me, Bendy. Arise from the darkness. Arise and claim my offering. Free me, I beg you. I summon you, Ink Demon. Show your face and take this tender sheep." Henry sped up in his panic, terrified for his life, until he heard demonic sounds and Sammy screaming in utter horror. "No, my lord, stay back. I am your prophet. I am your awe." Henry could tell that Bendy was killing Sammy, brutally dispatching him, even though he was worshipping him and offering him as a human sacrifice, rather than approaching him and taking his life directly. Henry broke free from his binds by slicing through the final rope, and he quickly snatched up his axe before a few more ink creatures attacked him. To get away from Bendy, however, he swung his axe at them before charging into the lumber-lined hallway in the dark. To make the path clear, Henry cut the planks, but his axe broke in two, making it useless. Knowing that he now lacked a weapon to protect himself, Henry sighed as he abruptly noticed the exit door directly in front of him. Henry didn't care that the floor was covered in ink. All he wanted to do was go. However, Henry had enough time to flee with his life before the inked Bendy monster suddenly emerged from the sea of ink in front of the exit and began pursuing him at a slow but accelerated pace. Many people wished for Deku's best but stopped seeing Bendy again. As more ink flooded the floor, Henry ran down the winding hallway to the right, Bendy following closely behind at a faster pace. Henry thought it was over and that he was finally safe, so he ran for another door, slammed it shut, covered it with a board, and sighed. He pressed an ear against the door and heard his pursuer groan inhumanly before his footsteps dwindled away in the opposite direction. I guess he gave up. At least for the time being. Now he stood in a room with Bendy dolls on a shelf. After leaving the room and going down a hallway, he heard someone kick a can and instantly froze. From behind the corner, Henry could see the can rolling across the floor. Even though he had lost his axe, Henry commanded, "Hello. Someone there. I know you're there. Come out and show yourself," as though he was prepared to attack whoever was attempting to maul him. The individual casually emerged from the corner and gazed at Henry, whose jaw dropped to the ground and his eyes widened in complete shock. As he got a clear view of the individual in front of him, he stood as rigid as a statue in disbelief. The black body, the white overalls, the white opera gloves, the white snout and face, and the smile on his face were all familiar to him. Henry was incredulous. There was no way. Boris. Gaps heard a living Boris strolling, engrossed in his life. "Sweet, we'll actually see a cartoon," exclaimed Koda, who was obviously thrilled. Yes, it was a lovely, overcast day for a picnic. Just as Bendy, our favorite demon, was waltzing joyfully through the gorgeously grassed cemetery grounds, he suddenly felt something grab his leg, causing him to fall to the ground and drop his picnic basket. A bony hand clutched his ankle as he sat up. When the entire skeleton emerged from the ground, he tugged and yanked, attempting to get it to release. Bendy appeared momentarily stunned. At last, the skeleton released its grip, winked at him, and waved its finger teasingly before lowering itself back into its grave and dragging the earth over itself like a blanket. Bendy looked at the crowd in confusion after all of that. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of chewing. Something caught Bendy off guard. Toru joked, "Ooh, someone's steamed." At that, Boris was consuming Bendy's food from his basket while seated on the ground. This greatly irritated the little devil because the ditzy wolf ought to have simply inquired as to whether or not this was Bendy's basket. However, Boris wasn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed, so he ignored Bendy and ate a sandwich in a casual manner. However, he would not let this pass. Ready to give that stupid wolf a hard time, he rolled up his sleeves. Boris was too preoccupied with his meal to notice when he tapped his shoulder. Then, without realizing it, he rolled the little devil onto the ground as he picked up the cloth Bendy was standing on and raised it to wipe his lips. Bendy walked over and tapped his shoulder once more, impatient and furious, but he was able to draw the oblivious wolf's attention. Then a thought came to him. He stole his soda from the basket and slipped behind Boris, winking at the crowd. He pointed it at Boris after shaking it up. Boris was knocked to the ground when the shook-up soda exploded out of the bottle and into his face after the cap was removed. This resulted in all the food being flung into the air. A few people laughed, relishing the respite from the somber world. Bendy chuckled at Boris's bad luck. However, the wolf was not happy about being interrupted while eating. When he got to his feet and snarled at Bendy, the devil fled to avoid his fury. Before Boris could pursue, the basket fell on his head and all the food dropped from the sky. He reached down to pick up the sandwich he was eating and resumed his lunch, abruptly forgetting his anger. Bendy hid behind a tombstone while still running. To make sure he wasn't being followed, he peered out. He peered out once more, and the skeleton was doing the same thing Bendy was. At the same moment, the two peeked out again and saw one another. Even though Bendy jumped and fled in terror, the skeleton merely watched him leave. After all that running, Bendy found a boulder and laid his hand on it to catch his breath. Then abruptly, he noticed a huge, human-shaped shadow on the boulder that covered him. He grinned as he turned to see who it was. Fizzed. Asterisk. Everyone exclaimed, "What the?" as the screen flickered out. The sound of ticking and music playing startled Henry into wakefulness. He sat up and stretched, realizing that he was now in the room he shared with Boris. The hammock Boris was using and the "Sheep Songs" poster were both close to his makeshift bed. On the wall was a clock with a Bendy theme. He must have slept for an hour because it was 12:02 a.m. However, he recalled that he had to leave the studio as soon as possible. He went into the bathroom from the master bedroom. He slashed his face in the sink and dripped in the only functional toilet before glancing at his image in the filthy mirror. His encounters with those crawling ink creatures, or searchers, as Henry had discovered them, had left him with a few wounds that were still healing. With a sigh, he walked into the safe house's living room, past the clothes hanging on the clothesline, and discovered Boris seated at a kitchen table, simply tapping his foot and nodding his head in time with the radio music. Henry smiled and waved back when Boris waved at him with his signature smile. Once he had located him, he showed him the safe house, which was part of the studio, where they had spent a considerable amount of time. He was unsure of how long he had been here, but meeting Boris made everything easier to bear. Man's best friend is a dog, All Might grinned. When he approached the safe house's metal entrance door, he noticed that, for some reason, the handle to the door's lever was gone. Boris did point out that the handle could be taken off. He muttered to himself, "I need to open the door, but the lever is missing. Boris probably has it. I'm not getting out of here that easy," he said. He approached Boris in the hopes of receiving some clarification. He said to the cartoon wolf, "Hey, buddy. Have you seen that lever handle around? Or are you holding it hostage until I make you something to eat?" he asked. Henry let out a sigh of relief rather than rage when the wolf simply smiled mischievously. "I thought so," Henry said, nodding in anticipation of his type of response. "Let's see what we got," he said, turning to leave. Henry knew he would only give Boris the handle unless he prepared him some food to sat his ravenous appetite because he remembered from the early cartoons that Boris is a rather gluttonous, "feed me now and I'll help later" type of person. 3 cans of bacon soup were discovered by Henry as he searched the safe house. There was nothing Boris loved more than bacon soup. Boris ate a lot for a very thin guy, which is likely why he was constantly hungry. That should be enough. Henry went back to the kitchen, switched on the stove, and set it to high. Using the tab to open each of the 3 cans, he filled the pot with each one. The mixture steamed from the heat, brewing and boiling. When it cooked, Henry could smell the aroma of bacon. In fact, it caused his mouth to water. It might not hurt to have a little bowl of this stuff. After all, he hasn't eaten in a long time, and it's likely that he won't be able to eat for some time. He then took 2 bowls, one for Boris and one for himself, and filled them with soup. He passed his soup bowl to Boris. He said to him, "Here you go." Ciro questioned, "I wonder if that's good." Boris took the toolbox off the floor and set it on the table as Henry sat down to eat his bowl of bacon soup. After they were both done and fed, Henry pulled the lever's handle out of the toolbox and put it back on the panel. The metal door opened as he pulled it. He noticed that Boris had finished his meal and approached him, his large nose wriggling. Henry sternly told the wolf, "Don't wander off. Let's see what's out there." "We should stay together," Aizawa stated. Henry shook his head and grinned at Boris's foolishness as he gave his thumbs up in his typical positive manner. The two then proceeded inside the structure, prepared to confront whatever else might be in store for them. Not Bendy, again, hopefully. That godless ink creature has already been seen too much by Henry. Henry noticed an object that looked like an outhouse with the words, "Little Miracle Station," written on top as they were moving down the hallway. Boris shrugged when he asked, "What's that for?" Ochako questioned, "Is that a halo on it?" They kept going until they came to a stop in front of a dim hallway. There was no way Henry could continue without light, and it was too dark to see what lay ahead. Henry glanced at the desk and remarked, "Looks like it's really dark up ahead. Let's find some light." Boris found a flashlight on a desk, picked it up, and gave it to Henry, who turned it on. Using the flashlight, the two cautiously made their way down the dimly lit corridor, revealing some working gears and machinery everywhere, creating steam as all those pipes and technology continued to function after all this time. The sound of running footsteps came from above when they had advanced a few feet. They came to a halt, and Boris leapt in alarm, clutching Henry in a tight, protective hug until he nearly lost his footing. Henry, however, wasn't all that concerned. He said to his Toonish friend, "Did you hear that?" Boris only nodded his head in agreement while trembling with fear. Jiro remarked, "Hard to not hear it." Henry continued, with Boris still clinging to his back, and said, "Yeah, me either." He was fortunate not to be very heavy because it would make their escape much more difficult if an ink monster suddenly appeared at any time. They came upon a large metal door that had two halves that were sealed shut after walking through the utter darkness for a few seconds. At last Boris worked up the nerve to jump off Henry. "I don't see any other way through," Henry said, shaking his head. "Another dead end. You got any ideas, Boris?" Henry asked. Henry nodded when Boris pointed to a vent next to the door and then to the flashlight he was holding. Boris took the flashlight that Henry had given him, took off the cover, and slithered into the vent, using it to illuminate his vision. Henry waited for Boris to finish his task in front of the door. After some time, the doors eventually worked and slid open. Henry thanked Boris in silence before trotting down the long hallway, where a big bendy head was painted on the wall in front of him. There were two entrances on either side as you approached. Taking the one on the left, Henry entered a spacious room that caught him off guard. There were toys and plush toys of various characters in a variety of sizes in the spacious merchandise room. At the front desk was a big sign that said, "Heavenly Toys," and a waterfall of ink spilled behind it. Like the previous message, "Dreams come true," was written on the wall behind the sign. Henry didn't understand. He had no prior knowledge of the studio's existence. When did a cartoon studio start producing and marketing toys? "Ah, those are so cute," exclaimed Momo. Looking around, Henry said, "Wow, I don't remember any of this. An abandoned animation studio beneath a toy factory. That is simply nonsensical." In contrast to the Boris doll, which was as large as a car, Henry discovered a large Bendy doll. The oversized Bendy immediately flopped on its side when Henry poked it. Henry shook his head and climbed the stairs to the catwalk behind the front desk, where he found a room filled with toys and additional equipment. Henry speculated in his mind that it might be the manufacturing facility for the toys. A door was present, but, like the doors he had seen before, it was blocked by the toy shelves that were pulled by an overhead track. Henry rubbed his eyes and sighed. Why is there always something blocking the door? There must be a way through, he thought. Through a gap in the shelves, a small bowl with another cassette and an ink blot shaped like Bendy was on a table. When Henry hit play, the toymaker Sean Flynn's Irish accented voice could be heard. "If Mr. Drew truly wants to be so helpful, he could be telling me what I'm supposed to be doing with this warehouse I got full of that angel whatchamacallit. I don't see the big deal. What if I went and painted some of those Bendy dolls with a crooked smile? That wouldn't be the reason for him to be furious with me. Don't sell a shred of that mess. To get rid of it all, you'll probably need to melt it all down." The new voice, which reminded many of the Demo Man, made them laugh. Henry recalled their early encounters with Sean. He stated that Joey supervised him when he started producing Bendy merchandise. However, he never really brought up the idea of constructing a toy factory of some kind in the studio. Or perhaps he did. In any case, if Henry wanted to pass, he had to get this toy machine to function again. He followed the cables back out, one of which led to a lever and the other to a punch card stand. Toys were stuck in the belt wheels when he pulled that lever and re-entered the room. With a groan, he extracted each one, causing the wheels to spin. When he pressed the switch, the toy wall shifted to the right. When he eventually had a clear path to the door, he stopped throwing the switch repeatedly. The next room he entered had a glass window with a sign that read, "She's quite a gal," and small television sets all around it. In addition, there was a shelf of Alice Angel dolls and a cutout of an Alice Angel to his left. This is really weird. The room's lights went out before Henry could come up with anything, leaving the sign illuminated by a flickering light. Before music began to play, the TVs turned on and displayed Alice heads on the screens. Then, through the speakers, came an advertisement song sung by Alice Angel herself. "I am the most adorable angel sent from heaven. And I'm an expert swinger. I am surrounded by love and have a bright little halo. My name is Alice Angel. I'm the belle of the ball and the life of the party. The talk of the town is me. I'll make you feel warm with just a single dance. My name is Alice Angel. I'm a happy dish, not a nobody. And this girl can sing, boy. This woman can fulfill all of your desires." Some swayed to the music's tone because they enjoyed the lovely vocals. When Henry heard Susie singing, he nearly bobbed his head. After a few seconds of listening to the song, the light inside the window was switched on as though a performance was taking place. In an attempt to get a better look inside, he walked forward hunched. Henry jumped back and fell on his butt as a feminine ink figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere and pressed against the glass. Many people let out a terrified, "Ah!" at the sight. She roared with rage and screamed, "I'm Alice Angel." No, she also banged on the glass. The room went completely dark when all of the lights and TV screens suddenly shut off. There is the sound of glass breaking. The man was so terrified that her angry screams turned into laughter until there was complete silence. This new creature added to the darkness, which made it impossible for Henry to see his hand in front of his face. In the darkness, he heard the woman say, "I see you there," with a now calm but uncanny tone. "A new fly in my endless web. Come along now, let's see if you're worthy to walk with angels," she said. A few people laughed when Ms. joked, "I think a long-distance relationship would work better." The ink woman was nowhere to be seen, suggesting that she must have escaped. The lights returned, and a hole had been broken in the window. Henry got a good look at her face, but he had hardly time to distinguish her features before he was confronted by the black darkness once more. Her face was half deformed and hideous. I couldn't tell if she was a demon or an angel. Fortunately, a new path appeared to his left, which he followed. He eventually came to a crossroads where he saw a sign. This kind of sign is typically found on bike trails or similar locations. Both signs were pointing in different directions. "Angel" was written on the sign pointing to the right, and "Demon" was written on the sign pointing to the left. Henry considered his options carefully. He might or might not run into Bendy again if he chose the demon route. However, there might be a remote possibility that he would be safe, sort of, if he followed the angel's path. That would be a no-go because the demon path was covered in ink. However, at least trying it out wouldn't hurt. His theory was right as he stepped into the demon path. There's ink all over, leaking from the ceiling and walls, creating a pool of ink. Henry located and played another cassette. It was the first time he heard Joey's voice. "I got started with just a pencil and a dream. We all want everything without even having to do anything. Wishing for the impossible is just human nature, and there's nothing wrong with that. You simply need to believe," they say, because believing can help you succeed, become wealthy, become powerful, and even defeat death itself if you have enough faith. Well, that's a lovely, positively absurd idea. Might all went pale. He would never forget that voice in any universe. The all-for-one voice. Henry grimaced as he rolled his eyes. Like Joey Drew, he was constantly attempting to sound and behave like his rival, Walt Disney. Pretending to be able to do the impossible. Joey, who was eccentric but lacked common sense, always believed he could cheat death, or change the world. It gave you that feeling, even though he didn't say it. If only someone would tell him to stop living in his imagination. He took the angel path to his right and began to leave the path again, leaving a trail of ink footprints behind him. Compared to the demon path, it was less cluttered. He saw another cassette on a couch with an Alice Angel voice next to it, and he passed another "Dreams Come True" note on the wall. When Susie hit play, her voice could be heard once more, but it sounded heartbroken. "It feels like everything is falling apart. Sammy was in the recording booth today with that Allison. Apparently, I missed the memo. Miss Allison Pendle will now voice Alice Angel. His words killed a piece of me. There must be a solution for this." Now, Najire was concerned about herself and hoped that she wouldn't have a terrible fate. Henry recalled that day when Susie lost it when she learned that someone else had taken her place. After he comforted her, their relationship took a turn for the better. However, this occurred a long time before he and Linda made love. During her time at the studio, she and Joey dated, but for some reason, he eventually cheated on her. Henry went on through the corridors. There were more ink pipes in the hallway, including a few thinner ones that released steam. He gasped as he entered the next room and saw a Bendy cutout peeking its head around the corner, starting another unexpected game of peekaboo. He turned the corner and saw Boris laughing. He must have been the one making fun of Henry. "Boris," Henry almost screamed, "you scared me to death." Henry covered his fast-thumping heart with his hand. Henry sighed as Boris had the grace to appear ashamed of his small stunt. Since it was all in good humor and he most likely did it to help decompress, he couldn't be angry with his friend. It was a luxury to find some good stuff because he and many others were stuck in the nightmare hell that is the old studio. Mina remarked, "Like best buds." Henry shook the feeling of surprise and said, "Don't suppose you found anything we can use to protect ourselves with?" A strange pipe with two hands that was somehow designed to be held like a club was given to him by Boris. Henry firmly grasped the weapon and pushed through the first door, with Boris trailing behind, saying, "This will do." They were now in a room with shelves piled high with toys and a shambles of ink on the floor. There was another metal door beyond that appeared to be controlled by a control panel system. There were two blinking lights on the door release panel for A and B. A statue of Bendy stood next to one of the switches. "Looks like to open this, we're going to need to throw two levers at once," Henry thought. Boris nodded and stood by the switch as Henry said, "You get this one. I'll find the other." Katsuki grunted, again with these puzzle solving. Henry proceeded down another hall on the left, following the single cable that led down the hall to the left and right, just as before. The lever was followed by a poster of the Butcher Gang, which featured 3 characters. Henry recalled these men. Among them were Edgar, a spider, Barley, a human sailor, and Charlie, a chimpanzee-like figure. A mutilated ink creature tore through the poster as it got close to the lever. The creature, which resembled Charlie, climbed out and landed on his stomach before rising again. Snarl. It jumped on him and attempted to use a wrench to strike him. Henry was terrified, but he persisted in hitting the monstrous creature with the pipe several times before the Charlie monster fell and burst into a pool of ink. Endeavor screamed, "What the hell was that thing?" Henry started, "Okay, I found the other one, on 3, 1, 2, Henry yelled in, 3, and they both pulled the levers simultaneously. They opened the door and proceeded through the intersecting hallways until they reached a 2-story room with stairs that led to an elevator. The type with doors that resemble gates. When Henry pressed the button, the elevator doors opened, letting Boris and him in. The distorted voice of Alice spoke over the intercom before Henry could choose which button to press, and the elevator closed and went down as if by itself. With a slightly seductive, beckoning tone of voice, she explained, "You're so interesting, so different. I have to say I'm an instant fan. Looks like you've got a date with an angel. Come to me now. Level 9. Just follow the screams," she said with a grin. Kaminari joked, "No thanks, I prefer life." Henry gave Boris a perplexed look, but he gave him a worried look in return, as if he were going to ride a big roller coaster for the first time. Now Henry could see why he appeared so apprehensive. And level 9 was where they were. The words, "Come on, step out of your cage. There's a whole twisted world out here," sounded almost like Alice pleading with them to come get her. Thomas Connor, a worker, had a deep, gruff voice on another cassette that Henry discovered on a shelf. "I keep telling these people that if Mr. Joey Drew keeps taking shortcuts like this, someone will undoubtedly fall to their death. Sometimes these blasted elevators open, sometimes they don't, sometimes they come, sometimes they keep going to hell and back. And I'm not going to be the one. I'm going to use the stairs." "Wise decision," Ectoplasm remarked. The studio repairman's voice was one Henry recognized. They typically exchanged a simple, "Hi," before going about their separate ways, so he didn't really know him personally. Boris and Henry resumed their conversation, and they stood by a door that had the same, "She's quite a gal" sign above it, with Alice Angel's head. This is the location of the Angel. Henry, perplexed as to why he was in such a hurry, followed Boris as he ran down the hallway as soon as the door was opened. Henry yelled, "Hey Boris, wait up," as he ran past another full-body cutout of Alice Angel down the hallway. The next thing he saw was completely different from anything he had ever seen. "What?" Henry asked, genuinely gasping for air. As he looked around the room he was now in, his shock and confusion were evident. There were dead Boris clones everywhere in the room. Like the corpse of Boris Henry discovered when he first entered the studio, each one was strapped to an examination table, their chests cut open, their organs removed and replaced with mechanical strain. But this isn't possible. In fact, there were multiple Boris. Henry carefully traversed the sea of ink on a tiny bridge of planks while the live Boris's eyes widened in horror as he stared at the dead body of his clone. Miro covered Aries' eyes and said, "I'm going to be sick." "Look around," said Alice's sultry, smooth voice over the speakers. "It took so many of them to make me so beautiful," she concluded, sounding frightened. "Anything less than perfect was left behind. I had to do it. She made me." At last, Henry crossed the ink sea to the opposite side and waved to Boris, a silent cue that he would be back shortly. The doors were opened for Henry, who was led down a corridor lined with machinery and mechanisms to a room where he could see through a large window that a Piper clone, strapped to his own examination table, was being electrocuted by the Alice Angel woman. Alice interrupted the torture to talk to Henry. He could see her clearly now. Despite her half-deformed face, she resembled a humanoid version of the sinful angel herself. The majority of her body, including her hands and feet, was black, and she still had those demon horns and the halo, which was almost melted into her head. Coda remarked, "She looks like a zombie." Her voice was smooth as honey, but it was sickening. Now we come to the question," she said. It was almost a demonic sound. "Do I kill you? Do I tear you apart to my heart's delight? The choices of the beautiful are unbearable. How's a girl to choose?" She chuckled before pointing an irate finger at Piper, the Charlie clone. "Do you know what it's like to live in the dark puddles? Take this little freak, for example. He crawled in here and followed his tainted ink to my door, where it could have touched me and pulled me back. I was a wiggling, pussing, shapeless slug the first time I was born from its inky womb. It's a buzzing, screaming well of voices. Bits of your mind, swimming like fish in a bowl," she exclaimed, raising her arms. Her voice changed all the time, from scared to calm to joyful to demonic to even sounding like two people conversing simultaneously. She let out a breath of relief and unadulterated joy before continuing, "I will not allow the demon to touch me again. I'm so close now, so, almost perfect. Yes, I will spare you. For now. Better yet, I'll let you ascend and leave this place. If you will do a few weensy little favors for me first. Return to the lift, my little errand boy. We have work to do," she replied with a grin. To continue torturing the Piper clone with electricity, Alice pressed a button and covered the window with steel walls. On his way back to the elevator, Henry swallowed. The voice in there almost sounds like Susie's. However, no, that body couldn't be Susie's. But then he realized, "Alice is like a part of her," he recalled her saying. His mind connected the dots as he made his way back to Boris across the sea of ink. The insides of several Borises have been cut out. All of this must have been done by Alice, in order to give herself the ideal, lovely appearance. Henry walked over to play another cassette after spotting it. Susie recorded something else. For a brief moment, I thought I would be stuck with the check, but I must admit that Joey Drew was not at all what I had anticipated. He was quite the charmer. Who would have guessed that I would be having lunch with him? Apparently, times are harder than I had anticipated. I was even given the name Alice by him. I enjoyed it. All right, I'm scared now, Najire uttered in terror. They must have done this prior to dating. Henry shook his head, recalling the time she began dating him after Joey cheated on her. If Joey weren't so savage. Alice gave him his first task after she finally left through the front door. She commanded, "Get me some spare parts, my machines are hungry." Then a wrench emerged from a mechanism by the door. While Boris opted to hide in the elevator, he took the wrench and went off to complete his first mission, tying the pipe to his belt with a rope for later use. Henry clarified, "She wants me to do a few things for her." Henry tapped the metal bars lightly and said, "I don't think, Bendy, and any of those searchers can get through metal, so you should probably stay in this elevator where it's safe." Since Boris would rather be safe than assist Henry, he nodded in frightful agreement. However, he prayed for luck and hoped that Henry would not be discovered and killed by the ink demon while on his small missions. Then, over the intercom, Alice's voice broke the foreboding silence. "There are so few rules to our world now. So little truths. But there is one rule we all know and respect down here. Beware the ink demon. Stay out in the open for too long and he will find you. For if you see him, you better hide. If you don't, well, I enjoyed our date. Now, let us begin our work," she said, almost jokingly. "Have you met him? The ink demon? They say he hears everything. Every creak of the floor. Every rustle of paper. I wouldn't run so fast if I were you. You never know what will draw him in," Alice said with a scowling voice. Sarcastically, Kirishima remarked, "Sure, take advice from the known murderer." Henry located each wall gear box for the 4 necessary gears after strewn all over the building to level K. Henry wasn't going to give up, even though most were empty. Other searchers gathered in various locations to attempt to murder him, but Henry and his weapons were too strong for them. In an attempt to avoid drawing the Bendy monster's attention, Henry gathered all 4 gears and walked as quietly as possible. Henry kept looking for the gears after that until he finished his first task. Over the intercom, Alice gave the order, "Ah, that should be plenty. Return them to me, and try not to die on the way back." As he walked away, Henry remarked mockingly, "You make it sound so easy to do." In order to deliver the gears through the slot close to the door, he and Boris went back to the elevator and returned to level 9. "Have you seen them? The swollen ones. They're just stuffed full of extra thick ink. It makes me sick. And yet, it's the perfect thing for keeping myself together. If you're going to catch them, you're going to have to learn to move quietly. Come back to my door. I'll have something that you'll need," Alice said. Henry's next assignment was to extract extra thick ink from the swollen searchers using a big syringe. Next, he proceeded to level 11 and discovered a series of swollen searchers. He collected their ink one by one with the syringe, keeping in mind that he had to approach them in silence. When he was done, he brought the syringe filled with ink back to Alice's door. He found a window by stepping over an ink pool. He then caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure with a working projector in its head, moving eerily across the floor and projecting a bright image wherever it went. Henry asked himself, what the hell was that? Until he saw another Wally Frank's cassette on the barrel beside him. These people need to lighten up. I mean, hello, you make cartoons. Your job is to make people laugh, I'm telling you. I don't understand. Everyone is acting like grandma just passed away right now. There are only angry faces everywhere. I'm leaving this place if these people don't start smiling occasionally. Kirishima questioned, am I gonna say that every time? Henry gave a frustrated shake of his head. He was beginning to believe that, I'm outta here, was the way he always ended his recordings. It is becoming somewhat annoying. A butcher member named a Fisher, who resembled Barley, gave him the last bit of thick ink. Alice told Joey over the intercom, once upon a time, there was an angel. And she was beautiful, and loved by all. She was perfect. Was she talking about Susie or herself? Unless, were they identical? Alice handed him the next task after he went back down the elevator and inserted the syringe containing the extra thick ink through the slot. I'll make this simple. Look for the valve panels. Turn the little wheels. Then bring me their power cores. Please don't make me regret sparing you. I can always change my mind, Alice grumbled. Ochako remarked, he's done this before, so don't be so pushy. She gave him a plunger as her next weapon. Henry was more concerned with the task at hand, despite his confusion. He and Boris hopped back on the elevator and looked around level P for different valve panels, finding another, he will set us free, and another that read, I don't want to work here anymore, written on the wall. Before gathering the power cores, he had to rotate the tiny wheels until they had the same amount of ink. When he saw web-like patterns of ink spreading around on the walls, indicating the approach of the ink demon, it seemed that he had made too much noise. Henry's natural reaction to that was to panic and rush into a little miracle station to hide until he was certain he was gone. Even though it was slow, Henry was able to leave after Bendy sank into the walls and his ink webbing faded. Then he brought the power cores back to Alice's door. Alice exclaimed with unadulterated delight, "You see those smiling demons? Let's remove them, shall we? I've got just the tool to make this even more enjoyable." After receiving a new axe, Henry used it to cut down the planks obstructing the door to another room so he could see what was inside. It appeared as though a searcher was waiting for him inside, but he quickly used his axe to cut it to pieces. As he had anticipated, he heard Grant Cohen's voice on another cassette when it hit play. "They say that Mr. Drew's main issue is that he never really tells us little people anything. Well, sure, he says that big things like adventure and fame are always on the horizon, but I'm the one who has to make sure that our budgets don't go completely out of control just because the genius up there came up with a new idea. Speaking of which, and this is very confidential, it appears that Mr. Drew is currently planning another big project, and it won't be inexpensive." Given what they're witnessing, nobody could contest that. Henry then started working, following the same process. Axing each bendy cutout he passed into pieces one by one, he searched the building upstairs on level K. He followed the trail back to the Heavenly Toys area, where numerous cutouts were scattered throughout the space. Alice laughed over the intercom and said, "Oh, I forgot to mention, he hates that, I would hide if I were you." Bendy abruptly emerged from the wall with his ink, indicating his presence. "Yipe," Coda exclaimed, terrified that the beast would reappear. Henry sought refuge inside a little miracle station, where he watched as the ink demon's massive figure stumbled like a zombie across the wooden floors on wobbly legs. Bendy was making faint snarling noises that sounded like hissing gasps. After what felt like hours, he was finally gone. Alice responded over the speakers, "Ah, now that was fun." By the time he finished the last cutout, after cutting his cutouts to pieces, the ink demon had a bone to pick with Henry, so he rushed down to Alice's door when he heard Bendy appear a few feet behind him. Terrified, Henry fled for his life. Before the figure of ink lost interest and vanished, Henry swiftly hid inside a little miracle station and remained silent. When Henry returned to Alice and her door, he was relieved that he had finally lost him. "The disgusting wretched have wandered my halls, have been left unchecked. They're trying to drag me back to the darkness. Don't let them take your angel. Purge them one by one. Smash them into puddles. Kill them," she yelled out of dread or rage. The Butcher Gang and searchers ambushed Henry simultaneously, but the valiant Henry used his pipe to fight them off alone. They all detonated and turned into pools of ink. There was silence now. There was silence. The sudden fight and the ensuing silence made everyone tense. So quiet, like a welcoming grave. I like the silence, don't you? I hate leaving work unfinished. Fortunately, I have you to pick up the pieces. But you'll have to go even deeper. Down, down, down into the abyss. Take the lift down. Say hello to an old friend. Sending you a little present. A little firepower. Take good care of it. It belonged to someone very special," Alice said with a cheerful tone. It appeared to be a Tommy gun that she sent him. Considering that he had never fired a gun before, Henry was perplexed. He tested it after feeling as though he was holding a piece of cardboard when he reached out to grab it. Bang, bang, bang. All right, so it wasn't a fake gun, but Henry had to ask the door, "If you don't mind me asking, who did this used to belong to?" Present Mike tilted his head and remarked, "It's kind of a strange question to ask after all that." Henry assumed she wouldn't respond because of the silence, so he headed to the elevator. Alice began, "It was." Henry paused and turned back to the speakers. "It was something an old flame had and I kept it with me, so don't lose it, or else, also, it's rude to ask about previous loves on the first date," Alice clarified. This only raised more questions than it did answers, such as whether he believed the gun was on Joey and that it was Susie. Despite shaking his head at being played that way, Henry persisted in following instructions. "Boris and I climbed into the elevator and went down to level 14, the lowest level. When Henry emerged, he noticed that another sea of ink encircled the building he was standing on. He discovered a dead cartoon body and placed its heart in his pocket. It was soggy, squishy, and covered in ink, but the task needed to be completed. A familiar flickering bright light from one of the entrances caused him to stop. Over the intercom, Alice warned, "Shish, there he is. The projectionist, skulking in the darkness. You be sure to stay out of his light, if you don't want any trouble. Just bring me back the pieces I need." Many were frightened by the towering, menacing figure. The same projector-headed ink figure from earlier was pacing eerily from entrance to entrance, flashing his projections everywhere in his line of sight as Henry tiptoed silently towards the steps. If Henry wanted to survive this ordeal, he needed to be clever about it. He snatched up another cassette as soon as he saw it, took it, and fled behind the corner. He pressed play and heard Norman's voice once more. "You see, I've figured out the ins and outs of this here studio, and I know how to avoid being bothered by the likes of this company. That projectionist, they always say, creeping around, is just looking for trouble. Now, I'm not looking for trouble. It's just our nature as projectionists to seek out the dark places. Well, I see everything, trouble or not. They're not even aware that I'm observing. Even though I'm directly behind them." Best Jeanist questioned, "Does that mean he's right behind him?" Henry's eyes grew wide with insight. Is Norman Poke really that monster? It must be. Does anyone else know how to operate the camera? He gathered 4 more of the ink hearts, cautiously made his way through the maze of ink-filled hallways, and then slipped behind the projectionist and shot him several times in the back. Then, apparently dead, it fell to the ground. It was nearly too simple. Then he had a thought. He turned a corner through the ink and pounded a few boards with his pipe until he came to a pipe valve. Breathing out of the pressure, he ascended the stairs once more and went back to the elevator to go back to Alice. "Tell me, were they still writhing in your hands? Bring them to me now. I don't like to wait," she yelled with rage. Without much delay, Henry returned to Alice's door, wiped his hands on his jacket, and inserted the hearts into the slot. Although he was disgusted by having to carry still fresh hearts, he will have to put up with it in order to truly depart. "It seems we've reached the end of my to-do list, my little errand boy. I hope you enjoyed our time together. I'll always treasure it." "Return to the lift. It's time to go home," said Alice. Ochako and Inko exclaimed with relief, finally. But before he left, Henry wanted to see something. Reminding Boris that he would be in a moment, Henry ascended the stairs until he reached the hidden chamber, which had previously been overflowing with ink but was now empty after Henry opened the valve on level 14. He discovered another cassette as he descended those stairs. How come this one was down here? He pondered whether this was still effective after being submerged in ink. Fortunately, it did. He heard his own voice as he hit play. "I've only been with this company for 2 weeks, but already it's interesting. Joey is a man of ideas and only ideas. I thought there would be a little more give and take when I agreed to start this whole thing with him, but instead he takes and I give. I haven't seen Linda in days, but someone has to make this happen. Henry, just keep drawing when you're unsure. Positively, I believe that people will adore my new character." To the surprise of many, the recording featured a younger Deku. When Henry recalled having previously made this recording, he was taken aback. He had just been hired to draw cartoons for the studio, and he began to see Joey's tyrannical side. Henry never had time to spend with Linda because of the excruciatingly long work hours at Joey Drew Studios. Henry and Boris were soon back in the elevator. As the elevator started to rise, they both gave each other hugs. Henry exhaled a sigh of comfort. "I'm glad he'll be leaving this damned studio and out of here at last. He might be able to take Boris with him. What will he say to Linda, though? It will require some acclimatization. At least he won't have to see this haunted place ever again." Alice asked over the speakers, "Have you ever wondered what heaven is like?" Which caused the two to look up. "I don't think I'll ever get to see it, but I like to dream that it's quite beautiful. A soft valley of green grass, blanketed by a warm sun. Are you ready to ascend, my little errand boy? The heavens are waiting," she said, shedding a tear or two as Boris and Henry exchanged glances. Then came the sound of her giggles, which escalated into wild laughter, making Boris and Henry uneasy. Then, without warning, the elevator started to fall quickly, sending sparks flying from the outside as it did so, before it could go any farther to let Henry reach his way out. Boris and Henry began to float as their gravity was affected by the quick descent. Henry comforted Boris by holding him close as he shivered and covered his eyes with fear. Screech. A few recoiled in surprise as the elevator plunged quickly. "Did you really think I'd let you steal from me? Did you really think I'd just let you go? No, Henry, I know who you are." Alice then roared over the intercom, her voice full of venom and rage. "I also understand why you're here," she shouted into the speakers, "and you won't stop what needs to be done. Come down and bring me back my Boris. It's the most exquisite Boris I've ever seen, and I want it. I need it. I need its insides so I can be beautiful again. Don't you understand? Don't you get it? Give him to me." Henry yelled, "Not a chance, you deformed bitch," as he went over to hold Boris protectively, furious. Kirishima yelled, "You tell her, Izuku," and bumped her fist. "Okay, then, I'll take him. Once you're dead," sneered Alice, angrily. The elevator suddenly stopped, knocking its occupants unconscious as it slammed them to the floor. A crash. Now everything was dark, chilly and dark. Henry found himself in a studio hallway the next thing he knew. When he slowly opened his eyes after initially having blurry vision, Boris was attempting to wake him up. However, Henry could make out the silhouetted figure of Alice, a few inches behind Boris, slowly drawing closer and closer in a sensual, hip-swinging waltz. Henry didn't have the strength to yell or say anything to alert Boris. He closed his eyes once more, but the last thing he saw before opening them again was Boris being pulled from him and into the shadows. "Is." Mountain Lady yelled at the screen, "Oh dear God, please tell us he's okay." She was as concerned as everyone else about the wolf. "All right, Joey, I'm here. Let's see if we can find what you wanted me to see." The elevator crashing, Boris attempting to resuscitate him, and then that inky bitch, Alice, abducting the poor floppy snoot were the last things Henry remembered after he was revived. The elevator had crashed on level S, the level he was standing on, and Henry saw the gleaming, ruined remains of the elevator. It appears that he will not be using that in the near future. Then he thought of Boris and realized how dangerous he was. Boris supported him and even assisted him. He wasn't going to leave without him if he was going to get out of this miserable hellhole that was once a very promising animation studio. Kirishima shouted, "Hell yeah, never leave a man behind." Henry moved ahead of him down the lengthy hallway and didn't stop until he came to a sign. It said, "Level S, Accounting and Finance," on the wall, indicating that he was unquestionably in the area of the studio where the finances are neglected. The walls of dark brown earthy mass in the foundations were another thing he could see. Dirt, he thought to himself. He must be far below the surface of the earth. Cementos inquired, "How far down is that place? What sort of underground studio has this many floors?" Henry followed the path to the right to check Grant's office for anything. He located the management office, opened it, and gasped silently in surprise. The walls and floor were covered in a great deal of frantic ink writing, with words of various sizes written over one another. A brief code of numeral characters or phrases like, "taxes," or, "time is money." Grant was either schizophrenic or felt so overwhelmed by Joey's disregard for the studio's financial difficulties that he became so agitated and stressed out that he simply wrote everything down to remind himself of the main objective. A cassette was discovered on the desk by Henry. That might provide him with a hint as to what transpired. But when he hit the button, all he heard was a shattering sound, followed by a string of loud, terrifying yelling and incoherent sentences. He raised an eyebrow as he listened more intently. He was unable to identify the individual and it sounded as though someone or something was attacking them. The person's agonized cries, however, were replaced by the recognizable low moaning as the tape's timeframe drew to a close, and eventually the tape shut off. Henry was so perplexed by this tape that he whispered to himself, "What happened to you, Grant? Is this a case of someone becoming a searcher after being possessed by ink?" Though he wasn't sure, Henry refused to listen to that anymore. He was already getting chills from everything. He left the office and went in the opposite direction, toward Archives JL and the R&D access, which led him to a metal door that bore a striking resemblance to submarine doors. However, it had no handle to open it. Ciro, weary of all the blocks in place, said, "Oh come on, again." Before returning to search Grant's office once more, Henry muttered, "There's definitely something missing here." He found a small valve handle and brought it back to place right away. He opened the new door with the meager hope that nothing eerie would be behind it, but he was immediately shown to be gravely mistaken. A set of humanoid ink statues appeared to be gathered in front of a Bendy statue in positions that suggested they were worshipping it, as lights came on to reveal what appeared to be a small circular stage of some kind. The words, "He will set us free," were repeated from the previous jotting on the banner above them. This made Henry's spine tingle. He hoped that the ink mannequins would never turn their heads to face him, as if that weren't eerie enough. It would be worse. Defiantly, was the consensus. However, he had to get back on track because Boris's life was on the line. He circled the eerie scene in front of him and entered a small library section of the room that also went in a circle, but he managed to find his way to the center, where there was a desk and a table with another cassette on it. In the hopes that this one would contain some useful information, Henry played it. It came from Susie Campbell once more. Joey is going around saying things behind closed doors, and I can always tell. He wants to meet again tomorrow and says he has a opportunity for me. I'll listen to him, but if that smooth talker believes he can deceive an angel and get away with it, well, he's got another thing coming. But they told me I was perfect for the role. Alice, she dislikes people who lie. I'm going crazy. Najire cried out in terror. Since Joey hasn't been loyal to her in her role as Alice Angel, she sounded a little suspicious in this one. This might have something to do with Allison taking Susie's place. However, that isn't relevant right now. He went back and forth through the archives until he came to a private door with 5 unlit light bulbs above it. To get into the next room, Henry pushed on the door, but it remained in place. Perhaps there was a hidden method to open it, or perhaps it was bolted shut on the opposite side. It was a door leading to a private area. They couldn't have left a switch or anything else out for someone to push at random, could they? Somewhere in the archives must have been a secret code. He only needed to look for it. There was a random book protruding from the shelf after some searching. This may seem unrealistic, but Henry once witnessed a scene in a movie where opening a secret passageway required pulling out a book. Possibly, it would be the opposite. Instead, Henry pushed the book into position. One of the light bulbs did indeed light up. So that's how it works, he said with a nod of understanding, referring to genuine movie knowledge. Kaminari remarked, like those horror movies. Henry looked around for additional books to bring in. But suddenly everything seemed to start trembling after he shoved 2 more books in. Henry could swear he heard a high-pitched, spine-tingling scream of mortal terror pounding against his eardrums as his vision became warped. The chandelier rotated and the vault doors opened and closed on their own. This started abruptly, but it ended abruptly, and things returned to normal. When this strange interruption suddenly occurred, Henry had collapsed to the ground and stood up, pausing to catch his breath. "The hell was that?" exclaimed Katsuki. What on earth just took place? Was he experiencing hallucinations? He had been in this studio far too long and was beginning to experience hallucinations. After gathering his thoughts, Henry went back to the stage and was astounded to see just the Bendy statue. The ink statues disappeared. How could they have vanished so quickly without creating any sound? After dismissing this and pushing the final 2 books in, he was able to open the private door. To his confusion, he entered and found himself standing in an underground mine of some sort. Below were some cages hanging on chains and what appeared to be a long way down, a dark pit that seemed to have no bottom. That is not natural, Aizawa stated. At this point, Henry had some questions about everything. How can a mine be built beneath an animation studio, or was the studio itself constructed above it? Did they get all of the ink here? Was that oil in the ink? In any case, he didn't have time to reflect on this inexplicable finding. So he continued on, crossing the wooden walkway in the direction of a device that moved a cart on a cable from side to side. However, Henry saw that one of its gears was missing. He wanted to get to Boris as soon as possible, so he said, if I could find a way to fix this, I can get across here. The word, gent, was displayed on an odd-looking machine behind him. Despite his curiosity, he chose to ignore it and scampered down what appeared to be a long, wide pipe at the end of the hallway. The enormous cylinder slowly rose as he pulled the lever on the wall beside him, revealing a mess of bubbling ink inside. Henry wondered what would happen as he turned the ink valve. A swollen searcher with its back to Henry sprang out of the ink, and Henry yelled. Henry took a step forward, but was stopped in his tracks when the swollen searcher turned its inky face toward him. Man and ink gazed at each other for what seemed like hours, one fixed on confusion, the other on fear. Henry began by taking a cautious step forward and said, He used soothing hand gestures to say, I need that swollen ink on your back. I can get if you want to attack me, but please, I mean no harm. Before it reached behind itself and removed the chunk and gave it to Henry, the searcher did nothing. After saying, good luck, it returned to the ink. All Might remarked, they're really warming up to him, aren't they? Perhaps, Henry reasoned, he could use this thick ink somewhere. He went back to the gent machine and put it in, turned the handle, and watched it vibrate and whir. Then, out of nowhere, it spat a gear onto the ground. Henry was astonished. Have they really figured out how to use ink to create objects? How could this have happened? He was certain that the entire studio had already broken the laws of physics and science when they created the ink machine, but they were still breaking now. What? How is that possible? Exclaimed May, appalled. Now that the mechanism was fixed, he turned it on, and the cart moved slowly toward Henry's side. He entered it carefully before it began to move him to the opposite side. However, the cart abruptly stopped and began to shake violently in the middle, taking Henry by surprise and leading him to believe that the mechanism was jammed and that the cables might break at any time, sending him tumbling to his death in the dark, deep chasm. Nevertheless, Henry clung to the hope that he would cross safely. When the cart finally crossed over, Henry leapt out and let out a sigh of relief. As he got closer to the door in front of him, he entered a long, narrow hallway. As he moved a few paces ahead, he started to experience another bizarre hallucination in which he saw thousands of inky hands emerging from the walls, reaching out to grab him. He could also hear whispers coming from behind him, as if they were trying to entice him into their grasp. As Henry clamped his hands over his ears to block out the haunting voices around him, the hallway itself started to grotesquely twist as if it were coming to life. Fortunately, the vision was over and the hall was no longer haunting. When he eventually reached the opposite end of the hall, he discovered a set of stairs that led only upward. Henry heard Alice's voice calling to him as he climbed the stairs. She taunted him with her evil cackle, "I see you there, my little errand boy," which made Henry detest the ink-covered bitch for stealing his friend and betraying him. "Your angel is always watching. What is it that keeps you going? Is it the thrill of the hunt? The thirst for your freedom? Or perhaps you're just looking for a little, friendly wolf? Better hurry, errand boy. Boris is having trouble staying in one piece." Everyone snarled in rage at the insane woman who was causing Boris pain. "Hey, Miss Angle, if you can hear me, get this. If there is so much a scratch on Boris' head, I'm gonna rip that halo right out of you skull, and beat you to death with it," Henry yelled with rage. Knowing that he had successfully scared the insane woman into silence, he received no response. Although everyone was taken aback by their generally quiet classmate's outburst, they all agreed with his threat. That gave Henry the extra push he needed to continue. He had no intention of resting, slowing down, or leaving until he had rescued Boris from that deceitful angel. After reaching the summit, he entered a room with a catwalk above the next entrance. An inky humanoid trudged across the catwalk as soon as he stepped inside. Maybe they weren't mannequins at all, but it's got to be one of those ink mannequins. As he looked around, the inky person sounded as though he was crying or whimpering in terror. The ink humanoid whimpered, scanning his surroundings as though he were being pursued. "He's gonna find me. He always finds me. Oh, no, I just wanna go home. When do we go home? When do we go home?" he said with apprehension. Henry felt a lot of sympathy for the ink person after he vanished from view down the catwalk because he sounded like a lost victim in need of assistance or direction. However, there were a lot more of those ink people when he walked through the doorway, and they were all looking straight at Henry with glowing, sad eyes. To the sides of the room, there were even some in shadowy cells. The eyes brought back memories of seeing Jack's full face from the upper floors. The end of people's suffering made everyone tremble with fear. Hesitantly, Henry stammered out, "WW, who are you people?" Like a record player, one of them stepped forward and said, "We used to work here in this very studio." Their voice was choked, "Drawing cartoons, until we had to set up that damn machine. It has cursed us ever since that nightmarish device was brought here," it practically screamed. Another person in a cell said, "The ink changed us, held us here within these walls, never allowing us to escape." This one was very depressed. His face was on his knees, and he was shedding a few tears from his mouth. Another ink person concluded, "Most of us have already been discovered by the ink demon. We could hardly find our way out of this place." This one stood next to the first person to speak, their entire body and eyes displaying grief and sadness. One pleaded fervently, "You have to help us," as he confronted Henry, who was stunned to see them all. "He'll help, of course," Ochako said with joy. Henry was honest with them, saying, I'm sorry, I wish I could help you, but I don't know how." Another ink victim threw herself to her knees and cried, "Please. We just want to be free as much as you do." She went on to say, "You are our only hope." Henry glanced at everyone who had halted their activities and fixed their gaze on him. God, how many people have been involved in Joey's terrible scheme? By transforming innocent people into arbitrary animals and causing them to suffer for decades, what did he hope to achieve? He had a new mission that he hoped to accomplish after saving Boris, so he couldn't think about that right now. Henry finally said, "Okay, and then he raised his hand and crossed his heart. I will try. I just need to find my friend, because that angel bitch has him. After I free him and end her, I will try to see if there is a way to turn you all back to normal. It won't be easy, but I'll try my best. I promise, Henry said. Most of them said, thank you, with gratitude, while the others approached to give him a pat on the back or an embrace as a sign of support. Try to go through there. An ink person indicated an open-air vent in the far wall in front of them, with the words, no angels, and, he will set us free, written above it. The latter suggested that thousands of those must be in the area. But even if it means his death, he will find a way to free them all from this evil nature. After witnessing one of them flee, Henry inquired, will the rest of you be okay? An ink woman replied, we should for a while longer, so please hurry. After giving a nod, Henry approached the vent. Well done, Midoriya, All Might said. With a flashlight in hand, he slithered inside and turned to see the lost ones sending him their silent farewells and waving goodbye. Henry quickly made his way through the vent until he could see a Bendy cutout sitting naively by an animator's desk through the open slats. But as soon as he was close enough to see through it, Bendy appeared out of nowhere and slammed his head against the cover, causing Henry to yell in surprise and jump back a little. The ink demon, however, appeared to shuffle him by putting a finger to his mouth and whistling before turning to leave. They didn't scare him. Instead, they perplexed everyone by believing he was out for blood. Henry was unable to express his thoughts and was uncertain about the significance of this peculiar behavior. This demonic abomination initially hunted him down and tried to kill him, but now it appeared that he was attempting to assist him. Henry followed Bendy by crawling toward the vents against his better judgment, hoping that this would not clearly entice him into the monster's grasp. Henry heard footsteps overhead, which might have been the figure of ink pointing him in the direction he needed to go. However, he quickly discovered that it was the sound of banging, and when he peered through one of the open vents, he saw a lost one in a tiny room repeatedly banging its head against the wall. According to him, this lost one is nearing the end of his rope and may be beginning to break after spending so much time in this hellhole. A larger room with an even larger Bendy statue was discovered by Henry, who swallowed his spit and crawled through the vents until he could hear the banging stop. However, Bendy was not there. Perhaps he was attempting to assist him. Henry may have been overanalyzing the situation, but perhaps he wasn't really that dangerous after all. Come up and see me, was now written on the wall ahead of him, with an arrow pointing up the stairs. Ignoring the Bendy cutout next to the little miracle station, Henry climbed the stairs, past the words, almost there, halfway up, and eventually arrived at the top, where a huge, open-mouthed Bendy head served as an entrance to a room filled with boards containing concept sketches and papers about Bendy-themed amusement park locations and attractions. They must have been creating the Bendy Land amusement park's blueprints here. Henry recalled that the park had been announced and that construction was about to start. However, due to financial difficulties, the park was never constructed for a variety of unidentified reasons. The main issue was that its principal designer vanished in the middle of production. The scale model of the amusement park and a cassette, which Henry played, were placed on the table in the middle. For 40 years, I have created mind-blowing attractions, the biggest wonders the world has ever seen. I have worked hard to earn my reputation, but in front of all the high-level investors and Wall Street titans, the incompetent Joey Drew presents me as Bertram Piedmont as Birdie, as if I were his child. You may be paying me, Mr. Drew, but you don't own me. I'll create a park that is larger than anything you could ever imagine. However, Mr. Drew, before you start bowing, remember that this enormous accomplishment will be mine and mine alone. Mina questioned, is it incorrect to say I'd wish to see that? Bertram Piedmont, the world-famous amusement park designer who contributed to the construction of Bendy Land, had said that. Although Henry has never met him, he was well known in amusement parks in the past due to his talent and inventiveness. He was actually in charge of Bendy Land until he abruptly disappeared, most likely due to Joey. Henry, however, opened the metal door to Storage 9 after flipping a switch inside the room and going back down the stairs. The lights flickered on as he stepped in, revealing the real Bendy Land welcome sign. But, Bendy Hell, now reads, Land, with the word, Hell, written over it. He was given a dejected look by a lone lost one sitting on a cage beneath the sign. Before he entered the indoor model of the real amusement park, which featured carnival minigames like Bottle Wallop and Bullseye Bonanza, Henry reassured him, don't worry. You'll be free soon. To ring the bell in a strength testing minigame, you had to slam down a massive mallet. He then showed up in front of the haunted house ride. Henry scratched his head and thought, this haunted house seems like the way to go, but it's going to need some power. He said resolutely, hang in there, Boris. I'm coming. Everyone grinned and became enthused about his resolve. He had no intention of abandoning him, not now, not ever. On the right side of the haunted house, beneath the head of an Alice Angel, was the control panel for the power station. There was a lever and 4 switches. However, they required electricity to function. Henry went to lever 1 and followed the cable to the closed door beside the minigames, which were now operational. In the center of the main 2 was a cassette containing another Wally audio log. These guys down in the warehouse get to play games all day while I'm stuck cleaning up after them. They kept locking themselves out of their own back room. So I says to him, look, guys. I respond, you're intelligent, aren't you? Here's a thought. Why not set up these games so that if you win, the door will open? They went after it like a dog to pot roast. It saves me a trip down here every day and it will be fun for you guys. I warn you. I'm leaving here if these guys don't start recognizing the true genius. Some people laughed a lot at this. The tough teen isn't that intelligent. As the tape came to an end, Henry said aloud, how many recordings have you made, Wally? He always seems to find a recording from the silly janitor in every level, which makes Henry question what happened to him. When a wave of nostalgia hit him again, Henry made the decision to play the minigames for fun. He recalled going to the carnival with his parents as a child and playing these kinds of games. He began by introducing the Bullseye Bonanza, a game in which the object was to shoot targets devoid of X's. It was quick, but he prevailed. Next up was Bottle Wallop, who simply needed to use the balls to knock over the 3 stacks of milk bottles. Since he only had 3, he had 3 chances to use each ball to topple all 3 stacks. Henry won this game as well with ease, demonstrating his skill. He then proceeded to play the game that tested his strength. He mustered the strength to lift the mallet and slammed it down with enough blunt force to cause the bell to ding. He was a little too old for these kinds of minigames. Present Mike remarked, funny how that was to show who's strongest decades ago, and some people agreed. Henry was jolted out of his fun-induced reverie by Alice, teasing him over the intercom, tell me, are you having fun? I'm sure Boris doesn't mind waiting for his little rescue party. He flipped the lever and stepped into the first room, which was filled with eerie Bendy costumes. He declared, that's 1, and proceeded to turn the lever 1. The lever 2 came next, and it took Henry to the research and design room, which featured an ink waterfall and a massive bendy arm suspended from the ceiling. Henry silently gasped below the balcony as he noticed the butcher gang huddled around a metal barrel, burning as if they were attempting to stay warm. The last time, they were simple to kill, but Henry knew he had nothing to defend himself with. Henry whispered, it looks like I have some company up ahead. I don't stand a chance without some sort of weapon. In an attempt to find a way, he said, there must be a way around them. Endeavor questioned, how'd they start a fire so deep underground? He then gestured toward an empty can of bacon soup and gave it a gentle shove off the balcony, causing it to fall and land nosily on the lower level. Before returning to the warmth of their fire, the butcher gang all went in the direction where they heard the loud clatter breaking the silence. They paused for a moment to look around. Henry gets an idea from this. After gathering more empty cans, he crept to the lower level and slipped past the unsightly trio. He tossed a can into a distant corner and took advantage of the distraction caused by the butcher gang. Henry walked into a new room filled with animatronic Bendys and cartoon duck heads. He pressed the switch and listened to the voice of Lacey Benton, a middle-aged woman with a thick southern drawl, on the cassette. My ulcer is the only thing that works around here. Half of these people are complete idiots who spend their days in the warehouse arguing about who should do what or playing dumb games. I'm not complaining, though, because I have most of my time to myself, and it suits me just fine. The only thing that irritates me is that mechanical demon in the corner. It will eventually walk and possibly dance, according to Bertram, who has been working on it for a month. Now it just gives me the creeps. I promise, that thing moves when I'm not looking at it. Hearing herself speak in a different voice made May giddy, but she was more interested in the machine she was building. Before flipping the next switch and coming back to flip lever 2, Henry carefully moved past the sobbing lost one in the cell and back out into the open to divert the butcher gang once more. He proceeded to the attraction storage by following the third cable. There was a dead striker clone and roller coaster carts inside. Then Henry found himself inside what appeared to be a circus tent, complete with a massive, inoperable octopus ride. A cassette was neatly set up on a desk in front of the ride. To hear Bertram's voice once more, Henry played it. "I built this park because it was supposed to be a masterpiece, my masterpiece. And now you think you can just throw me out, trample me to the dust and forget me? No, this is my park, my glory, the largest park ever built. A centerfold of attractions, each one more grand than the one before it. It makes my eyes water at the thought. But then, oh, Mr. Drew, you are the true architect behind so many nightmares. I'm still here, even though you might think I've left." All of the lights suddenly came on, and the octopus ride came to life. A giant humanoid head with a mustache, a mouth open with ink drooling out of it, and blank eyes that seemed to be in a trance was revealed when the ride's doors opened and the revolving carts lifted up. "He's fighting a carnival ride," Inko cried out in terror. When Henry saw that Bertram Piedmont was the self-running amusement park ride that was rapidly spinning its carts, he gasped. Bertram slammed one of his arms onto the desk, shattering it and exposing an axe within, causing Henry to jump back. Henry snatched it up before the spinning carts suddenly caught him, flung him across the room, and sent him painfully to the floor. Slam! Henry grunted and stood up, a little sore and in pain, but not enough to stop him from coming up with a plan. Henry had time to use his axe to cut the bolts off when he saw Bertram slam his arms to the ground. Consequently, the arm snapped off, releasing steam and ink. With the help of his reliable axe, the other 3 arms were removed, and as the Bertram monster gasped for air, the shutter slowly closed to reveal his face. The doors were now closed, and the man looked at Henry in disbelief as Henry waved sympathetically. In retrospect, Henry questioned how this even happened to him, but it was to believe that Bertram had to become the one thing he loved building so much. After Henry successfully threw the 3rd switch, it moved on to the 4th and last switch. The words, "That makes 3, 1 to go," were spoken aloud. He reached the maintenance room via the final cable. "Choo choo" was written on the interior walls, so when Henry continued inside, he saw the ride the Buddy Boris Railway poster, which indicated that a train must be present. There were steps leading down to a sea of ink, but before Henry could descend, he saw a flickering light that he recognized. "Uh-oh," Coda exclaimed in terror. "Oh, no, it isn't possible." When Henry saw the projectionist march through the ink and disappear from view, his face turned pale and a chill went up his spine. Henry was positive that he killed him while Alice was running errands on level 14. However, he only used an ink gun to shoot him in the back, and he simply fell to the ground. Thus, it's possible that the ink brought him back to consciousness or that he was simply knocked out. Henry waded through the ink pool, remembering that he could see but not hear, and hid behind one of the 2 trains to pull a lever on the wall. Regretfully, the protectionist appeared to notice this and became aware of Henry's presence. As a result, he was forced to go back up the stairs and into a little miracle station, where he had to wait until the unsightly creature returned to the ink pool below. In order to avoid raising his suspicions in any way, Henry intended to follow him cautiously and slowly this time. After that, he went upstairs to find the last switch. However, the lights flicked off and then back on when he flipped it. Henry searched for the projectionist but failed to find him. Henry shrugged, thinking that perhaps he had vanished and gone back to the power plant. But as soon as he got to the steps, a screech-like roar and the flickering film reel light flashing on him interrupted his thoughts, and Henry started to run. Perhaps the projectionist was simply hiding and waiting for an opportunity to attack. When Henry went back to the little miracle station, he looked out to see the projectionist reaching a hand out with the intention of killing him while peering its projector head inside. Before a web-like ink pattern appeared on the wall and Henry's vision distorted once more, the former animator swallowed and waited for the inevitable. The projectionist roared in rage, jumped, and stared to the left. Bendy then materialized in front of him and gave him a knuckle sandwich to the face. The projectionist had the audacity to strike the ink demon in the face, but Bendy retaliated. As Henry watched in awe as the 2 monsters struck, Bendy grew angrier and raised the projectionist by the neck. His roaring scream of pain was then cut off when Bendy tore off the head of his projector and threw it away at the little miracle station. Although Coda and Eri were protected from the eerie scene, everyone found it repulsive. Inside the station, Bendy looked at Henry, who waited for the monster to attack but, for some reason, didn't. After dragging the projectionist's trophy away and grabbing his beheaded body, Bendy vanished. Henry noticed the projectionist's bleeding head on the floor and the enormous ink mark next to the broken open door that led to the wall where Bendy vanished when it was safe to leave. Well, it was clear enough that those two were not in agreement. Bendy must have saved his life, Henry reasoned. When Henry noticed a cassette down there, he went to listen to Joey's voice on it. I think that we all possess a unique quality. If you have genuine inner strength, you can overcome even the most difficult obstacles. All you need to do is believe in yourself and stay honest, driven, and, most importantly, true to yourself. Alright, let's stop it there. I can only take so much of this garbage in a day. And I want to tell the guys in writing that I want to use the word dreaming more often in every message. You understand? Keep railing on that. Dreaming, dreaming, dreaming. People simply devour that type of slop. Turn it off, damn it. What? It's still on. With his true colors exposed, All Might glared at the voice once more. Henry's glare was so intense that he slammed the cassette against the ink out of frustration. In his prideful arrogance, Joey made him record that dumb cassette for him while he went on his little spiel about dreaming to trick his staff into believing he was a happy, kind man when, in reality, he was a heartless jerk who only cared about fame, money, and, if nothing else, the necessity of deceiving death itself to appear powerful and alive. Why did that jerk even write that pointless letter to force him to endure this hell and bring him to this fucking studio? Henry sighed and resumed his journey. Henry flipped all 4 switches, threw the lever, and the haunted house ride began. An evil laugh sounded on the speaker as he hopped in the cart, disregarding the turn back jotting. Unfazed by the animatronic skeletons and ghosts intended to jump scare the ride's patrons, Henry rode the spooky ride while Alice spoke over the intercom. Some said, weak. She chuckled as she said, and now, the ride truly begins, Henry. We never really had control at the studio, so it's funny how quickly everything can go wrong. Come in and act like it's all just a bad dream. You were either putting someone in your pocket or in someone else's. I only wanted to be beautiful and get what was promised to me. I'm sure you can understand that. Why are you here, Henry? We're all dying to know. Did you just relish the fear of the plunge into hell? If so, hold on tight, I've got a surprise, Alice said excitedly. The cart circled before entering a dark tunnel, but then it stopped and was seized by giant hands. The ride transported Henry into the interior of a classic haunted house, complete with boarded-up windows, wallpaper that had faded from the walls, portraits of frightful-looking people, a pipe organ, and everything else needed to create a real vintage Victorian-era haunted house. When Henry saw a twisted, muscular, deformed Boris with X's for eyes, a gaping incision on his chest, and mechanical parts stuck on him, he gasped in sheer horror. Everyone was sad for the friendly wolf and gasped when they saw what had happened to him. Boris, no, how did she harm you? Henry screamed helplessly before the Boris monster picked up the cart he was in with superhuman strength, throwing him and the cart meters away from him and knocking him to the ground in the process. He couldn't believe it. He had already had his way with Alice, and now all Boris could do was attack him. To mock Henry once more, Alice triumphantly roared her malevolent laugh over the speakers. Introducing the enhanced Boris, she yelled, I gave him so much more in exchange for what I wanted. This time, there's no escape and no ink demon. Tear him apart, Boris. Don't leave anything. Assassinate him, she yelled. Henry was forced to fight his best friend, who was now a monstrous shell of his former self. Boris tried to kill Henry by charging him, slamming him like the Hulk, throwing carts at him, and doing anything else he could, but Henry acted quickly and used some thick ink that Boris had left behind to make a pipe from the gent machine. It was difficult, but Henry grudgingly resisted the Boris monster until it eventually fell to the ground, much to Alice's anguish and rage. Nah, no, why can't you just die? She roared angrily. She yelled. Henry was too late to save the poor wolf, and here he was, mutilated, transformed, and now dead before turning into a puddle of ink. He stood over the dead Boris, without hearing anything, tears threatening to spill from his eyes at the work Alice had done to him. The silence was broken by a cry of anger, which caused Henry to turn abruptly and see Alice running toward him, determined to kill him herself. Henry refused to back down and threw up his fists to beat the living daylights out of that slimy bitch for this to poor Boris, and when she was within striking range, he delivered a powerful right hook punch that knocked her to the ground. You slimy bitch. Henry yelled angrily as tears came out of his eyes. Beat her ass, yes. Katsuki shouted. Henry leaned over and took her by the throat, saying, let me go. I told you what would happen, and now I'm going to make you pay. Alice wheezed out as she clawed at his arm. Henry screamed as he grabbed the halo in her head with his other hand. She grunted and tore the halo out, causing ink to fly everywhere. Ah, that was for Boris, you psycho. Alice screamed in agony as Henry released his hold and struck her with the halo, causing it to shatter even more. Henry shouted as Alice stood up, her face darker and more irate, but before she could strike, someone impaled her from behind with a sword that looked like a blade, stopping her right in front of Henry. Alice gasped rigidly as her life abruptly left her eyes and she collapsed to the ground. In addition to the abrupt death, some people were startled by what Izuku had done to that insane person. When Henry turned to see who had killed the angel, his eyes widened and he saw a different version of Alice Angel, unlike the evil, half-deformed one, standing next to Boris, who now had a mechanical arm, a pipe weapon of his own, and a determined expression on his face. Henry finally broke the silence between the three of them, and this one's face was more beautiful than the last, but it was also perfectly normal. Kaminari remarked, they kind of look like Fortnite characters. In summary, those two new characters decided that Henry couldn't be trusted after they discovered him after they had killed the insane angel imposter who had taken his friend Boris away. He was now imprisoned in a makeshift cell in their covert location, far from the ink Bendy. Henry didn't care that the Boris clone with the metal arm was called Tom, for some reason. He didn't trust Henry at all and would constantly hurl hateful gestures and furious glares at him. And it should come as no surprise that the attractive Alice Angel girl goes by Alice. She must be Allison Pendle, Alice Angel's second voice actress, Henry surmised. However, that was only his theory. Shoto remarked, fairly solid for now. Eventually, Tom had to take away the cassette that Henry had been using to scribble and record messages during his time in captivity. Because of this, Henry now spends his days drawing and thinking about Linda. He wonders if she was beginning to miss him and if she has given birth without him yet. Recently, he has been trying to kill time by drawing on paper. When Henry heard Allison humming a well-known song to herself, he was startled out of his reverie. He rose from the army bed and moved toward the gap in the boarded-up entrance to his cell, watching Alice write in, you guessed it, ink on the wall. He asked aloud, I recognize that song. Alice turned her head and said, everyone knows that song. Who are you? Why are you here? She asked in a frustrated manner. She didn't want to deal with the searchers, Sammy, lost ones, that, Alice, clone, and ink Bendy anymore. From what he's observed, Henry could infer that they've been here longer than he has, and they're still relatively unaffected by the problems here. In his typically gregarious manner, Henry replied, I was invited by an old friend and now I can't leave. Even though he was furious, he needed to remain composed if he wanted to survive this nightmare. He knew he needed help, but it was difficult because Boris, his other helper, had passed away. The experts nodded. It was wise to remain composed in any circumstance. When he said, then you know more than we do, she pointed to the surroundings and said, 1 minute we don't even exist. Just thoughts. And then the next minute, this place. Henry asked her, are you gonna let me out of here? Even though he knew, looking back, that she most likely wouldn't. Alice gave a firm explanation, down here, strangers aren't good things. She said authoritatively, how can we trust you? We don't even know what you are. Since he was the only person in the entire studio who wasn't covered in ink, Henry could relate. Henry calmly said, my name is Henry, and I used to work here. What's your name? He asked. He had no idea if she had a different name or nickname, even though she did resemble Alice Angel. Alice said, self-conscious, I honestly don't know my real name, so they call me Alice. But I'm no angel. As she returned to her work, she said, you got back and rest. We'll talk again later. Taking her word for it, Henry let out a bored sigh, went back to the comforts of his bed, and closed his eyes to sleep. Henry could hear Alice talking to Tom a few moments later. Naturally, he put Tom in charge when he turned around and saw Alice getting ready to leave. She reassured her comrade, saying, it's only for a few hours. No need to worry, I won't go far, only up to level 6. Just stay here, keep an eye on Henry, okay? I'll be back as soon as I can. I promise, she said. Then she was gone. leaving Henry alone with that mechanically limb-wielding Boris clone who was too cautious. Tom has been sitting there for the past few minutes, staring at Henry with that suspicious look on his face, and slapping his axe against his hand as though he were daring him to try something amusing. Henry was becoming weary of this performance. It made sense that he didn't trust him, but he missed Linda terribly and needed to return to his life with her. Like in a romance novel, the girl swooned over his desire to see his wife once more. It appears that Alice went up to Henry's cell while he was sketching that afternoon. She put a bowl of bacon soup in front of the man and said, "Henry," forcing him to stand up and look at her. "Here, you must be hungry." That stuff didn't interest Henry. How long it's been here is unknown. With a, "Sorry, it's all that we have," apology, she left Henry and the bowl and left. However, Tom then approached and put his hand by the bowl, waiting for Alice to vanish behind the wall to their beds back there before he pushed the soup bowl to the ground and broke it. He then gestures his disapproval of Henry in his direction, but Henry doesn't seem to mind and simply dismisses it before returning to his bed, oblivious to the furious expression on that dog's face. And the following day, as she continued writing on the walls, Alice reminded him, "I know you're watching me." She shivered as she said, "It's just a little creepy." Henry said, "You're the one that writes on the walls," in a tone that betrayed his disinterest in the situation. Mina uttered the words, "Great comeback. It's the only way some poor souls down here can be heard," she said, adding, "But you don't want to touch the ink for too long. It can claim you, pull you back. That's how I met Tom. I was messing with things I shouldn't have been and he was there," she said, smiling, as Henry could assume. Henry questioned, "Why do you call him Tom?" "He just seems to respond to it," she said. This led to Tom considering it in another theory that she was another employee. Since Susie was her voice actor, this new theory could coexist with the previous one that the angel clone was Susie. Thus, Allison Pendle, the new voice actress, might have been this Alice, and Tom might have been Thomas Connor. Henry said glumly, "I don't think he's very fond of me. He looked just like Boris, even though he wasn't the same person." The man, who genuinely wasn't sure how much more he could handle, sobbed silently and shed tears when he thought of his friend. When Alice learned that he had been brought here for no apparent reason and was suffering as a result, she felt obligated to assist him in some way. They all let out a sorrowful sigh as they recalled Boris's fate. She stopped painting the wall to turn to face him and approached him slowly, saying, "Let me show you something. I was sketching out one of the higher floors a while back when I saw something reflected off of a piece of glass. I held the glass up and peered through, and there it was, a hidden message on the wall behind me. As a result, I searched the studio and discovered more and more messages. But you can't see them with your eyes. Only through this. Take a look," Alice said, passing him what appeared to be a square piece of glass with a handle, along with wires and tiny lights. Henry was curious, so he held it up to his face and looked through it. Oddly enough, the words, "She will leave you for dead," were written in a hidden message on the wall next to Alice's painting. Knowing that he was most likely going to die in that cell made his heart sink. Furthermore, Alice's head had a golden halo, suggesting that she might actually be an angel. Alice said excitedly, "I think they know how to get out of here, but I don't know who's been leaving them." Her face fell as Henry lowered the glass and asked, "Where does it all lead to?" "Nowhere," she said, frowning despairingly. "I followed them for a long time. Just leads me in circles. I don't think I'm meant to leave this place, Henry. But maybe you are," she speculated. Tokiyami remarked, "The mystery thickens." Henry begged Alice to let him leave one last time, but she told him that Tom believed he was dangerous. Henry sighed. He was confident she would put her trust in her longtime friend instead of a stranger. Henry asked, "What do you think?" She responded in a lighter tone, I think, you're the hope I've been waiting for." She said, "Go to sleep. Maybe tomorrow will be better." Why did he find that hard to believe? Henry held up the seeing tool, and asked, "Do you want this back?" Alice smiled thoughtfully and said, "Why not keep it? It hasn't done me much, but maybe it'll help you better." Henry returned the smile and lay down on his bed. After a fight with Ink Bendy outside, Henry found Alice fixing Tom's mechanical arm the following day. She angrily reprimanded him while repairing him, saying, "That was really stupid, Tom. You shouldn't have gone out there. Now that he's seen you, it's only a matter of time before he finds us here," she grunted as she fiddled with his arm. Before they both realized he was staring at them with a startled expression, Henry watched with mild fascination. Henry didn't bother to wave back when Alice waved at him. Henry simply ignored them and returned to his sleep, but Tom was still slapping his axe at him as usual. However, a loud noise and the voices of his captors outside his cell eventually woke Henry, who hurried to the boarded exit. Alice argued with her comrade, shaking him by the shoulders. "We can't just leave him," she yelled, "not with the ink demon right outside the door," and gestured toward Henry and the exit door. Henry asked in terror, "What's going on?" "He's coming," she said, warning him. "We have to move on," she exclaimed in a panic. They knew that Bendy would soon catch up to them when they heard the dead giveaway noises getting closer and closer. Hearing about the monster capturing him made many people shudder. Alice yelled, "Tom, we have to let him out," as she tugged on the boards in an attempt to free Henry, but to no avail. Tom put a soft hand on her shoulder and shook his head, reassuring her in silence that staying behind would only be a waste of time and that it would be best anyhow. Knowing she had no choice but to leave Henry, Alice gazed at him with sadness, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. He whimpered, "I'm sorry," hoping that he would pardon her, and he and Tom fled out the door, leaving Henry alone in the cell. However, he reasoned that there must be a covert way out of this place. Using the seeing tool, he discovered additional hidden messages within his cell, including, "It's inside the vault, there's always hope," and arrows indicating, "Use the spoon," and pointing to a spoon on the wall. When he grabbed it, the toilet's hidden room was revealed. "Look inside, you'll need this," was the covert message that was written inside. Henry examined the tank and discovered a gent pipe inside since he was not going to stick his hand inside the toilet bowl. After using it to smash through the boards leading to his cell, he was eventually free. He left the hiding place and entered the dark, earthy tunnel. Henry ventured through the tunnels and made his way to a dock of some kind where a barge sat, dodging a couple searchers that appeared in front of him along the way. Henry watched as the two rowed off into the tunnel on their own barge down the dark river. Henry was forced to make use of the remaining barge. But first, he looked around to see if there was a secret message. "There's something in the river," was written on the floor. Henry had to find a way across, though. To get the barge into the river, he had to pull the lever twice. After entering, he turned on the engine and depressed the throttle, causing the barge to row through the pitch-black tunnel. Henry hoped he would reach his destination and reach safety. The barge that Alice and Tom were just on was then visible, floating just outside a metal door, as a section of the dark river was illuminated by light. The barge abruptly stopped, indicating that the paddle wheel was clogged with ink. Before attempting to fix the issue, he muttered, "It sounds like something's stuck in the paddle wheel." He knocked some of the excess ink off the paddle wheel with his gent pipe. However, he saw something emerge from beneath the dark river in front of him as he turned back toward the front. In front of Tom and Alice's barge, a huge bendy hand appears out of the ink, snatches it, and pulls it down. In a panic, Henry grabbed the throttle again and pulled the boat into the left tunnel to escape. "Oh, my God, what is that?" Ojiro exclaimed, a reason to run the hell away. He didn't have time to come up with an explanation. In his mind, Henry prayed that whatever abomination it was wouldn't drown him by sinking him into the river as he gripped the throttle and rowed the barge down the tunnel away from the giant hand. However, a few minutes later, he finally saw what appeared to be a shantytown. A lost one was sitting at a watchtower, using a fishing rod to fish in the ink, resembling a tiny fishing village for the lost ones. However, what did he hope to find in the ink down there? He needed to be aware of the giant hand that was hiding beneath. In any case, Henry anchored the barge, jumped out, and entered the village. As I walked toward the boarded-up passageway, I noticed that there were lit candles all around me and papers with ink handprints that had more digits than the typical 5. The words, "Not monsters," were written on top, but after Henry used the seeing tool, it now said, "Once people, now fallen into despair." That would be reasonable. A mad, spectral voice screamed out from the shadows as the man stepped forward to board, but before he could do anything, the boards exploded outward. A familiar-sounding voice. The voice said, "Betrayed. Abandoned." Sammy, who was still very much alive and now furious, was brandishing an axe crazily. He yelled angrily, "I trusted you. I gave you everything and you left me to rot. Why? Why?" Katsuki cried out, "How the fuck is he still alive?" Henry could see that Sammy was going crazy now. His sanity has suffered greatly as a result of being attacked and potentially killed by Ink Bendy. Henry began defending himself with his gent pipe ready as Sammy struck him with his axe. The two sides continued to trade blows until Henry finally knocked off Sammy's mask, which caused the insane prophet to cover his face in embarrassment. He fled in terror, leaving Henry a little perplexed. "No, don't look at me, stay away," he cried. Henry wished that a tiny fragment of the former Sammy remained in the tangle of a corpse. However, Sammy abruptly grabbed him by the throat as Henry cautiously walked up to him, allowing Henry to see his face. He doesn't even have one, though. Below, nothing but darkness. Sammy throws Henry to the ground, brandishing his axe and preparing to decapitate him. "Ah, you lied to me, you said I'd be free. Well, I'm going to free you now. Free your head right off your shoulders," he exclaims. Then he saw Tom coming slowly up behind him, but he said nothing while Sammy stared at him. "Sheep, sheep, sheep, it's time for sleep." Tom struck Sammy with his own axe, causing him to fall to the ground, dead as a doornail, before Sammy could deliver the final blow. Some recoiled at the sight, but it might have been self-defense. Henry saw Sammy's body drop to the floor and turn into ink. Waiting for Tom to knock him out or something, he shifted his attention to him. Instead, he gave his axe to Henry to wield. He was perplexed by this, believing that the man, who had made it apparent during his captivity, detested his life. Then Henry picked up the axe and stood up again, glaring at Tom from eye to eye. For a handshake, Henry extended his left hand and held it there for a while before Tom's robotic hand took it. Henry nodded when Tom gave him a menacing squeeze and warned him to exercise caution. As Tom reached for the axe where Sammy's body had been, Alice said, "Are you okay, Henry?" And hoped he was unharmed. "You're lucky we were in the neighborhood," she added. Rumble. As Henry gazed at the floor where Sammy's body was lying, the ground started to tremble a little. Henry questioned, "Was that him?" In reference to the feared ink demon himself potentially approaching. "I don't think so. The Searchers and the Lost Ones built this place," replied Alice. As Alice prepared her blade and Tom his axe, she remarked, "It looks like we're in for a fight. Sammy must have been keeping them at bay. Now that he's gone." Ari inquired, "Who are the Lost Ones?" Henry said, "Wait, Lost Ones? You mean those ink people with orange eyes?" Alice, who was genuinely perplexed, replied, "Yeah, those are the ones, why?" But before he could speak, the trio was attacked by a whole swarm of Searchers and Lost Ones that emerged from the ink puddles. They attacked them using the element of surprise as they emerged in various directions. To keep them at bay, everyone retaliated with their weapons. However, Henry was aware that the Lost Ones must now be perplexed and misinterpreted. It was they who pleaded with Henry to assist them. This had to end. Henry yelled at the top of his lungs, "Everybody! SSSSTTTOOOOOOPPP." And then the room fell silent. Henry's booming roar caused everyone, including the Searchers and the Lost Ones, to freeze in place before focusing. There was no more fighting or attacking. With a sigh, Henry resumed his speech. "Look, I know you all are scared and confused and I'm sorry that all of this horrific nonsense happened to you, but I'm here to help all of you. And I'm afraid attacking me and trying to kill me isn't going to get this done faster. I made you a promise to help free you of this awful curse and I need you to trust me to save you all. So please, help me help you," Henry said in a desperate voice. To the confusion of Alice and Tom, all the ink-born abominations exchanged glances before retreating and nodding knowingly at Henry. Alice was largely taken aback by Henry's ability to reason with the creatures in their immediate vicinity. They all walked around the older man with a more upbeat stance, no longer hostile but desperate. Henry put a soothing hand on the man's shoulder as one of the men asked, "Will you help us?" "What a dumb question to ask," complained Katsuki. "I said I would and I don't intend to break my promise. We'll find the answer soon, so for now, just stay in your games where it's safe," Henry informed them. The others vanished in the ink as they all nodded, with one brave enough to embrace Henry. "Thank you," was said before it. As she approached, Alice grinned and said, "Nicely done, Henry. It's probably best if we all stay together from now on," she added, causing him to nod. Alice walked over to a chained gate and sliced the chains with her sword. She pointed to the open gate and said, "Henry, think you can lead the way?" He gave them a nod and led the other three as he marched down the newly constructed pathway. Before they reached a hallway with no floor and just a pitch-black abyss below, Henry cut the boards down. The only means of crossing the pit were planks, but they didn't appear to be secure. You fall to your death after just one slip. The weak planks gave way and broke as Henry went first, but he was at least a few feet ahead, and they both fell into the abyss. Alice's terrified voice yelled, "Henry!" as they fell. A splash. He seems to fall a lot, aside from jump scares, Shoji remarked. Fortunately, his fall was broken by landing directly in a pool of ink. Henry noticed that we had moved. "It's inside the vault," was written on the wall, so he must be getting close, according to his seeing tool. It appeared to be a waiting area with a receptionist booth or something similar when he first entered. The sign above the metal garage door informed them that they were in an administration area, and the music was playing through the speakers. Knowing it must be in the film vault, he went inside. 3 of the many pipes in the assortment were missing. After spotting the newest obstruction in his path, Henry said, "Now that's interesting." Another cassette sat on the chair behind the desk as Henry walked into a side office. Henry made the decision to listen to this. Thomas Connor sent it. "We're making progress, but the client's expectations are constantly shifting. What began as a machine to simply mold life-size figures now appears to be more on the verge of magic than engineering, though Mr. Drew is still certain they are the same thing." Progress report to Gent Home Office. Client: Joey Drew Studios. "We have had a number of near successes in the process of running the cartoon film through the machine for the figures to imprint upon. It's interesting to note that the first figure ever made was an unsuccessful attempt to recreate the character Bendy. No other attempts to create this specific figure have surfaced since. And the one that did, I don't know, he seems otherworldly." Shoto remarked, "Oh, so it was first out." Henry was a moment away from realizing that Joey had actually made the ink demon to try to bring their characters to life. Naturally, this did not turn out the way he had hoped, as he had personally witnessed. He got an idea when he came back to the waiting area and saw an ink maker with pipe symbols on the dial. He then triggered the garage door by pulling a level behind the receptionist booth. But when it did, Henry moaned as he watched the Butcher Gang's Charlie Freak go by up ahead. Henry worriedly told himself, "I'd better stay out of sight, not these guys again." In the labyrinthine hallways, he slipped past the Butcher Gang until he came across another cassette on a desk and pressed it. Joey Drew was once more recording an audio log. A small memo to all administration offices. "I've been aware that some backroom incompetents are not trusting my leadership, and the rumors that the company is having financial difficulties are false and a slanderous lie against us. We simply can't stand them any longer. I always steer the boat and guide our destiny as a leader, keeping an eye on the big picture so you people don't have to worry about such intricate matters. Simply carry out your duties and have faith in your leader, who is me." Iida remarked, "I'd rather leave Stain fallow." At his old friend's ego trip, Henry shook his head and rolled his eyes. He left the room and started searching for any swollen machine ink. Any member of the Butcher Gang who pursues him will be slashed with their axes. Henry discovered another cassette from Wally after sneaking past the strange man who looked like Edgar. "It turns out that I'm lucky today. I started cleaning the office at around 2 a.m. last night, and guess what I found on one of the chairs? A huge chocolate cake. It's practically screaming my name. I work hard, I warn my pay, and I eat every dollar, but you know what this company is lacking? Small, helpful perks. And this cake, it's a perk. I hope no one notices what I did. Because I know what would happen if they did, I'm leaving." Kirishima exclaimed, "My catchphrase again," with delight. The man's playfulness and silliness, along with the catchphrase he employed, made Henry shake his head. Before long, he had found another cassette on a little table between 2 doors. One of Joey's audio logs again. "Hey Tommy, I know you guys at Gent are trying your hardest, but I'm paying for living attractions, not strange abominations. Whatever that smiling thing was that I spotted wandering around your office, you had better keep it locked up tight. I know it was just a first attempt, but just think if the media saw it. Could deter investors. In addition, we will get them a soul if you say that your failures are due to the fact that these things are souls. This is in response to your earlier memo. I mean, I have thousands of them." With a growl, All Might said, "That damn monster." This could indicate that Joey has been experimenting on his own staff members in an attempt to transform them into living cartoon characters. However, we are all aware of how that turned out. Henry slipped past the Butcher Gang and ended up in front of Joey Drew's office. Henry became even more perplexed by this. Why would he have his office so far below the studio? He had no memory of his office being so far below the establishment. However, Sammy stated in his cassette that Joey had a place of his own. The working Joey Drew Studios logo was above the desk with another cassette as you entered the office. I understand how important this part is to you, Susie. Alice and all of my characters are very important to me. In fact, I'll share a small secret with you. I firmly believe that my characters are more than just drawings, they are living beings. They belong to us. Additionally, I want people to know them as well as I do, to be able to shake their hands, spend an afternoon with them, and love them. I'll be honest with you, Susie, I'm organizing a small project, a small ceremony, and if it succeeds, many dreams will be realized. And I want you to play a part in it, to make Alice come back to life. What do you say? He killed me, Najire exclaimed, startled. That evil Alice from before she was killed was Susie. Was she the first person put through that crazy ink machine as a test subject? Now, none of that matters. Sneaking back to the ink maker, he snatched up a bucket of ink and used it to make new pipes for the system. When they were put in place, the film vault's ink flooded along with them. Ink Bendy has been here, as evidenced by the secret jotting that read, "The devil has taken it," that Henry discovered when he stopped when he entered the open vault. Upon inspecting one of the boxes, Henry noticed an ink stain where a film reel had once been. Henry was shocked to see Alice and Tom accompanying him into the vault when he turned around and said, "Looks like whatever was here was taken long ago." Henry inquired, "How did you get down here?" Alice merely replied, "It pays to carry a rope. You should try it." Henry rolled his eyes at this, first at the box, then at the toon people in the wall. Aizawa remarked, "That's smart." As he got up, Henry told them, "Look, I know where we have to go, but it's not going to be pleasant." Henry declared, his eyes blazing with resolve, "The ink demon has something that we need. I'm going after him." "What?" cried everyone. Alice and Tom were taken aback by Henry's decision to approach the studio's main monster. When he fell into the ink from the other room, he undoubtedly took a serious hit. Alice shouted incredulously, "You want to go his lair? Are you crazy? That's death," and gave him a crazy eyes look. She was shocked to learn that he was genuinely putting his life in danger. Henry calmly shrugged and said, "That's where the trail seems to lead. What other choice do I have?" He was aware that this was a risky plan, but it was most likely the only way to put an end to everything and save everyone. Alice let out a defeated sigh and gestured to a metal door beside them, saying, "Well, it's probably close by. Probably through that door, but it won't be easy to open. I'll need 3 gears, a crowbar, some kind of counterbalance." She started making lists. "It appears to be another collection quest, but at least it came from a kind angel and had a team," Henry sighed. But Tom was going to waste time trying to find any tools, so he simply went over and used his metal arm to punch open the metal door. Bam! Alice shrugged her shoulders and said, "Huh. Well, that works too, I guess." They all uttered the words, "Thank God," in relief at the absence of another quest. Henry said, "Come on," and they went down the hallway that resembled the space he had entered when he first arrived at the studio. There was a projector playing a blank reel of film, and even a desk that looked like his own. Before the ink web patterns on the walls, which indicated Ink Bendy's approach, caused them all to freeze, they descended to a hallway with a glass window. On the other side of the glass, Ink Bendy was stumbling down the hallway. They tiptoed down the hallway into another jotting that said, "Death," with an arrow after Alice whispered, "Quiet. Don't make any noise." This led them all to a dark lair that was illuminated by a huge machine that had a pipe. On top of it, Henry watched as the ink machine was lowered. Therefore, this must be the birthplace of all creatures, including Bendy. It was surrounded by a pool of ink, which may have been the primary source of all the creatures present. When Alice saw the device, she exclaimed, "Wow, I've never seen this before," which caused Henry to pause. Bendy might have been made here, while the others were made elsewhere in the studio. Alice surveyed the area they were in and remarked, "I don't see any way across." "Nothing to build a raft with," Henry said. "We'll have to wade across," as he peered thoughtfully closer to the edge. She walked over to him and said, "We can't. We're not like you, Henry. If we go in there, well, a drop of water in the ocean is rarely seen again," she said gravely. Ectoplasm stated, "They're unstable in the ink." With the end goal in sight, Henry sighed. He would have to travel alone once more, this time with the largest man present. Henry answered, "Then I suppose it's all up to me." He was genuinely incensed that he and the others had to endure this kind of suffering. And I don't even know what I'm doing here. I don't even know why this is all happening to me, he said. The words, "You're here for a reason, Henry. There's always a reason," were comforting and gave him a boost of confidence. She used the same line as everyone else in this hellhole, even when you can't understand it. It's time. Set us free. Henry smiled weakly and embraced her briefly. She gave him a full embrace in return, and he released his hold as Tom approached. As Henry moved closer to the edge, they nodded to one another. Since it wasn't too far to the enormous ink machine in the ink demon's lair, he entered the ink pool. Inko said, "May God help him," in a brief prayer. Eventually, Henry found himself walking down a metal corridor that featured various displays of the Lost Ones until he came upon what appeared to be a huge throne room. Projectors showing various Bendy cartoons, including Sheep Songs, The Butcher Gang, Demonic Tonic, Siren Serenade, Hell in a Handbasket, and others, were arranged around a massive chair that was perched on a mess of ink in the middle. Additionally, he played a cassette that was sitting here and heard Joey's voice once more. "Look what we've built, Henry. We created life itself, not just on the silver screen but in the hearts of those we entertained with our fancy moving pictures. It's just amazing what one can do with their own hands. If you strangle a lumpy lump of clay with enough enthusiasm, it can turn into meaning." However, only the monsters, shadows of the past, were left when the tickets stopped selling and the next big thing arrived. "But Henry, you can save them. You can take it all off. You see, Bendy has never experienced the end. He was there for his beginning, but he has never seen it. The end." Henry picked up the film reel with the words, "The end," written on the back, echoing Joey's voice at the end of the audio log. Momo uttered the words, "The solution to everything," with sense of relief. Then Henry heard a growl and looked up to see Bendy standing behind the chair, staring at him. When Henry retreated in terror, his heart stopped, but he soon came to a crucial realization. He couldn't follow if he was in the demon's lair because there wasn't really anywhere to go. Henry prepared for the worst by using one arm to shield his face. ... Without hearing anything from the screen, Mineta questioned, "Isn't something supposed to happen about now?" Mina said, "Hey yeah, isn't that thing gonna attack him?" Ochako said in a dark tone, "You're complaining that Deku isn't getting killed." Kaminari said uneasily, No, not like that, we're just confused why that thing isn't doing anything." Henry looked up, wondering why, while he was still on the ground, the demon had not moved. The demon showed no emotion and, for some reason, just stared at him from behind the throne. Being the demon in a whole building full of monsters should be the first to strike, right? "What the hell is he doing? Shouldn't he be attacking me?" he asked, standing motionless. He thought. Bendy flinched as Henry began, "Aren't you gonna, I don't know, attack me?" he asked, sitting up. He didn't have high expectations, but he wasn't ready for Bendy to shake his head quickly. Henry said, "Wait a second, can you understand what I'm saying?" To his further surprise, the demon nodded once more. Toru shivered and said, "Whoa, that's freaky to see." Kendo questioned, "Does that mean he heard everything he said when he was there?" The demon quickly shook his head no when Henry asked, "Were you ever planning to hurt me?" If you weren't, why were you chasing me through the whole studio?" Henry asked, getting to his feet. Henry was still stunned by the demon's close approach, so Bendy dropped the chair and hobbled over to him. Bendy then produced a folded piece of paper from within himself and handed it to Henry. Even though he was shocked to see that, he carefully removed it from his swollen fingers and unfolded it. It bore the name and a crude skew of Little Devil Darling in his standard design. The tiny writing on the bottom beneath Bendy's figure was what attracted attention. Henry Stein. He knew the entire time he made him. All Might exclaimed in shock as they all gasped. Miro questioned in terror, what about all that other stuff he did, like with the projection guy? Others were also afraid of his actions. You knew the entire time?" Henry asked shakily, shocked, and the taller beast nodded. Henry glanced at the paper and then at Bendy, unsure of what to do now that he was staring at Bendy honestly. With Bendy now trembling in terror, Henry questioned, "Did you remember what happened here, at the studio?" Henry said in a soothing voice, Whoa, easy, I didn't mean to upset you, I just wanted some answers, and it kind of worked." Although Bendy was still afraid, he was aware that Henry had doubts because he and many others had been compelled to face an ungodly fate. Henry leaned Bendy over and said, "Okay, did you know about the people here and what they're going through?" He could see that tiny drops of ink, a peculiar kind of crying, were dripping from his face. Henry then had a verified response. The little devil wasn't bad, he was simply miscalculated based on his appearance at creation. Katsuki questioned, "It's crying." Shoji responded, "Well, it was strange for him to be perceived as evil despite his cartoony counterpart. Yeah, his appearance made people scared of him, probably assumed he was just out for blood," Ojiro said. Henry said, "You didn't hurt anyone here, did you?" And the demon nodded while keeping his head down. The demon nodded, and Henry said, "Sorry, Bendy, but everyone here thinks you want to hurt them, can you explain that?" Bendy guided him behind the throne, where a tiny blueprint with additional details about the ink machine was placed. It depicted an individual entering and becoming a chosen ink creature, as well as the drawback of being a faceless ink person. With a nod, Henry said, "So, your plan was to put them through the ink machine in hopes to turn them back." Henry recognized a problem. They could only change a chosen design, there was no way to go back. He couldn't blame him, but the creature was young and didn't know much about machines. Bendy, this actually makes them think you want to kill or make them suffer, it can't turn them back unless they're selected to," Henry replied. "Yeesh, how many times you think he's been doing that?" May replied. "Probably enough to earn him that reputation he has as a demon, the best genist." Concerned for the man's well-being, Cementos remarked, "It was pretty smart of Midoriya to read that to him." Bendy slowed down even more. Henry said, "You knew that it wouldn't work." And Bendy nodded. With Bendy nodding once more, Henry questioned, "Was it just to see if it'll actually work without that flaw?" It didn't work out well, like a child trying to do something they don't know about, and Henry winced because everyone is afraid of him. Henry said, "Bendy, what happened to Joey?" As the demon became rigid. Hiss. Bendy's enraged hiss made Henry wince, but he understood because Joey was a genuinely evil man to do all of this. Henry said softly, "Easy buddy, he's not here, and I won't let him hurt you." Bendy's smile was still hazy as she looked at him. Henry wanted to assist him, but then he recalled the potential remedy that was beneath his arm. One thing stood out. Bendy knew what was going on and had heard more than anyone else. With the others staring at her in astonishment, Momo said, "Wait, if that film plays, what'll happen to him?" Ochako responded positively, "Maybe he'll be fine." Eri worriedly asked, "Will he be okay?" Everyone agreed that it would not end well, so Lita worriedly said, "But Joey said it's the end." Henry held up the film case and said, "Hey Bendy," the demon staring at him. "If I play this film, what will happen to you?" he asked. All Bendy could do was hold up his inky hand, which contained a miniature version of himself, and smash it with the other hand. Wait, there has to be another option. Maybe another film, or work on the ink machine, something that won't kill you. Henry cried in desperation as he paled, realizing that if the movie was played, Bendy would die. There must be something we missed, something that can help him," exclaimed Kota. "Yeah, he can't die." Shoto held his head up and said. As All Might looked down, he realized that not everyone could be saved and that there might not be another choice. After looking at every other possibility, Bendy put a soft hand on Henry's shoulder. Even if there had been, he would still be free while everyone else would still be stuck there. Henry could understand that it couldn't do that and not be self-centered for the sake of the rest of the studio. Henry went to the slot for the film reel and sighed, saying, "Okay, well, let's do this." After it was in, Henry and Bendy exchanged glances as the demon crouched down. "Would you like a hug?" Henry asked. In a moment of surprise, Bendy pressed his face against the inky form and embraced him. However, he quickly returned the hug, and as the movie began, the taller one trembled. As they hoped for the best for Bendy and their green-haired friend, everyone held their breath. Ectoplasm hummed, "It's a brave thing he's doing, sacrificing himself for everyone else." When a new movie started, the previous screen all ended with the same two words displayed. The conclusion. The whole area was glowing the same shade of red that Henry had previously seen in the archives in that corridor as Bendy trembled. Bendy's body began to bubble, and his form shook violently, but Henry held fast as it went on. A bright flash filled the room, and Bendy threw his last remaining strength into a tight hug for Henry. Blash. As they waited to see what would happen to their friend and the inky creature, everyone shielded their eyes from the white screen's brightness. Henry was the only person still standing when the light went out, but something protruded. The 7-foot, hobbling ink Bendy was no longer there. Instead, he held the original, endearing Bendy the dancing demon. The little creature's head was resting against Henry's shoulder, but he didn't notice or care. Bendy was crying uncontrollably because he didn't want to ever be separated from his father again. Every girl cried, "Ah," at the sight of what could only be described as a father and son partnership. As Inko worriedly said, "I hope they make it out there okay," Ms. Joke reassured him, "Don't worry, he survived the rest of that place, it should be a cakewalk from there on." After removing his arms, Henry was able to see Bendy in his natural shape and grinned, saying, "You look great, Bendy." Bendy returned to hugging Henry after glancing at his shorter arms and legs and grinning his trademark smile. As he and the demon left the room, he grinned and said, "Let's get out of here." Seeing his creation safe and sound was a great reward, despite the long and difficult journey. And he had rescued everyone at the studio from a terrible destiny of perpetual death and rebirth now that he was back. Now the Butcher Gang, Alice, Boris, Bendy, and all the others had returned to their former selves. After their reunion, they all departed to return to their normal lives, far from the hell they had experienced. Let's just say Joey received his just desserts when they met up with him. The tale of Bendy and the ink machine ended there, my friends. The conclusion. Everyone applauded the fantastic story after the video ended, but were all metaphorically worn out. Mina groaned and remarked, "Man, he wasn't kidding about that being long." As he criticized the video, Ciro remarked, "It was a great video though, even if the end seemed rushed." Z appeared out of nowhere, looking a little exhausted. What you gonna do?" Suyu asked. "You alright?" "I will be, it just takes a lot of my power to keep a world running for that long, so I may need a break before the next world," Z stated. Everyone stared at one another, perplexed by the idea of a god who was worn out, but they accepted it.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, bye bye.